Mike from EtherFi, Ken 𝗂𝘂𝘦𝘴𝘂𝘠𝗏 from Risk Zero, 𝘸𝘪𝘴𝘬 from 𝘥𝘪𝑡�santiago. We're going to slip in Xavier from Fractus and their new fund, Hasib, Hirsch, Alton, John Charb, Wadeye, Ivan, and Robinson.
I think before we get started on this amazing slate of guests that we have planned for today, we hosted a dinner last night. It was incredible. It was a great time. We had a great turnout. I think we had 10 to 12 of some of the most prolific people in the space. And it was a great time, very inclusive, great conversation. Any takeaways, any feedback? What was some of your favorite?
I just thought it was hilarious that 𝘮𝑳𝘪 was on chain providing liquidity at dinner.
Yeah, 𝘮𝑳𝘪 from 𝘮𝑒𝑙𝑖𝑛i had his laptop out, providing liquidity during dinner as they were serving the first course.
Yeah.
We had laptops. We had, what did we have? Espresso martinis.
It was a good time.
It was an amazing time. It's great. I love the dinners and the more intimate events. I think that's sort of, we've gone from 22, 23-year-old crypto ravers
to dinners.
Maybe we'll go to Raveh and ECC.
Maybe. All right, guys, let's get started with the guests today. We have Mike. He's here. Let's get Mike up. He's going to tell us about what's going on with the Cash Card, their hockey stick growth, and more. Mike, come on up, brother. Let's get started today. Let's get it.
Mike's the man. What's up, Mike?
Morning. Just flew in.
6 a.m.
Fresh off the plane. Welcome to the city. It's way cooler today. I'm telling you, you picked the right day.
Yeah.
All right. Came right in
good
time.
Good to hear.
Yeah, man. So obviously, you put me on the EtherFi card several months back, or I think maybe 2 months back.
Maybe because that's when we launched. Yeah.
We had that podcast with Arthur. Mousestorm's on the corporate card. There is, if you look at the Dune charts that you've been posting, it is absolutely going up in terms of money spent. What are the numbers now? What's the growth been so far? How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, so we have about 20,000 users that have signed up, which is pretty solid growth numbers over the last 2 months. We have we're up to around 250 to 300K a day in transaction volume, which is solid 2 months out. We were told by our card issuance partner that we're the fastest program they've seen to $1 million in spend.
There you go.
Which we hit within a week, which was great. TVL, so the actual deposits in people's wallets, non-custodial wallets, which they use to spend, is now around 50 million. These are pretty serious numbers. Like, to put it into perspective, the largest card program, these are estimates because these aren't public numbers, but the largest crypto card program in the world does $5 to $10 million a day in transaction volume. So that's like the ceiling.
And
but
who's that?
It's crypto.com. Again, these aren't public numbers. We don't know.
You tear up your crypto.com card yet?
They sponsored the UFC. That's how they got it.
Well, yeah, they make money on lots of different things. I think we'll get to a couple million in transaction volume within a few months, daily transaction volume, which would make us certainly one of the largest programs. But what's most exciting to me about it is not, there's 1 million cards, right? That's not particularly unique. What's interesting is it's a non-custodial card. It's plugged into DeFi. It's the only card that actually lets you borrow or spend your DeFi strategies. So I would call it the only crypto native card out there. And it's a fully integrated product. Like, if you download the app on iOS, you try it out, it feels like a fintech product.
Yeah.
There's none of the crypto bullshit that most people are used to with seed phrases and signing random hex transactions. So you get all the benefits of self-custody, control, and access to DeFi without any of the crypto nonsense. It's truly a consumer product.
I think it's important to disclose Andy and I's fund did angel into EtherFi. And I'm glad we did, because you guys, like you said, there's none of the crypto bullshit. You guys treat this like a real fintech business. And I think oftentimes we get in this kumbaya la land about, build a community, launch a token, you're going to end up finding product market fit 1,000 years down the road. Well, You guys are taking a much more pragmatic approach. You're targeting distribution. You've already found product market fit for one product, and now you're targeting a new segment. And so I guess if you have advice to some of the companies that are out there that may still be in La La Land, like how do they cross the chasm and go from La La Land into this real pragmatic business world?
Well, this is, it's a tricky question, because one of the reasons that crypto, I think, has an absence of product market fit and real consumer app adoption is because the path of least resistance for making money or for getting money is some infra vaporware, narrative-driven bullshit. Launch a token, cash out, call it a day, and maybe do that over and over again. And that's the path of least resistance, and so that's where capital tends to go. Like, let's do the 500th frickin' L2 and an L3 and a whatever. So, like, how do you fight against that? I don't know, because it's it's hard. I think ultimately, I think it will change. The gambly aspect of it is naturally always going to be there, but I think over time, as the market grows, like the market for casinos and gambling is large, but the market for real shit is 1,000 times larger.
Right. Yeah.
So eventually, it does become a bit of a rounding error. It'll still be there. But the way this changes is builders that actually have a long-term focus, that spend time to actually do, figure out real problems, do customer analysis, and find that product market fit. And that's just hard work. That takes time. You're not going to make a quick. It's harder to make a quick buck that way. So anyway, so that's the advice, I guess. But like, I don't know, to somebody who's 22 years old, launching a shitcoin, am I going to tell them like, no, you're a disaster, don't do it? I'm like, look, you definitely have a chance of making some money doing that way, but I don't know. Yeah. I'm not interested in that.
I think you make a good point. It's like, do you want to make some money very, very quickly, or do you want to make sustainable wealth? And I think this is, from an entrepreneurial perspective, the difference in sort of going into the gambling route and launching the next infrastructure vaporware versus launching a sustainable business model and a pragmatic business.
Yeah, like, look, my goal, I'm not interested in making, I've had enough success in my life. I don't care about making, a little bit more money. What I care about is building something that is actually transformational, something that impacts millions of people. Like, what gives me excitement is to hear people from all kinds of random countries in the world saying, I use the product, it's great, it actually helped me solve a problem. And I want to build an entity, a project that's worth tens of billions of dollars. Like, that's the scale that gets me excited. Sort of a quick hit just doesn't do much.
Yeah, so you've been teasing about some new applications on top of EtherFi's like neobank, DeFi bank kind of foundation, right? So we have the cash card. What else are you looking at trying to build on top, or are other people coming in to build apps on this foundation? What is that kind of shaping up to be?
I did briefly kind of tease that. Well, so there's a roadmap. As the product stands today, a normal person still, I think, would have a hard time using it. Because if you think about what's required to use like the EtherFi, we call it a DeFi bank, you got to buy some, go on Coinbase maybe, buy some USDC, send it from your Coinbase account to a specific wallet, and then you see it in EtherFi, and then maybe you put it into Liquid, and then you get a card.
So when you say normal person, you mean like a
normal person,
no coiner, right? Someone who hasn't maybe gone
even
down that route.
Even a CeFi user. Let's call it. Let's say someone who's keen on crypto but a CeFi user. It's still too many steps. What it needs to be, if you look at products like Wise or Revolut or Chime or whatever, they're super polished. Like, they have a level of polish that you expect from like consumer apps these days. You open the app, in 2 minutes you can have money in there and you could be spending it. That's what we need to get to. We have about a couple months of roadmap to get there. That includes like all the payments apps integration, Plaid integration, Pix integration, whatever. Ways of getting money in and getting money out. Ability to support lots of different assets, token swaps, perps, believe it or not. All this stuff just integrated into the app so that it's really nice and easy to use. That's like the very next roadmap. One of the other things that I think would be really cool that I mean, for sure we'll do it at some point. It's just a question of when. Is I really think there is an opportunity to create, I don't know how big this gets, but like whether it's apps or widgets or something, that you can actually plug into this financial infrastructure and allow people to build like tools around this. Like maybe you want a robo-advisor that automatically allocates, some sort of index of assets for you, non-custodial, automated way. Maybe you want something that automatically like saves, every time you buy something, it rounds it up to the nearest dollar and like uses that to buy Bitcoin, and that's just like a savings mechanism. Like some sort of charitable stuff. Like you can come up with all kinds of different interesting ideas of like hooking into stuff, and I think that that could be really compelling because it almost gives you an ability to create your own programmable, fintech experience.
Yeah. So in that regard, then with these new features, kind of thinking about applications that you can build on top of this DeFi bank, when you're looking to kind of go from the current state of revenue as to where you guys are now and trying to kind of project out to your goals, what do you think is going to be the driver of the larger revenue for EtherFi? And how do you make the decision as an entrepreneur, as a builder in a very competitive space to like subsidize early adoption versus start to actually, turn on the fee switch, try to really generate value from your customers?
Well, so we're profitable every month. We generate revenue, and we use that portion of that to buy back the token. So there's like a direct tie-in between token and protocol. So we, having built a SaaS business before, it was much more in a much more difficult industry. Let's say it was higher education. So. I'm very cognizant about unit economics, so that you don't spend more money to acquire a customer than they're worth to you. So far, I think we've done a really good job of staying disciplined. Take these numbers with some caveat, but our average customer is worth about $1,000 a year to us. Okay. Our ARPU is about $1,000 a year, and our cost of acquisition, depending on the channel, is about $50 to $100. So that means our payback period is, let's call it about a month, which is great. Like that's fantastic. Once a few of those features that I mentioned are flushed out, we have a budget set aside, a marketing budget, to start really like pushing user acquisition. We have about $4 million set aside this year, and our goal is to get to about 100,000 active card users specifically. In total, we have a couple 100,000 users, but we want to get to 100,000 users that use the full integrated product, including like staking, the liquid vaults, the cash product, the borrowing, and everything else. And the revenue opportunity, beyond that, then we look at margin expansion, meaning driving more revenue by offering the user more products like token swaps, perps, borrows, more assets that they can use. Currently, we generate about 100 basis points on transaction volume, on the interchange fee on the card. Generated about 50 bips on the borrow spread. We've got about 30 to 40 bips on the staking, about 200 bips on liquid, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's this like stack of growing services that we can provide that are still the cheapest that the user can get in the market. But by creating this vertically integrated stack, it creates this like very powerful positive feedback loop, because then that lets us spend more money and offer more perks, more cash back, more rewards or whatever to our customers. We have the travel booking stuff. I didn't even mention that, but that's we have 7% margin on that, which is like
what is that travel? Like you can book travel directly through EtherFi?
So it's like similar to like Amex or Chase. You go to this portal, you get 5% cash back on all your travel bookings, and the hotel prices are super cheap. They're usually 10 to 30% cheaper than you can get elsewhere. And so that's a great, especially with Cannes and Argentina coming up.
I had a question about another feature that you mentioned, which was Plaid, but also some just broader onboarding integrations that you had mentioned. And I'm curious how much some of the deregulation or regulation just positively has affected that. Is this something that you've seen or tried to do in the past and it really wasn't feasible, and now, Plaid and some of these like traditional banking partners are becoming a little bit more accepting of crypto and it's
Yeah.
easier to integrate those things?
For sure.
Okay.
I think that's exactly right. It's not that it was. We spend so much money on lawyers. We make sure every jurisdiction we operate in, every product we issue, like it's literally to the point like every state, you can use these two products but not this one, and you know you can get the card here but not there. Like Arizona is not supported for some reason. So every jurisdiction, every country, we're obsessive about this crap. So it's not that this stuff was not allowed before, but it's actually exactly as you say. Now that the vibe has shifted to where like, oh, this crypto thing, there's the Genius Bill, there's like, you know, like this stuff is actually like more reputable. All of these services that in theory should have been fine before are now just much more willing to work with you. We did, for example, like MailChimp just like kicked this out recently.
That's happened to us.
They're like, oh, no crypto. I'm like, seriously? Still? So, you know, it still happens, but it's getting a lot better.
Yeah. So are you guys pretty much, let's just say, finished with like the whole kind of like restaking kind of part of your business, or like how?
No,
how does
that's
that's still very much active.
Yeah, you know, generates a huge amount of revenue for us.
Obviously, ETH is out there still, right?
Yeah, it's I mean it's $6 or $7 billion in deposits.
But how do you think about like the focus between those two going forward?
I mean, this is the cool thing about being vertically integrated platform.
Yeah.
The people that use the staking product were the first people to adopt Liquid and adopt Cash.
Yeah, everything is on the one site.
It's very complimentary.
Yeah, the people that are coming in, you know, from Taiwan or whatever, to use the Cash product, deposit into Liquid, and then stake. So we view it as very, as I said, it's a positive feedback loop. This is, I mean, it's a playbook that's been around for like centuries. Like vertical integration is not something.
I mean, look, I can see a future where that site, just like the EtherFi dashboard has, travel, it has trading, it has like a perps thing maybe, it has
it's a fintech.
Yeah, like, it has an AI agent like LLM dashboard where you can like, you know, operate your portfolio like.
For sure.
And if it's all in one kind of, you know, interface, one place, it makes it much easier to operate. From a user
in the exact
perspective.
same way that like you open up if you use Revolut or whatever, you know, neobank you use, it's not like, oh, here's your checking account or here's your stocks. Like no, like you can keep your cash here, you can buy some stocks, you have a credit card, like all this stuff is in one place because that's what people want. And so that's what a consumer product is. You like do the thing that people actually, you know, want.
So projecting like kind of skating to where the puck is going with you guys, I take it, correct me if I'm wrong here, from a competitive landscape, it's not the other crypto companies that may be around permissionless that you guys are thinking about. You guys are going after Robinhood.
Correct.
Right? You're going after like that sort of echelon of fintech companies that are out there.
The broader space that we're going after is neobanking.
Okay. Right.
We are not a bank in that we do not take deposits, but we are, I think, building and have already built a viable alternative to a bank. So that's the larger category. That market is about $150 billion. You know, all of DeFi, all of it put together generates, I don't know, $1 to $2 billion a year. It doesn't fucking matter. Like the pump fund and the even hyperliquid, like this is a rounding error. Like it's a rounding error on real shit, right? So that's the market, and the market is growing really fast. The neobanking space is growing 30 to 40% a year. This is going to be a like $1 trillion market pretty soon. And eventually, it replaces, traditional banks. So that's what we're going after. That matters way more than trying to take market share from some random shit card program that's got 12 users.
Yeah.
Well, because you did kind of remind me of one thing, which is that the traditional banking sector does seem like it's sort of like cautious and looking at what's happening and could potentially get innovated because
for sure.
They're not nimble.
They're not going to just roll over and die. Yeah.
Right. And I was thinking about this in the context of stable coins because now you have these large social media platforms that are thinking about launching stable coins. Meta, even X is starting to seem like it's potentially getting into that game. And so now these companies with distribution are starting to become banks. Even Apple, right? Yeah. It has Apple Wallet, Apple Cash,
Apple
right?
Card,
Card. So as you see the evolution of banking and traditional banking sort of being left in the dust a little bit, how do you see this playing out from the social media side, the DeFi side? What do you think the evolution, on a pick your time horizon, what do you think that evolution looks like?
It's so hard to predict. I think the only, there's no information, but like the only thing you could say is it's going to be very different 5 years from now, 10 years from now than it is today.
Yeah.
I think the correct way to operate in this space is to focus on building a product that lots of people want to use, and not worry too much about what Apple and Google and Meta are doing, or even like Chase or other large banks. The reason is because when you are in a growing market, a market that's growing by tens of billions of dollars a year, new revenue per year, like what you need to do is just capture a meaningful share of that. And where the boundary lines, get defined, I mean, it matters in the grand scheme of things, but when you're starting with, from zero, how do we go to $1 billion in revenue, to 10 billion in revenue? Like wherever those lines, those boundaries end up being defined, as I said, it matters, but like again, what matters much more is just this like maniacal focus on customers and creating a product that people actually want, and then you'll define your niche over time. Yeah.
I'm curious how much you prioritize like the corporate card and the corporate market with regards to like the wealthy crypto user market, right? Like which provides more value, do you think, to the business, or like have you seen a differentiated revenues, etc.?
Yeah, so they're in crypto. I think there's a very powerful virtuous cycle feedback loop that occurs. We saw this actually with our staking product, the first product that we launched. And when we were raising our seed and Series A, like every pitch, people would ask us, okay, well, are you focusing on retail or are you focusing on institutional? And my answer to that was, look, in this space, I think you have to do both. The reason is because if you get retail users, that means when you go to pitch the large institutional investor, all of their analysts, all the like 25-year-old analysts who work there are already using your product.
Yeah.
And so that cuts your sales cycle from 6 months down to like 1 month, because they're already familiar with you. They're going to be pitching you internally, and vice versa. Once the institutions adopt, that creates good brand awareness, security, and that helps you get adoption on the person-owned retail side. Because and obviously your TVL goes up, and that creates a positive feedback loop. So we had to service both, and we have a B2B motion, I guess, to acquire business customers and the retail stuff, and the exact same playbook I think applies in this case for our corporate card product, which is evolving into more than just a card product, but including things like expense management, categorization, and treasury management and tracking, all that stuff. But then every single employee who gets a card automatically also gets a personal EtherFi account. And with one click, now they can create their personal card and collect cash back and rewards and points and all that stuff. In a market, like in a sense, we're building, like, at least for now, a vertical focused business, the vertical being crypto and DeFi. And so this like layers on a cake model is the way that you build like a moat. Is if someone's using you for one product, they can churn. If someone's using you for three or four different things, your churn basically goes to zero. In fact, you get negative churn. You get like positive dollar retention.
One last thing for you on the token side of things. How much has the Hyperliquid model, do you think, with regards to the new administration that we're speaking about, kind of newer abilities and flexibility, then Hyperliquid comes in the market, kind of does its thing. How much of these two things have influenced your thought process on ETHFi token, and kind of how do you think about creating value for token holders?
I know. So we had value accrual and token buybacks from almost day one. So like I felt very strongly about that because I didn't want to just have a meme coin with the name of the protocol, right? Which is what most tokens are.
Yeah, no utility, right?
So Hyperliquid also chose that. Obviously, they're doing it in much bigger size because they're, the casino dollars.
We need
are very
EtherFi
large.
perps.
Yeah. Well, we are going to be integrating with Hyperliquid, so you will be able to
like on the front, like you'll be able to trade on that liquidity on the EtherFi front end.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's work in progress. But
will you be able to get like fees from that, or
yeah. Hyperliquid has a built-in.
It's the builder codes thing, or
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so you can just tap into their front end or tap into their liquidity with any.
You'll be able to say, okay, take this chunk that's now collateral. Let me do some perps. And then we'll be able to pass on fee savings because we get economies of scale with Hyperliquid to the users. So, anyway, so value accrued token from day one. That's been something that we cared about. It's really great to see like a lot of the best projects now starting to do that. You know, Hyperliquid probably they're the most aggressive about it, and we've seen their token absolutely crush it as a result. Aave's been doing that. There's others. So I think that's fantastic. I really think that's going to be a permanent meta where if you're not doing that, you're going to be kind of like looked at kind of like what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah,
like why are you separates the men from the boys because
it is a lot. Yeah, it's a line in the sand.
It's like a show me the money market, right? If you're not doing the buybacks, means maybe you don't.
But it's a tough question, right, for builders because so many of these markets are so cutthroat in terms of competition of adoption.
Right.
So you've got like a market like interoperability, right? For example, like bridging. Like if anyone's going to start charging more, you just have people that raise the war chest and be like, no, you know what, screw you. We're just going to go free, and just we want the adoption. We want
that's how the real world works. There's certain industries like that are super low margin, and they're big industries, but they're shitty industries to build in. They're undifferentiated, and like that's reality. That's it's good for people.
Which is like coming to light in a big way as of the last like 6-ish months here.
Yeah, like I think generally in crypto, maybe this is too strong a statement, but like broad horizontal platforms are harder to monetize because just eventually you do get crutched to zero because it's just like there's a million of them and it's just you get perfect competition essentially.
Yeah, and that's the fork of a fork. Like that's what separates the infrastructure vaporware, as you called it, from the verticalized businesses with differentiation.
All right, Mike,
thanks so much.
Last thing for you. What are you bullish on in particular, and what are you bearish on or fearful about?
I mean, I'm bullish on ETH, maybe almost like unreasonably so, because I look around and I think to myself, like, I don't know what other ecosystem you'd build on if you're doing something serious, right? And I think institutions probably have the same, from what we see, have the same kind of mindset. So I'm still bullish on the Ethereum ecosystem. I'm bearish on the crypto Ponzi bullshit that we saw across the last few cycles. I think the market's getting tired of it, and I hope that like the capital will exit out of that that
goes
world
into
and
the good
focus
stuff.
more on the real stuff, which takes longer and is harder to build, but is much more sustainable.
I wonder if we're going to see a massive market shift, like out of all of these, like out of 90% of tokens basically into like the 10% or the 5%, and like how that could look.
It's almost like you're seeing a bifurcation
already, right?
So like on the one hand, like pure hyper gambling insanity, like Bartcoin type stuff, and then like legit serious business, and anything in the middle is kind of getting left behind.
It's like mid-curving it. It's like you're not just a pure meme coin with no value. You're trying to create something, but you also aren't making any money, so it's kind of like Mike, it's a pleasure to have you, man.
Cool.
Thank you for being here.
See you guys as always.
Enjoy the day.
Cool.
And sign up in the link below. $50 off the first $1,000 cash back.
That's right.
Subsidized lending as well. I am borrowing against my repped ETH right now.
Nice.
I am not selling to pay for my Subway. Thank you, Mike.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
See you soon.
See you later.
See ya.
All right, guys. We had Ken from 𝘗𝘂𝘏 up next. He said he's behind me. He's right here. Let's get him on. Come around the side. Much love. Looking good here. Didn't see him earlier.
What's going on, Ken? Welcome to the show.
Ken.
Good to have you here.
Good to see you, man. How are you?
Good.
Have a seat. Sit down, relax. How's your time in New York?
It's been great. Yesterday was, super hot. I heard you guys were like sweating out here.
Yeah, it's pretty hot, man.
Still got plenty of fans around here, so we're taking it one day at a time. You know, it's a little bit cooler today.
Today's way better.
Way better. You can just hang out, just relax, sit back, relax, enjoy the show. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Ken, what are you building, man? You're building 𝘂𝘠𝘠𝘠, coming to StarkNet soon. Building a wallet with integrated apps, yield products, staking. Talk us through it.
Sure. Yeah. So we're building 𝘂𝑓i. We're basically building the home for 𝘂𝘠𝘠𝘠, and we want to be the one single place that people go to discover, use 𝘂𝘠𝘠𝘠, Bitcoin DeFi applications, apps, and you might have heard of us from as a Bitcoin wallet that supports ordinals and runes, but that's for us is really just the beginning. And the wallet is our sort of core product, and we have an entire platform that we want to use to onboard people into crypto, into Bitcoin.
So is the wallet on? Is it 𝘂𝑓i? Is it a wallet? Is it a 𝘂𝑓i.app here?
𝘂𝑓i.app is
Trusted by
the
a
website.
million users.
Yes.
How many
Million
downloads do you
users.
have?
We have more than 1.6 million downloads now.
From what regions?
So I would say it's pretty diverse.
Okay.
Definitely a lot of Americans use 𝘂𝑓i.
Okay.
But our users are from all over the world, including Europe, Africa, Asia.
Yeah.
When ordinals went live and runes went live, this was, due to a recent Bitcoin upgrade maybe a year or two ago. Did you see an explosion in user activity from that demographic?
Yeah, so I think this was, the upgrade that enabled ordinals and runes came maybe 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
And runes was about a year ago. I'm sorry, 2 years ago. And we were the first wallet to offer full support for ordinals, and we definitely saw a huge influx of users from that.
Right.
And we kind of grew with that ecosystem from the beginning, and now we're kind of like the go-to wallet if you want to use ordinals. And we're also the first ones to launch full support for runes back last year. So we also have a lot of users.
And so you guys were able to capitalize on sort of this more grassroots Bitcoin community. I think even around here, we kind of get the sense, from Ethereum world, it's like, oh, no one really on like crypto Twitter really thinks about Bitcoin so much. And then in the Bitcoin world, you kind of got these two camps. You've got the MicroStrategy miners, institutions that own a significant amount of the supply. Maybe you even have a statistic around that. And then you've got more of a grassroots Bitcoin community that's interested in doing things with their Bitcoin, right? The HODL camp and then the productive Bitcoin camp. How do you reconcile these two camps? Do you see the grassroots Bitcoin community as large enough to support, a growing business like 𝘂𝑓i? Is there enough users? Is there enough Bitcoin in those users' wallets? Or do you eventually have to tap into these Bitcoin holders that may or may not really want to do anything with their Bitcoin?
So I want to say, in the end, you have to do something with your Bitcoin, whether it's holding it for, just the value of it, like they're doing right now, a lot of the Bitcoin treasury companies, or making payments with your Bitcoin, or using it in DeFi. The value of Bitcoin is that, it's trustless money and store value, right? So we want to activate these use cases on Bitcoin. Before it was kind of not possible, right? There's technical limitations. There is no like real Bitcoin DeFi apps, right? In order to use Bitcoin in DeFi apps, you have to use wrapped Bitcoin, which is custodial,
right? And
you go on Ethereum and use the protocols there. And then people would, after they've made their money, they will exit back into Bitcoin, right? So what we're seeing now is this Bitcoin 2.0, season 2, where a lot of the builders and users are coming back to Bitcoin, and there is now a lot of momentum to kind of change Bitcoin so that you can enable these types of applications. Last year there were many Bitcoin L2 projects that received funding, raised money, and now these guys are about to launch some of their testnets, mainnets, and 𝘂𝑓i is the wallet that's going to support these guys and make sure that users have an easy interface to use the protocols on these L2s for Bitcoin. I think the guys that are currently holding Bitcoin and not doing anything with it, they eventually will want to generate a yield on their Bitcoin, if that's possible, right? The existing solutions, they're either custodial or it carries some other sort of risk. Whereas where we want to go is we have a trustless system for people to put their Bitcoin to work in DeFi. For example, there's various staking protocols for Bitcoin that are coming out right now. Starknet is actually launching something like that. Which, by the way, we're launching support for Starknet as a Bitcoin L2 basically next week. The first version of 𝘂𝘀 that will support Starknet is coming out next week.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Question for you on what you guys are doing with Stacks, actually. Are you guys working with Stacks on anything?
Yeah, so Stacks is also a Bitcoin L2,
Yeah.
which we've supported for many years. And we kind of started out with just support for Stacks. But the ecosystem has grown so much that there are other solutions as well. And it's not just Stacks, right? So we want to support this entire ecosystem. So that's why we're integrating more L2s.
So the idea is that, as a Bitcoin native wallet, you can aggregate all the chains that may have different applications that are offering Bitcoin Fi?
Yes. So the idea is that we want to provide a Bitcoin native experience for all these chains. So some of these chains may be, EVM L2s, where you could bring an Ethereum smart contract onto that chain or L2, and it settles eventually to Bitcoin, right? Others like Starknet, they have their own solution, and some of these chains or L2s, they all depend on one or two sort of technical developments on Bitcoin. So there's a proposed opcode called opcat, right? Which people want to get into the Bitcoin core, and that's going to enable some of these L2s to trustlessly settle onto Bitcoin. But there are solutions out there that don't require these opcodes, right? For example, Stacks does not require any opcodes or changes to Bitcoin.
I'm curious, is there a poly market on opcat, on whether or not that's going to be enabled?
I think that's definitely a possibility. Right now, I don't
curious.
think it exists. I think there are some poly market for Bitcoin
For
projects.
covenants?
Yeah, but I think they might be custodial, as in you have to deposit your Bitcoin onto the platform in order to, make bets.
Yeah.
I don't think there is going to be an opcat one. Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Will Bitcoin activate OPCTV or opcat in 2025?
It's essentially covenants.
94% neither. You can buy just opcat for 1% right now, less than 1% with $43,000 of volume. It's not going to happen.
Not in 2025.
No.
And so what does the Bitcoin L2 landscape look like without opcat? Is it just stuck in this purgatory between ETH and Bitcoin, or?
So not really. Starknet themselves, they're coming up with other solutions as well. There are other L2s that are based on BitVM, for example.
Yeah.
Right. And like I mentioned, Stacks doesn't require any changes to Bitcoin. So either way, whether or not, I think the industry is going to move forward, and we're going to have Bitcoin Fi.
Tell us about what SIP31 is for Stacks and why you guys were so excited about supporting that.
Sure. So I think the SIP might be a little bit controversial because it's essentially minting extra tokens, but this is really going towards the next stage of the development of Stacks. So Stacks, has been in existence since I think it was 2018 was when the token launched. And there were a lot of technical hurdles that the project had to overcome. And the major sort of features was just released basically this last year, right? So SBTC, which is a trust minimized version of Bitcoin on Stacks, that was just released. The Nakamoto release, which is the fast blocks, that was also I think late last year. So now these technical pieces are in place. Now is the time to grow the ecosystem by fostering apps and getting the word out there. So this SIP will mint these tokens so that they can be spent in this ecosystem to grow and get more apps, get more builders, and allow this whole thing to bloom.
in 2020, 2021, we had the entire DeFi revolution, right? Where it was almost like all of this ETH was sitting latent in people's wallets, and then it was turned into productive assets. Seemingly on Bitcoin, we have a similar situation, just fast forward to now, all of this Bitcoin, and it's a greater market cap than ETH was at the time of 2020.
Yeah, yep.
And
More capital.
More capital to unlock, and really more capital to leverage and rehypothecate, which kind of winds this DeFi flywheel, right? And causes all of this, it really spurs all of that growth. How do you reconcile, like, essentially you guys are an infrastructure provider, so, you know, as much as people want to take it, where do you think, you know, the Bitcoin DeFi revolution will go? You know, is it at the scale of what we saw with Ethereum in 2020? Is it more sustainable? How are you thinking about Bitcoin DeFi relative to Ethereum DeFi during DeFi summer in 2020?
Yeah, so I think the Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem could be much bigger. Like you mentioned, the market cap is way bigger. And if you look at ETH, you know, a significant percentage of the market cap is actually the apps and DeFi protocols on ETH. So if you were to take that percentage and apply it to Bitcoin, that's like trillions of dollars, right? Of course, you know, I don't think all that money is going to be unlocked immediately, but we're going to make progress towards that. And I think first it's going to be like the grassroots people that you mentioned. You know, those guys are going to put their Bitcoin to work, right? They're going to put it into these DeFi protocols and things like that. And then I think the existing users of DeFi on Ethereum and Solana, they would be interested in Bitcoin DeFi as well, right? Because ultimately Bitcoin is the most secure chain. And if you want to have financial applications, you want it to settle on the most secure one, right? And it has the most direct path to Bitcoin. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of the people, you know, trading, doing DeFi, they end up putting the money back into Bitcoin because that's the most stable one, right? So if that's the case, then, you know, why not just use the apps on Bitcoin directly, right? So yeah, I think this ecosystem, once the technical limitations are removed, is going to grow really fast. Yeah.
You know, I mean, I agree. Ken, one last one for you. What are you bullish on, and what are you bearish or fearful of?
So I'm super bullish on Bitcoin Fi as an ecosystem and all these L2s that are, coming online right now, and all the apps that are going to be available, and some of the features that we're going to be launching as well to sort of aggregate these opportunities for our users, existing users and new users as well for Bitcoin. What I'm a little bit fearful for is kind of the overhype of some of these Bitcoin treasury companies and just that narrative. I think, it's I'm bullish on Bitcoin appreciating in price, but I think when there's too much hype on something and not enough sort of real life applications, it might lead to a crash, and I think it might set the whole industry back a little bit in terms of.
How do you think about like these Bitcoin treasury companies? I get the sense it's almost like Bitcoin Fi, but happening off chain, right? How different is that from Bitcoin Fi happening on chain?
So Bitcoin Fi would be based on real life use cases, right? So lending and borrowing, right? You can charge an interest on Bitcoin that you lend out, right? You can pay interest if you borrow against your Bitcoin, but a lot of these treasury companies, they're not doing that, right? They're simply buying Bitcoin, holding it, and the idea is that the stock price will go up more than the asset value, right? So I think in that case, it's kind of disconnected from the reality.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, we've kind of been echoing.
Just hunting these retailers.
Yeah, especially like if it is trading at some significant, multiple above NAV. It's like those margins will compress.
Yeah.
Right.
So, Ken, we got to let you go, man. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for having me.
And have a great week.
Pleasure. Thanks for joining, man.
Yeah. Cheers to you.
All right. See you next time.
You guys.
Are you bearish on the treasury companies?
Well, I'm bearish on any margin, of the treasury companies above NAV.
Yeah.
Because essentially, there's a certain amount of Bitcoin. Essentially these companies are just custodians of that Bitcoin.
Yeah.
But then they'll go borrow against their stock price. They'll go use that use the funds that they raise to go buy more Bitcoin.
Yeah.
But there's not a ton more. And I think, even MicroStrategy is going and they're saying like, okay, we're going to use the Bitcoin that we have to build structured products. And so maybe there is a little bit of product or service value that they are offering above just custodying Bitcoin that's there.
Eventually yield, maybe, but we'll see.
Right. And so for the most part, they're essentially custodians.
Yeah.
And so there's not a whole lot more value in there beyond the net assets on their books. So I think, are these things going to come crashing down from leverage? Maybe, maybe not, but I think more certainly the margins above net asset value are going to compress.
Yeah, and they're going to have to find ways to get yield on that Bitcoin. They're going to do it on-chain. So
yeah.
Up next, we've got 𝘗𝘬𝘗𝘬𝘗𝘗, the head of ecosystem at risk0, marvelgirl.eth. Let's get her up here. Let's have some fun, and let's talk about risk0's ecosystem, Boundless, and more. Looking forward. A couple of waters for the boys.
Yes.
It's not nearly as hot as it was yesterday.
Shad's got a water.
Hello.
Good to meet you.
How are you?
Welcome to the setup here.
Thank you for having me.
How you doing?
I'm good.
It's bright in here,
Got
isn't
some caffeine in. How are you guys?
We're doing well.
Yeah?
It's day 2, so we're in the groove now. It's not as hot as yesterday.
Yes.
What's your first impression here?
Oh my God, I actually love how it's all in one hub. I'm not like running around all over Manhattan. I feel like all of the other New York conferences it's crazy.
Yeah.
So I'm really enjoying the hyper efficiency.
Yeah.
That we've come together as an industry.
Yeah,
and we've
just to
all
have one event.
have consensus that we should all be doing our happy hours in one spot.
Yeah. I don't think Cannes gonna be like that for ECC.
Yeah.
But I'm still excited for it.
Are you guys heading out?
Yeah, after this Friday, and then.
Wow.
I think it will be similar to this. Like,
yeah, I mean,
Cannes
it's like,
not
where
really
can you
the
go,
strip.
right?
Oh,
You're
yeah,
literally
there's
like
gonna be a
on
lot of
one
side
beach.
events.
There might be side events, but the whole.
But like walking
thinking that
distance,
they
you
might-
know?
Right, exactly. They're
Not
all
like
kind of in one
have to
place.
get a 30-minute Uber across the city in rush hour.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you can't find housing, you probably have to take the train, like every day from like Nice, right?
Yeah,
Which
yeah,
is
yeah.
its
Yeah.
own problem, but I'm excited for you guys.
Yeah.
It's gonna be awesome.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So let's talk about what you're doing with the risk0 ecosystem. You guys have been cooking on Boundless. What
Too
have
much
you
cooking.
in particular been working on?
Oh my
like,
God.
Like what is your day to day?
I'm a janitor.
Okay, great. Yeah, us too, actually.
Yeah.
Just putting out fires and cleaning up, cleaning it up.
Just the regular janitor. No, I love what I do. I've been with the risk0 team coming up to 2 years now, and then I joined in the BD team back in 2023. And yeah, now I'm leading out our ecosystem efforts on the Boundless side for the foundation. And yeah, my work is very much encompassing everything from, supporting kind of the narrative work that our amazing marketing team has been doing, bringing verifiable compute everywhere, but also supporting our partners across the board. So we work with a lot of different teams. As you know, we're in the generalized ZKVM space. So not only do we work with a lot of roll-ups, like you guys have on the Rollup, but we also work with a lot of applications as well, a lot of research teams in the field who are basically trying to capture as much ZK innovation as possible, and then of course making sure that the improvements that we're doing on the risk0 side at the circuit level are translating to use cases that are supporting our partners and are translating in terms of performance, cost, adoption for them, all of that. So that's primarily been the work for me. There's a lot of different kind of verticals that I touch upon, in use cases. So obviously, like ZK fraud proofs is a big thing for roll-ups in the space, and we're trying to make sure that they can go burr when they want to, and making sure that that check is ready. It's definitely a longer kind of deal cycle when it comes to getting rollups to adopt. But there's also been a lot of exciting work on the ZK interop front as well.
Which you have some spicy takes about that we want to hear about.
I have a few things to say.
So you recently said that like this, bringing on private banking and these larger institutions on chain is just going to further cause problems. It's going to create more fragmentation, right? Which is logical because it's hard. These systems aren't necessarily supposed to interoperate. What's your take there? How do we solve that problem?
Yeah, I think my take there is twofold. I think interop is a problem that we've been trying to solve as an industry since eons. And I think we have come to quite a few interim solutions, intense, cross-chain messaging, L2 to L1 messages, all of that. I think the problem there is that you still have a lot of these trusted intermediaries. And when we're now opening up as an industry to a lot of these private banks and a lot of these institutions that actually want to keep their assets and their inputs, their information relatively private, you can't force them to go fully open and fully decentralized. I've had multiple conversations with folks about this. You can't bring the horse. You can bring the horse to water, but you can't make it drink the water, right? And they're just not going to drink that Kool-Aid. So how do you create an ecosystem where teams like JP Morgan, they're actually going to be using Base, so great for them, but let's say Morgan Stanley, they want to have a private permission blockchain where they basically plot all of their capital in there. How do you work with them, and how do you meet them where they are? This is where ZK Interop really comes in, because with cryptographic interoperability, you can essentially verify the state on any different network, whether you're from a public network or you're trying to verify the state on a private network. And I think that's really key, because the biggest kind of narrative that I'm kind of hearing here at Permissionless is that as institutions come in, yield is going to look very different for all of us in the DeFi space. We're not going to have astronomical floats and inflated yields. And there's a lot of idle capital right now because there is a lot of fragmentation in our industry. So for a lot of this idle capital, if we want people to keep on using DeFi, if we want folks to actually be excited about DeFi and more folks to come on, we're going to have to put all of this idle capital to work. And ZK Interop is probably going to be the place and the mechanism that's going to enable all of the islands that we have right now to connect with each other and basically eliminate the concept of islands altogether, essentially.
I'm ZK pilled.
Are you?
Yeah.
Just a wee bit?
Just a bit?
Just a bit?
Absolutely. I think it's all of what you're saying, right? It's like the interop that you described, originally it had the Oracle problem.
Oh, totally.
In order to go from one chain to the next, the chain only... Sorry. It's not like I've been doing this all day for 2 days.
All day. You and the mic are one and the same.
I'm absorbing
it's a part of your body.
So the chain only knows what the chain can see, right? The chain can't see another chain and therefore know what's happening on that one. So in order for it to receive some asset, it needs insight, right? And classically, that was the Oracle problem. ZK totally fixes that, because now, like you said, you can cryptographically say this is what's happening as long as there's some verifier, right?
Yes.
And now the verifier and the prover can talk to one another.
Exactly.
And so I think you essentially can get you can have your cake and eat it too, right?
Oh, yeah.
You can
Absolutely.
maintain privacy if you want that private permissioned environment, but then you can also communicate with the outside world and you don't have to give up any of that privacy. I'm curious, was there a moment when you had a light bulb moment when you were ZK pilled? Do you recall?
This was a while ago.
For anyone who's not ZK pilled, can you please ZK pill our audience? For anyone who isn't already.
I think there's so many different ways to get ZK pilled. Not one way. I think for a lot of cryptographers, it's in their line of work. They've been doing it for years. For a lot of DeFi folks, hopefully this messaging and narrative really pills them. For me, I came into ZK actually through my previous work at 𝘗𝘂. Shout out to 𝘗𝘂. I love 𝘗𝘂. So I was doing a lot of innovation work there. I was doing a lot of pilots, and we were working specifically in emerging markets like Nigeria and trying to do DeFi pilots like microloans and all of that. And 𝘗𝘂 was really at the forefront of a lot of innovative technology, and they still are. But I, distinctly remember that they built this ZK-like client called Plumo. And what it specifically did was verify 𝘗𝘂 blocks in low bandwidth areas like emerging markets. And I was like, damn, 𝘗𝘂 has already thought about what servicing the next billion looks like. What does it actually look like in practice when you're in a remote village in Kenya or in Tanzania and your stuff's not connecting, and how do you create verifiable infrastructure for that? And that's still eons ahead, I personally think, but to have a team that was that forward-looking really got me very excited about ZK in practice. And I think for us, at Boundless, as the Boundless vision started coming more and more closer to life, as we started actually deploying, and as you rightly said, it's a verification that actually unlocks interop. not the proofs. The power is in the verification. How do you make your verifier go everywhere? That's kind of the problem that we've been solving or trying to solve at Boundless from day one. And getting your verifier everywhere is not easy. I mean, yes, like on EVM, it's great. There's like some sort of a standard. You want to go to alt VMs, you want to go to Solana, there's a lot of work that has to take place, like work that takes 1.5 years to come to fruition. And so when I'm thinking about like how we're trying to solve kind of the interop problem, for us, like at Boundless, we've been thinking about it from day one, since day one at Risk Zero. We've been trying to get our verifier everywhere. And that's what gets me really excited, because that's kind of where my light bulb moment went off, because I was like, okay, well, now that our verifier can be everywhere, the economics of bringing ZK interop to every chain, or bringing ZK to every chain, actually is viable. Because in the past, like, as we've been trying to solve the interop problem, a lot of bridges have been trying to decentralize even their multi-sigs and their oracles in a lot of different ways. But it's also a bottleneck for them, because it takes them so much overhead to get to different networks. But a verifier is actually probably one of the most economic ways you can get ZK on every chain. It's relatively standardized. And yes, it's going to require some sort of an effort to get like foundations and networks and bridge operators to kind of agree with you. But at the end of the day, that's kind of just the problem that we're all trying to solve, which is the coordination problem in crypto. So right now, the economics of ZK really makes sense. And to me, this is where the light bulb went off with Boundless, where it was like, okay, cool. Like, I think we can speed run this. Like, I think we can actually go to market.
So then, like, with that frame, right, with the enabling of this verifier across different applications and chains, maybe show the ecosystem a bit. What are some of the cool apps being enabled by Boundless?
Oh my God.
What are some of the chains using Boundless? Just,
Yeah, oh my God, so much.
Shout outs.
Shout out to my day ones and my ride or dies. Thanks for being through all of the audits. And the upgrades. Oh my God, so much. So we've been working with quite a few teams on the Rollup side that are bringing fraud proofs, obviously, to their networks. The Soon team, they're actually adapting our ZK fraud proof solution for their SVM stack, which is great, because now we can actually bring SVM, Solana VM performance to like 𝘰𝘯𝘵 and everywhere that they go, which is amazing. We are working with the Build on Bitcoin team. I mean, we've been working with Bitcoin teams like since day one. I truly think that they're the ones who have been grinding at this interop problem, like literally when nobody else gave a F. Hate to say it, sorry. But yeah, like they've been building trust minimized bridges like since day one. They're building like BitVM or Bitcoin-like clients, and no one really knows how the design works. People are arguing over what the framework should be, and they're still grinding at it. And we're really happy to like support them. And we have teams like Bob, who are obviously using us for proving their rollup, but they're also using us for proving like client proofs on Bitcoin as well. And then Malda, which is a cross-chain lending protocol, they've been using us since day one. They're actually live with us on their mainnet. They're doing cross-chain lending across 6 different chains. They're live on Linea, but you can basically deposit your assets anywhere using their unified ledger. So these are some of the chains that we're working with. We also have some really exciting announcements coming soon with some really big teams in the space that are actually going to be very key for helping us solve this interop problem. So I still want to keep the alpha like a little bit. But cans, hopefully in cans.
Yes,
okay, so very soon.
Something will happen very, very soon.
Are you going?
I won't be, but the rest of the team is there.
It's okay, we'll miss you. I am curious if you can share, do you have like a leaderboard, even if it's something that maybe you guys just think about internally, but are thinking about making more public? Who is currently sending you the most proofs right now? Like where does your order flow for these proofs come from? Is it any of the teams that you mentioned? Yeah,
it is actually majority of the teams that like I mentioned. Obviously, a lot of the proofs also come from like rollups primarily, rollups that are using us for validity proving. We actually have a team called 𝘱𝘰𝘮𝘬. I don't know if you guys have heard of this team. They're pretty revolutionary. I think they've built like an L1 from the ground up as to what it would look like today. And they're doing quite a lot of significant order flow, specifically because they're thinking about this problem from similar to us, like what does it look like from the ground up, and what is the outcome that we want for developers in the future, right? Do we want developers to build applications on one chain and then have to duplicate the logic and manage multiple repos and be constrained, honestly, by the chains that they're on or by the chains that they want to service rather than their users? And 𝘬𝘬 has been thinking about that very, very clearly from the get-go. And so they have a lot of these gaming applications that I think is actually going to be what 𝘰𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘴 also unlocks, like in, going back to your second question, in the long run. They're sending a lot of proofs, obviously, to our network, and they're definitely testing the network at its peak. And I'm really grateful for it.
Yeah, we love pushing all that demand. I had a question about building ecosystem in general. You're kind of out there talking to all these teams in these conferences, you're meeting people, shaking hands.
Yeah.
When you're thinking about building an ecosystem, and teams are struggling with this, right? They're thinking, we want to make revenue, but if we charge teams, then we're gonna kind of limit, the teams that we can have in our ecosystem. What kind of advice would you give to any marketers or salespeople or just general community and ecosystem personnel that are out there on some of these teams, some patterns maybe that you've picked up along your journey that have worked for you that maybe you can share with others?
Yeah, I think trying to understand your own economic flywheel is extremely important, because just like how this goes a little bit to the interop problem, what we're trying to solve here for devs is a prioritization issue, right? Because instead of developers and app developers prioritizing their users, they're prioritizing chains, and that's kind of the bottleneck there. Similar to us, what are we trying to prioritize as an ecosystem lead or as an ecosystem team? In Boundless, like the way that we've thought about this is through proof of verifiable work. And this is really an ode to the roots of the industry in like Bitcoin. So for us, one big piece on the demand side is how do we make it super easy for developers or any sort of teams like rollups or infrastructure providers to use us. We've built, at the 𝑟ISK-0 side, a lot of tooling that Boundless is going to inherit to make that happen. Obviously, Steel, you may have heard this, is one of them, which is execution prover. And on the other side, there's a supply problem, right? How do you build a decentralized, open, proof marketplace, proving protocol, right? That is going to be live, and that's going to continue to be live from day one. It's going to be reliable, and it's going to basically create an experience that's similar in the long run to AWS or using Vercel. That's really what we're aiming for. And proof of verifiable work is super key to this, because we're not just thinking about willy-nilly rewarding folks for just doing some sort of arbitrary work. The work that we've done historically on the zkVM circuit at 𝘂𝑟ISK-0 really plays way into this, because how we quantify the cycles and the proving is really key to how we actually incentivize the provers to stay live and to be engaged, and to keep on providing compute, and keep on providing compute that's decentralized and open, and where there's no loss in trust that's happening. So that is super key. And so when I'm thinking about building the ecosystem, I literally dream about this economic flywheel. Sometimes it's a great dream and sometimes it's a nightmare, because like every other team, demand is always the bottleneck and demand is always a problem. So you always have to think about, okay, well, first I got to secure the demand. That's going to make keep my supply happy. And then I have to think about, okay, how else can I push this demand further? What else does this demand unlock? So for us, obviously, the biggest form of demand is networks and proving rollups, right, as I mentioned. Securing as many rollups as possible, or securing the best quality rollups, that's in my case, because quality is well over quantity, is very key. And then how do I create, again, tooling that all of these rollups can essentially use? So this is where zkInterop comes in. How do I create tooling that all of these rollups can essentially use so that devs will want to come and just deploy an application on Boundless, and they can access all of these networks from day one? So that's how I'm thinking about it. How do I fix my cold start problem? And then how do I stretch my demand problem so that it actually applies to applications in the long run? I think that's very key for me. That's kind of the fundamental pieces that I'm using. And from there on, we're also then thinking about the economics of it all. How do we make it viable? How do we who do we partner up with to sell it?
Yeah.
Having really key distribution partners is very, very important. Having partners who are specialized than us in like smart contract development, right? Or even in other networks, and understanding other networks really well is very, very important. We're experts in ZK, but we're not the experts in everything. And so finding those complementary partners who are also going to help us scale once we have those quality networks in place to prove the entire economic flywheel is very key. And so that's how we're kind of thinking about it from like, you know, playbook rule number one.
It sounds like pragmatically you've got it under control. One last one for you, Mash. What are you particularly excited about and bullish on, and what are you bearish or fearful about?
Oh my God, bearish. I'm not too bearish on too many things. I'm bullish on so much. I think we have so much momentum, like as an industry. I definitely sense that there is a little bit of apprehension. You know, from like some of the banks that are coming in, and a little bit of the you know, like the institutional side. But it's also really great because I think that yes, we've like from day one we've like gone out to build like a lot of important like trustless infrastructure, but the financial industry is like starting to trust us, and I think that that's very key. I also think what's going to be very important is that for us to also introduce in Boundless to the industry is this idea and this cultural mind shift around security. So security has always been like something that everyone like talks about with a lot of grandiose and a lot of like importance. But when it comes to decision making, a lot of teams don't actually make the most, don't base their decisions on like security. Right. You know, a lot of teams are still relying on multi-sigs. They're still relying on these trusted oracles. Now that financial institutions are coming into place, security is going to be highly, highly important for them. Privacy of inputs is going to be highly, highly important with them. We're actually already working with a bunch of, you know, institutional folks like Libra Capital who are using our ZKVM in private mode to prove and verify their assets on chain. But there's also going to be a lot of teams that don't want to just, you know, do it in private mode. They're going to want to interact with EVM and even like Hyperliquid or hyper EVM while keeping their inputs private and, you know, engaging in trustless and decentralized tech. So I'm very excited and bullish on kind of this idea of the financial institutions coming in and upholding the narrative of security. And I think this is where ZK is really going to find its place. And it's really going to be able to, you know, proliferate and proliferate in that decision making, that practical decision making. Yeah. And I also think this is going to be the key as to why ZK Interop is going to be very important. You know, you have teams like Wormhole with the Ripple announcement, which is an amazing win for them. They're also working with amazing, you know, institutional partners like Securitize and BlackRock. All of these teams, eventually down the line, are really going to have to care about the security and the trustlessness of the infrastructure that they're engaging with. And this is really where ZK Interop meets them where they are. Yeah. And so that's what I'm super bullish on.
I got one more question for you.
Yeah,
and
totally.
It's sort of on, it's on this topic, but also on the ecosystem. And that's around verifiable work, right? That you mentioned, but also it seems bigger than just that. It seems like the entire export of our industry is verifiability.
Oh, totally. Yeah,
Like that is what like essentially all these teams are sort of exporting to the outside world. A team in the ecosystem, EigenLayer, they recently announced the verifiable cloud.
Yeah.
Right. And so, as I understand it, you guys are helping verify the slashing table, like the matrix of all the balances of ETH that's restaked in all the accounts. And I had a podcast with Jeremy and Sriram about this, and it was a fascinating conversation. And so I'm curious, you know, would you say that like as you're helping some of these partners, you guys are really helping to push the verifiability of this space, and this is the main export of our industry, and you guys are very key players in this. Do you see another key export that we're sort of the product or service that we're providing to these financial institutions, gaming companies? Is this the main innovation here, or do you see maybe there's something else that's complementing
I think
it?
verifiability is going to be the backbone, right? I think it's great if it is the export, and I think we as an industry, specifically on the infra side, I'm really glad that we're all coming together on this one notion that yes, we as an industry have to work together to make sure all layers of the stack is verifiable, from the cloud to the compute to the execution, right, to where the proofs live, all of that. And I think that's awesome. But ultimately, that's just the backbone. I think for me, and I'm biased because I have a relatively consumer background. You know, my partner works in the consumer space, and I've just seen it firsthand, like how hard it is for these devs to kind of build a product that really uses crypto to its maximum potential. Find PMF, because again, they have this prioritization problem. So yes, verifiability is like one of those key things, but I think what we're really all of us as an industry, from bridge providers to networks to infra providers, what we're all really trying to unlock is a unified interface for developers to just deploy once and be everywhere and use crypto as a back-end rails like very easily. Yeah. And I think that that's really what we're trying to do at Boundless too. You know, the fact that our verification is everywhere is because we want developers to just deploy once on Boundless and not to worry about their TAM, not worry about, you know, oh my God, do I focus on Arbitrum, or do I focus on Base, or do I focus on Solana? It's like, cool, what if you focused on Base and you were live on Solana from day one too, and you were live on Arbitrum from day one too? I think like there needs to be, I think sometimes like when you're in the infra bubble, you lose kind of touch as to like what your users really care about. Our users are not end users, our users are developers. Right. And so what are the problems that they're facing on a day-to-day basis? What are the prioritization issues and frameworks that they have to go through every single day? And how do we make that easier for them? Obviously, like as I mentioned, the tooling that we are doing to basically execute a lot of this, you know, complex logic off-chain, bring it on-chain, is a key piece. The verifier contracts that we're doing is a key piece. And now it's all about, okay, well then what does this post-interop world look like? What does the post-interop unified interface look like? How does that even feel for the developer? How seamless does it feel? I think that's going to be the main export. I think we want developers to feel empowered to build global applications that are verifiable from the get-go, from day one. And they don't have to think about whether it's verifiable or not, but we're powering it. Right. You know? Yeah. And I think that would be the future that I'm really excited to build.
Well, I think the whole ecosystem is about to get verified the next 2-3 weeks. So I know you've got a lot on your plate. You're busy now.
We're busy.
We'll let you go. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
It's been a
so
pleasure
much
to meet
fun.
you and chat.
Thank you.
I will see you
Thanks
soon.
for coming on.
Thank you.
Absolute pleasure.
Are you verified, Rob?
Wait.
I feel boundless.
Well, can I get you guys some?
Yeah. Come on.
You need some like strawberries, raspberries,
Something like that.
blueberries, something like that.
Up next, we got Daryl, head of special projects, Layer Zero. He's going to join us today. I'm going to talk to him about just anything but infra, deep.
Anything but infra.
I'm going to ask him what he thinks about Coin, Circle, the market, and beyond. We're going to get him up here. Make sure he's taken care of and ready to go.
Come on up, Daryl. Yeah, join the party. I think Masha's gonna give us a gift here. But
what's up, man?
To the show, Daryl.
All right, Daryl.
Good to see you.
First question for you.
Okay. Pump all the hype backs.
Coinbase is pumping today. Circle is down. Is there a real rotation between Circle investors into Coinbase after they've realized that Coinbase is getting over 50% of the revenue from USDC?
I'm pretty sure like every single person looking into like the Circle IPO was like, this is good, like a super bullish case for Coinbase.
Yes.
And then every single tweet I've seen about Circle has just been like how overvalued it is and how much you want to short it. Which brings up an interesting point, whereas like we've seen people in like crypto talking about like how they want to open access to like, equities, but then they didn't actually allow, like I couldn't find like a very liquid market to short Circle, and it was like really hard to like find that. So I spent like a day just like looking how to short, and then I couldn't open like a large position either. So like seeing that like come back to life is like, okay, like it makes me also, okay, when I was looking at Circle the other day and it's like almost $290, I was just like, okay, does this mean like every other like DeFi asset that we know that's like touches like that has like real world revenues or like much like capital efficiencies, would that be like undervalued then? So we look at like Ethena, we look at like everything else that's like working on like different stable coins that had yield bearing or like distribution potential. That's like, okay, is there's a world where like TradFi is like really horny, I guess, for like stablecoin exposure.
I think they were.
Yeah.
I mean, like that thing went crazy from the launch.
It was like $31 to like 290. I don't know what's the peak.
Yeah. Interesting. Are you still super bullish on hype here at like 38, 40?
Yeah, I think it's like over past few like since the start of the even before the launch of hype, like the hype token, like using the platform myself, I was like, okay, this is a team that gets traders that knows like exactly what's the trade-offs they want to make to get like a better UX. They had like no fees, they had like prioritized cancels, and they made, even for like the points programs, it was like perfectly designed to like get the best distribution, and they were very like, and then once the token launched, for example, it was like, okay, we have all these fees that we generate from like perpetual trading, and then all the trading fees. That's like millions of dollars a day, and then it's buying back the token. So like and basically perpetual as a business, perpetual trading is as business like, it's like you thrive off volatility. Like if markets are up, your volumes are like insanely up, and markets are down, like you get insane amount of like volume from like all the liquidations as well.
Yeah.
So like very much like it's like one of the most like cleanest implementations of like tokenomics I've seen, and it's like I think as the market continues, like they've just like dominated the market share, but then also like now we see more and more competitors come into the market, where it's like they're launching like hyperliquid, like perpetual style exchanges. So you see a few people just try to like farm the new exchanges.
Yeah, like lighter, right?
Yeah, like lighter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But you also see like so it's one of the few like protocols that I've seen that's just like expanded the whole market share as a whole. It made it success. Like usually you see like people cannibalizing each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw a tweet that was like, why don't other teams try to like, copy what like the tokenomics and stuff as well?
I don't think it's just tokenomics though. I think it's like the product as well, and it's also like the fact that Jeff, for example, is like very clear that okay, I'm not gonna sell any tokens to any market makers, any investors. Like anyone who wants the token has to like buy it or have used the platform before the token drop. So it's very much like equal opportunity for anyone.
Yeah.
Like anyone could have like bought the tokens when the token came out. Like anyone could have seen, like for example, like okay, there's like a literal fund buying, like it's literal like Hyperliquid itself is like literally buying back tokens every day.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like
it's a nice flywheel.
I think it's an extremely nice flywheel. They've bought back like I think 7.5% of security supply already, and it's been less than a year. And when I talked
how much percent?
7.5% of security supply.
They bought back.
They bought back.
And they just hold it, right?
Yeah, they just hold
like
it.
Their treasury.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like I think I've seen, for example, like it's just very clean.
Yeah.
Like you can't, people make the take that okay, I can copy the tokenomics, I can copy the point schedule, but it's not like that. I think it's like they've just done really well, and like you've seen like the team, you give confidence in the team.
What happens when there's no more supply for them to buy?
Then they go. What happens when there's no more bitcoins to go buy? I guess.
Yeah.
Same question. It goes to like
somebody was saying that like at a certain amount of volume per day, at a certain price, it's like it gets crazy. But that's like very toppy and very like bull signally. Like I don't know. I think there's gonna be a good like exit signal on hype when it's doing relatively like if it, and it's something, this is not my opinion, it's something that I heard, but if it tops Binance in like 24-hour perps volumes or something or trading volume, that's like it's like a pretty good like but maybe not, maybe it's not an exit signal, but that's a pretty good sign of like okay.
Yeah, I think valuations wise, like if I look at it like purely from like example, like okay, like we've always had like a higher premium, so like valuations compared to in crypto compared to like traditional markets.
Yeah, of course.
Like Circle, Coinbase, they're all, and like you compare that valuation, like okay, Hyperliquid is at $40 billion valuation, like fully diluted, and Robinhood's like what, like 80, 100 mil, I think, I'm not too sure, but that's like 2x.
Yeah.
But we also have like much more capital efficiency and much more like clarity with like the revenue buybacks. Because I think Robinhood made like $1 billion last year. Hyperliquid has made like $500-600 million like in the past 6 months.
Yeah.
So on track to do the same.
Yeah.
How do you think about like not just in the liquid market but like exit strategy in general? Like you've done some private market investing, angel investing.
Yeah.
Us too.
Yeah.
And so we did most of our angel investing 18 months to like 6 months ago, and
Yeah.
it sort of slowed down in the last 6
Yeah.
months, right? And most of these cliffs are like a year after token
Yeah.
generation.
Yeah.
And so most of these have not even launched a token,
Yeah.
right? So there's very
Yeah.
few that have
Yeah.
and are starting to
Yeah.
approach the
Yeah.
cliff.
That's
So how do you-
classic, right?
so
Yeah.
how do you, once you start to see, these liquidity generation events, is
Yeah.
it like, take you're probably not selling as soon as you get
Yeah.
the ability to, how do you make sure that you're not selling, the company that's going to survive the next 20, 25 years, the next Apple, the next,
Okay.
right, Amazon? Like, if you angel invest, these are once in a lifetime investment opportunities. How do you judge, like, okay, this company's going to be around a long time, I'm going to hold it for a very long time horizon,
Okay.
and then generally like an exit strategy along with that?
Okay. So there's a few like different questions here. Like one is like how do I exit? I guess like how do I evaluate companies that has like long-term hold potentials? And it's like okay, like I work at Layer Zero, for example, and I was an early investor back then, and the way I look at it today is like, okay, this is you. Whenever I'm doing like a venture style investment, I look at it like in like 3 buckets broadly. It's like one is like who's the team, what have they done previously, and how are they best positioned to like target the market that they want to go for today. What's the product they're building, whether it's like a huge enough TAM, whether it's like one winner-take-all solution market, or like whether there can be like a few dominant players. And then after that, I see like basically when we invest in seed, we are accepting the illiquidity for like years. We are happy to like, wait it out. And like it's really much like I want to bet on this founder, and I want to be able to get there on like ground zero, but I also fully accept that it's going to go to the zero. I've had like 70% of like my venture investments just like never do a TGE, and it's been years.
Yeah,
and
man.
it's or even when they do a TGE, it's like straight zero.
I kept
So-
seeing tweets like
yeah.
that, like, I did 50 deals, 36 of them
Yeah.
haven't even launched a token yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And it's like at this point I write it off, but I also think like okay, there are some winners that it's like there are some winners that have basically gone like all the way like 10, 100 X's, but then at the same time it's like when we did a valuation, it's like not, it wasn't like large checks also as well.
Right.
So it's like so even when you want to exit, like, okay, when you want to exit that position, you can also go to like market makers and like do
Yeah.
like you can arrange for like a TWAP or sell around them. Like you shouldn't be like full stack Hitlering it. I guess like they shouldn't be selling it immediately. But it's like, yeah, when I look at like, for example, like the Amazon IPO or like traditional tech stock investments,
Right.
like all these companies were like doing like much lower volumes or like much lower revenues. But if you held that like Amazon IPO
Yeah, for
or
like
like
20
held
years,
Google, yeah,
25 years.
like it's just like,
But is that the same
Yeah.
for like crypto assets, right? Is
Yeah.
it the
It's-
same? Like should we be thinking about like, oh, you invest in, maybe you did like Athena or something?
Yeah.
Is Athena a 20-year project that like, if you did that like the angel round, but 4 years after you
Yeah.
were unlocked, and you exited,
Yeah.
then you look back in 15 years and you're like, why the fuck did I exit? I was so
Yeah.
early to like the next revolution.
so
of-
then, yeah,
know
then
what I
it
mean?
becomes like, I guess like for me, it's always been like personally, like, do I need this money today?
yeah.
Am I
Or
like,
just keep
Okay.
a moon
Yeah.
bag, right?
I keep a moon bag. It's like always like what I tell people. It's just like
Yeah.
it's also like to me it's like my life does not materially change if I sell
Yeah.
like one bag.
Yeah.
And it's like if I see like fundamentals have only improved like throughout the time that I'm holding that asset.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
for example, like we see like Ethena or like so many teams today like raise a bunch of money, like in our later stages. Like I think A16Z has bought like tokens in EigenLayer or like Layer Zero and
Yep.
like and a few other companies. They've doubled down on their investment literally.
Right.
So essentially they've seen that like all these teams have like shipped much more, have like dominated market share, and like they believe that these teams will like continue dominating for the next few years.
Yeah.
So that's always been like the way I think about it is like I think a lot of people confuse seed investing like okay, these guys get in really cheap, but at the same time like anyone could also like double down or like increase exposure over time.
Right.
I've heard like stories where like Masa like he completely missed like Nvidia, but then after that he just like bought like much he aped into like OpenAI and stuff. So he learned all that stories.
Yeah, of
And
course.
It's like it's always about like how much do you learn from like all these trading investments mistakes as well.
Yeah. Where do you think we are in the cycle right now? And like, do you
Like-
think we are in like a like 4-year cycle type of thing? Like,
I don't believe in the 4-year cycle anymore.
okay,
After-
but
like,
where
I
are
think-
we at in like the speculative cycle then?
Okay.
Because there's going to like, okay, then yeah, where are we at? Yeah, I'm just curious.
So the way I look at it is really like how people think about the market. Like I think like for us, we've always had like two lenses. One is like a trader perspective and one is like the builder perspective. And like the way that I see like traders today is like they are a lot more like, okay, this is like the boring cycle where it's like we've had the president literally change the whole regime and like be extremely bullish about crypto, made it like super easy for any businesses to build in the US. And that's like the most bullish like regulatory change that could have happened for crypto. And so now we see like all these institutions, like I see like stablecoins announcements every single day from like companies I've heard of like 10 years ago. Like Bridge launched their own stablecoin, Visa, MasterCard, they're launching stablecoins. It's like all these companies are coming into crypto. But it's like, what does it mean for like the enthusiasts? What does it mean for like the hobbyists? Like,
right, because it feels like that's a top signal.
It feels, I wouldn't say it's a top signal, but I'll say like things are gonna be like a lot more like formalized.
Yeah.
And things are gonna be a lot more slower. It's gonna be like a lot more like corporate. And it's like, for us, like I don't know, like we were like kids getting into, we were like college kids getting into crypto. We were like the ones that we want to like redesign the whole like financial economy. We want to like fuck around and find out basically. Yeah. We want to we want to be able to like send money anywhere to like buy like CS:GO skins. Like we didn't care about all that stuff. So like when you see that, so then it's gonna be like obviously a huge influx of people that had like no exposure to this prior, and they were like completely missed out like the 7-year history of like crypto. But it's also like we reach much more people that way. I think there was a talk yesterday, DeFi Renaissance, where they were talking about like we spent the past 5 years maximizing like decentralization, really opening up the floor for like all DeFi infrastructure to be used everywhere. But then like all the retail is like, why do I need like so many wallets? Why do I need like what are these chains? Like all these stuff is like super max confusing. So I think like we are making like on a builder's perspective, we are making like really, really good changes to like have crypto in the hands of anyone.
Yeah.
And I think it's a time where it's like we have like the best possible like environment for like a builder. Yeah.
One way to think about it maybe is like the way I'm thinking about it is like you're adding liquidity at the top. Like you kind of like had a low liquidity environment. It was almost like crypto anarchist. It was like still very volatile. And then, you know, we sort of had a you know, Bitcoin is still around all-time highs. Altcoins, you know, are doing what they're doing. And it's like all of this new adoption came into the space. It helped kind of stabilize things right where they are right now. Yeah. And so I think we may see less volatility as we progress.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think we see much more less volatility, but we also see like, I think like in what you're trying to allude to is like the market cycles where it's like you go really, really high up and then it's like peak speculation and then you go down a bit, but then there you make a new low. I think that's like what you want as well. It's like you want to make like a new like a higher low than before of like adoption. People who have used cryptocurrency, people who understand like what's the benefits. People who have like actually like show like we have like much more applications today, where I can show people like, hey, this is how you can onboard into crypto in like 30 seconds. Yeah. And that's like I think powerful. Yeah.
I'm curious what you think about Celestia. Okay. And the reason I ask is because you mentioned some of these VCs are doubling down. Yeah. And I haven't heard that about Celestia, and I'm curious why you think that might be.
Okay, so I think like Celestia did a few things right for like in the initial stages. Like for like VCs, for example, it's like what I want to fund is like net new ideas that open up a new opportunity and a new market. And Celestia was like basically the only player that was like, I'm going to build a whole data availability solution that's like modular. And it's like when as like a VC investor, you're like, okay, this is like actually a new idea. It's a really, really solid team. Like, why not back this? So everyone's like happy to invest in that round. And then like 3 years later down the road, you're like, okay, how much adoption has that been? Like how many applications are using Celestia today? How much like, I guess how much data storage is actually stored? How much data is actually stored? It's also like how much volume that you need to do like to maintain a network of that size. I think like most people today is like we look at like a lot of like revenue plays, but then like obviously revenues are gonna be dominated by like applications, right? You have like MakerDAO, Hyperliquid. They're all like dominating in pure revenue that they generate. EtherFi, all of our DeFi stuff. Which is basically like they earn revenues from like the swap fees, the interest fees, right. And like for networks like Celestia or even like Layer 0 as well, it's like we earn fees as well, but like it's
more of a growth adoption
model. It's more of like a growth tech stock model. So basically, as I look at like for example, like Amazon spent like 30 years building out like all the distribution, and like even like for example like subways, like they take like 10-20 years to be built out, but now you see like millions of people go through them every day. Right. So I think like it's one of those cases where it's like you're gonna look at it like. I think like the price is like beaten down for sure for like Celestia.
Yeah, on pretty much all the VC coins. Celestia gets the worst hate of it all though.
Yeah, I think it's like I think Celestia got the most hate because like all the staking rewards as well.
Yeah.
Like people were able to stake, which did create like a whole trend where it's like, should VCs or like locked people be allowed to like stake their coins and sell it indiscriminately?
Yeah.
Like we see, and that was a good like discussion to come out. Whereas like now, I don't see most teams doing that anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is much better for like the retail entrants when they come in. They know that everyone else, they know that they are the ones that are getting the staking rewards alone, and they won't be like indiscriminately dumped on. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the cohort of VCs and angel investors from like 17, 18, 19, 20 had a much easier run than like the current cohort of like, but also at the same time, there's
But like also you also have like the current cohort like 𝘰𝘠𝘧𝘗, for example.
right,
like,
of course, and like these winning DeFi companies,
yeah,
and then like all these new founders coming in from Web 2 and like.
But I also think like
TradFi.
𝘰𝘠𝘧𝘗 was a good example, where it's like 𝘰𝘠𝘧𝘗 was the first echo round, where it's like anyone could invest
that
in it
was like the
publicly,
big thing as well.
which was
there.
a big thing. Like every single person could like invest in 𝘰𝘠𝘧𝘗 through the echo round, which is like a public crowd sale of sorts.
Yeah.
And that basically opened up the door for like a lot of people to like enter at like ground zero.
Yeah.
And now 𝘰𝘠𝘧𝘗 is like $5-6 billion valuation, so that's an insane win for them. I missed out on that one.
Yeah, dude, how do you think about like the actual multi-cycle of tokens, right? So like you look at like Ethereum that started at like whatever the ICO price. I think it went up to like a couple $100, had a hack, went back down to, or like went to like $30, back down to like 5 or 6, kind of based out. Then in the next run went to 1,200 in 2017, back to 80. 5K in 21, back to 1,000. Now, like, it could go up again or down, whatever. BTC, same thing. Sol, same thing. Like, do you expect a lot of these other tokens to have these types of like multi-cycle performance, like up and to the right, or like are those like special snowflakes, and you kind of see, like basically what I'm trying to get at is how are we supposed to be thinking about these networks in like a 10-year time horizon from like an investor's perspective with these large cycles?
I think first of all, I think most alts are going to zero.
Okay.
Like I think
so like that's not going to be the case for a lot of these.
For a lot of these things they're not going to maintain like up and to the right. I think for all the cases that you mentioned, like all these teams, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, I can go at them at case by case basis. So Bitcoin, you always had the clear narrative of like this is like digital gold, and like Ethereum, for example, was like the initial stages, like the only smart contract platform you could do.
Yeah.
That you could build on like applications, you could build like, and then it was like the most resilient and like most open developer community back then, and you had like so many like innovations come out from like, Ethereum that people then replicated on like all the other chains, but Ethereum was always like the main value storage like layer. Like I think even today you still have like most of the TVL of DeFi still on Ethereum.
Yeah.
And then Solana, for example, came out later on, and Solana had like a really big push towards like trying and break things really fast. So trying new things that was like very much like consumer focused, very much like product focused. And that's like where like Ethereum diverged from like Solana, because Ethereum went more into like the research route. Like how do you do ZK? How do you like scale up L2s? And like Solana has always been like, we are engineers. We know exactly like what's the theoretical limit, what's the actual limit, practical limit, and we're gonna push that to its absolute limit.
Yeah.
And like you had all the other engineers who are familiar with the code base, like Rust and everything. They came in. They're like, okay, this is a system that we actually believe in and we actually like can push hard on. Yeah. And that's like why it got like so much adoption as well. Like, and that's why like everyone started building like all the consumer friendly apps.
Yeah.
So I think that's like. And like most other meme coins or most other like alts, they don't have like, they need to like have like three things, I guess. Like one is like the narrative around them, like whether it like fits the test of time. Because I've seen like so many flashes in the pans where it's like you are like the next big thing for like 2 months. Yeah. And then it goes to zero.
That happens to a lot of these things. Yeah.
So it's like you have to like really think about like the longevity of like how you think about like your system or your network or your application. Like what is it I can build today that can like last for like 5-10 years?
So then on that note, are you bullish or bearish? Pump.fund ICO, $4 billion FTV, trying to raise $1 billion. Is that something that's exciting to you, or is that just not going to happen?
You mean not gonna happen? We're like buying it?
Yeah, like cop or drop, not financial advice.
Not financial advice. So to me, it's like I look at like launchpads as it's like, okay, Pump.fund like by far has been like one of the most profitable applications in crypto. Like they've made like I don't know $700 million in past few years of existence, and the way I would look at it is like kind of boring. Where it's like I could look at the trend of like pump fund launches the past few months, and it's been like slowly decreasing over time. I look at, for example, like all the meme coins that have graduated, and how much volumes they've been doing, or how high they've reached. Not really, but you can argue that like pump fund, when it launches a token, that's gonna be a huge capital injection.
Yeah.
They're gonna be able to do like all kinds of crazy shit. They are able to like, at $1 billion raise, you can buy anything you want.
Yeah.
And you can buy teams, you can buy a wallet, you can buy products, you can build a whole ecosystem.
Yeah.
And like they've really gone the route to like, okay, now we have like live streams. You want to like have the retail friendly crowd coming in, and I think like that's not something to fade.
No.
But I'm probably not gonna trade this. I think like one thing about crypto traders, or like it's like it's the same like poker, where you can actually decide to like fold your chips.
Yeah.
And not make a trade. Like
Right.
I'm just gonna watch from the sidelines for this one. I'm just
Right.
like I'm very curious to see how it plays out, because like I haven't seen a race of that size ever, I think, in crypto. And like usually like, for large races you have like much more people, like you have like all the liquidity gets sucked out and it's a drain, and then it's just like quiet and boring for a while.
Yeah.
So I'm like very curious to see what happens.
So Polymarket is
Yeah.
raising $200 million at a $1 billion valuation, right?
Yep.
Now, on the face of it, I'm way more bullish on Polymarket at $1 billion than Pump Fund at $4 billion, right?
Okay.
But Polymarket's not. They're raising an equity round. They're not raising a token.
Yep.
So, like, again, same question, but to
Okay.
Polymarket, bullish or
Okay.
bearish at a $1 billion valuation?
Probably bullish.
Yeah.
Probably bullish. I think it's like the valuation, if purely compared to Pump Fund, like, we basically have like, I think prediction markets have always been like one of those like, okay, what are the markets that actually would get a lot of volume? Like a lot of people were thinking that after the elections is done, that's it for Polymarket's volume. But they've really managed to like carve out a niche where it's like you're betting on political events, you're betting on like wars, you're betting on like sports events as well.
Yeah.
And like those are things that most people would be like naturally flock to, or like naturally understand. I can like easily go up to you and be like, okay, who do you think is gonna win the game, the NBA finals tonight? Or like, and we understand that like intuitively.
Yeah.
So there's a much better market for that. And it's like for like Pump Fund, for example, you're explaining to someone like, okay, Pump Fund is like a meme coin launcher. Like, why would I buy a meme? Like, and then you have to explain. It's like much more harder to grasp.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It feels like a much much less intuitive form of tokenizing culture.
Yes, exactly.
Whereas Polymarket has been able to do that, and they've been able to almost become the source of truth. Pump Fund was almost trying to be the source of truth for a little while,
Yeah.
but I think they are still trying to do that, but they haven't had the same success.
I also like the fact that like for prediction markets, they have like a very set deadline or like time frame.
Yeah.
Like so you know exactly what you're getting into. You know exactly like how long this hype will last, and like when you can trade in and out of that. So like most meme coins, like people complain that they die, but that's like actually true for like all hype cycles, or like all hype, like everything about all the fads that we've seen over the past few years. Like they don't last long. They're like tokens aren't supposed to last long.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
What else are you looking at either in the private market or the liquid market right now that has caught your attention?
Let's see. I think like liquid market wise, it's been like there was like a thread from 𝘗𝘳𝘵 where 𝘗𝘳𝘵 has tweeted out like, okay, what are people interested in buying?
Yeah.
And it's like, what would you hold like other than like the majors and or hyperliquid?
Yeah.
And it's like pretty interesting to see like most of the answers were around like Aave, Maker,
Yeah.
or like all the revenue generating plays.
Right.
And that's basically like, okay, are we going into like the more fundamental investor approach? It's like, do fundamentals finally matter after like 7-10 years of like building in crypto?
Right.
Which is like an interesting perspective to like see. But then it becomes like if everyone's looking at this, then like all the alpha is like kind of gone.
Yeah.
So it's like if everyone's like thinking like this is like the next play. So that's gonna be always like, that's not like an area where I don't like to be like going into like super populated fields as well.
Right. Because you kind of want a contrarian opinion. That's where the edge is.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. Like, it, at least on the surface of it, it seems like it's been a fundamental season.
Yeah.
It's like kind of a bull market in pockets, right?
Which is actually like really good. Like this is what you were dreaming of like back then. It's like when like DeFi first started, that's what we were dreaming of. Like eventually all these things will have like huge like TVLs and huge like application usages. Like everything can be built on top of each other, and they made so much more sense.
Right.
It's like fundamentals would like just blow everything out of the water.
Yeah. Bitcoin, stable coins, revenue generating projects. These are all doing really, really well. Do you think there's going to come a time, maybe it's when monetary policy and macro is a little bit, cooler, or hotter, right? And they start lowering rates, they start, printing money again. ETH Bitcoin bottoms, altcoins outperform. Do you think we ever get like that outperformance above majors, above the fundamentals from coins that are further down the risk curve?
I would hope so, but at the same time, it's also like we've seen so much more coins launch.
Yeah.
Whereas like the magnitude has just been like 100 or 10, 50x larger than like all the previous years, and just only slowly increases. So there's only so much liquidity that you can see to come in.
Right.
So it's like, and it's also like dispersed towards like what's hot today.
Yeah.
Like I don't like, and that's why meme coins were really soaring in popularity. Like basically, nobody believed in like fundamentals like for a while, and everyone's just like, I'd rather just buy memes because it's funny and makes me laugh, and then everything gets ripped. Something that I could see that happening. Yeah.
How much? So you could see like alt season return, like meme coins rip, but
I guess like all season returns, but like for the newer vintages, always
the shiny
new coins, so like shiny new trends for the day. Like I think we saw that with like AI as well the past like year. Where like when AI started like. When OpenAI started being popular, like, everyone was trying to figure out like how does crypto AI, how does crypto AI work in a way, and like we still haven't figured this out. Like this is like still like open question, like how does crypto or AI intersect and like improve each other?
Yeah.
But like there was like insane mania around like all the AI agents, for example, and all the coins.
I still hear Mark Andreessen talking about this problem in AI with deepfakes and being able to authenticate a piece of media or content via blockchain, and Mark Andreessen, obviously A16Z, and Andreessen Horowitz, like just massive VC in both Web3 and Web2, continues to shill crypto and AI. He's obviously talking his book, but it's in a very specific topic and a very specific use case of the technology. And so is it, essentially the opinion here seems to be like, okay, 99% of this is grift, but you can see that there is one real, or a pretty specific set of really valuable applications in the crypto AI space.
Yeah, I actually agree with Mark. It's like I think like crypto is one of the only ways that you can like verify something is true and like have provenance history, and like actually, and like AI is like it's true. It's like I've seen so much like art generated from like AI now that I'm not sure whether it's real. I've seen like people generating videos now.
Videos too.
Like when are you guys gonna switch over to that?
I know, right?
Like you guys.
We're already trying to clone our voice for like reading ad reads.
Yeah.
You can like clone your voice and just have like these digital ad reads. So that's pretty trippy, but it's
like,
still not there yet. It's like close.
Like I imagine a world where it's like I could like just type out like a essay or paragraph, and then I could just be like, hey, I want like Robbie's hit to just like say this all out. And that. Like that would like save like a lot of people's time, but then also opens up the question like, can anyone like deepfake you? Like,
I know, right?
Well, you already see that with Joe Rogan, with Trump, right? Like people just type these prompts, and then next thing you know, it's like Trump talking about them rebirthing, dinosaurs to like patrol the border down south, right? It's like we're gonna have guys on pterodactyls and teeth, right? And they're, so that. There is a video that went viral of him talking about that. He obviously didn't actually say those things. Someone just typed it up, and then there's a deepfake video of him saying it. And so you can imagine this gets real trippy real fast, right? Like because there is the capability of doing that. It just hasn't gotten commoditized to the point where like it's really, really good and it's able for anyone to use. And so when it's inevitable that it happens. At that point, it's like, okay, we're really gonna have to think about, with all of this content in the Wild West, this reality that Mark Andreessen is talking about becomes even more important. The authentication of, right? Like, imagine there's someone that makes a deepfake of Andy and I or you, right? And shilling their project, right? And then all of a sudden it's like, that
wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Well, if it's a rug,
like, I think, like,
right, then it's like potentially really predatory, right? If they're if they're saying that like, these guys marketed it, it gets maybe some buyers and then people drain the liquidity. It's like, hey, we didn't do that, right?
Right. I got it.
So like that application becomes ever more important, and blockchain, right, is the technology to solve that.
Like I think they try to think back like previous examples, and like I go back to like Bitcoin, where for example, when Bitcoin was created, it's basically to like show that you had like programmable money that like a set issuance standard, set inflation standard.
Yeah.
And like that was like a way for like to us like counteract like banks printing money out in air.
Yeah.
So we knew this was real. We knew this was like we knew this was provably real. We could see everything that happened before in history, and like and the origins of it all. And that's like one of the innovations like crypto has like pioneered in a sense. So I really do see like a potential where like we pioneer like AI authentication or like AI verification.
Yeah.
And then you see like, for example, how do you scale that up in a way?
Yeah.
Like,
Daryl, man, we got to let you go.
yeah. Okay. No worries. Thank you so much for having
coming
me.
out and chatting today.
for having me.
I appreciate it, man. Have a good conference. Enjoy. That guy's awesome.
Daryl's the man.
Alrighty.
Great guy.
Up next, we've got Santi. He's here. Santi, we are ready when you are, brother. We're gonna get Santi up.
Pull the table a little bit.
We're
Sorry.
gonna
Give more space for you, man.
we'll do a little change here.
That's fine.
Let's see. Pull up your calendar real quick. And a little bit of a break.
Yeah,
We'll
not
go
much.
straight through. Okay.
Yes, sir. So we got Santi up next. Then we got Hasib coming, and then Hirsch. So it should be a good couple panels here. I had to run out. Had to go to the bathroom. Back now. Back in action. I got the pump that fun answer I was looking
Yeah,
for
you
there.
did. I think I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick before we get Santi up here.
Yeah, man. All right, guys. How we doing here today? Santi's coming up. All right, guys. We got. I'm gonna talk to Santi about his company Inversion, and the transition to being a builder, man.
Who knew, right? Where do you want me to sit?
Yeah, here's fine. Rob will come back in a sec. How are you, man?
Good to see you. I like the setup.
Appreciate it.
Are you based now here or spending most of your time?
Yeah. I moved here for the last 3-ish months. It was just a 3-month plan. We're live, by the way.
Oh, okay, great.
You're all good though. I'm actually like coming up on like the end of my trip, so
Where are you going next?
we're gonna go to ECC for Cannes,
Okay, yeah.
and then
I'll
from
be
there we'll see how it goes.
I love the nomadic life.
Yeah, man, you've been traveling quite a bit as well.
Not as much as you.
Yeah. How was the Avalanche Summit?
It's very good. You know, I've been to a few Avalanche conferences.
Yeah.
I think I went to one of the first ones in Barcelona.
Yeah.
It's just very serious people. You know,
Yeah.
like a lot of really good builders. Like not fluff at all. The venue was great.
Yeah.
We were the opening. I was the opening speaker, which was caught off guard. I was like, I thought Emin was going to open it. They're like, no, you're going to pitch Inversion. I'm like, oh, okay. But it was great. I mean, I really, I've been very, very impressed by the caliber of other ecosystems that I perhaps like was not paying enough attention to. You know, of course, I've gone deep into the Avalanche, working with them, tied to the hip, and Virgin will be an Avalanche L1. So
Yeah.
it's just very serious from I come from traditional finance, private equity, investment banking, JP Morgan. Like I'm dusting off like
come
suits.
on.
You know, it's like I come to these conferences and I spend most of my time not in crypto conferences.
Yeah.
But Avalanche is like the closest thing to like enterprise grade, the quality of the team.
Yeah.
And for us, it matters a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you finished the raise as of recent. I'm not sure if it's been announced.
It has not been announced.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I'm spilling the tea a bit. Otherwise, it's been a couple months now. Heads down, focus. You guys been hiring, doing a ton. I'm just curious, like, what's been your lifestyle change from like before starting Inversion to now, and like how have you been adapting to that?
Great question. I mean, it's not that dissimilar from investing. I mean, you are also an investor.
Yeah. Disclosure.
Especially when you're investing in early stage projects, the thing that you need to assess is try to get a gauge of like how good is the founder, and is he going to be able to inspire other people to join the team, and like if you're a venture capitalist, that's a skill set that you need to refine. Like you're reading people and you're assessing technical competence and leadership skills. And I think as a builder now, it's like going a step further because you get to do it. And I'm now in a position where I need to convince smarter people to join across many different areas. And it's so rewarding. I can't tell, I'm like addicted to now. I'm like, who else can I go out and sell on this idea and then have them join the team? And honestly, it's been so, hey, what's up, brother? It's so rewarding, because I mean, you're familiar. I mean, I don't need to rehash what we're trying to do at Inversion, but I think I wouldn't have left and put everything on the side to do this if the mission and the outcome could have a a massive impact in crypto. Yeah. And I think when the mission is such, I've been very inspired by the people that have reached out, folks that I'm like, this person is very comfortable in their role in crypto, outside of crypto, but the amount of applications that we've gotten, I think like one of our lead investor has a pretty big recruiting team, and they were like, we've never seen a startup get this amount of inbound from people, not just in crypto, but outside of crypto. Yeah. LinkedIn paused one of our posts because we posted that we're hiring 2 private equity associates. Yeah. And we got so much inbounds, I think 400 in the first hour. Yeah. They're like, they paused it.
They have to be a bot.
It truly, yeah. So all this to say is, I'm trying to build the most dense human capital organization. Yeah. And I'm addicted. I'm having time of my life because it's so inspiring. You know what I mean? It's like when I go back to certain moments of my career. It is incredibly empowering when someone that you admire comes to you and says, I believe in you. Yeah, and now it's the inverse, which is like people that I really respect, that I know have a high opportunity cost, are coming saying, you know what, I've been crypto curious, but this is the first thing that actually makes a lot of sense. And a lot of it is not just to what we're doing. I think the industry is at a point where it's like actually a very pivotal moment. Yeah. Regulations cleared up, the infrastructure's been developed. So I couldn't tell you that I'd be in the same position if I tried to do Inversion 4 years ago. Yeah. But timing is sometimes everything. Yeah.
How's the seeking for businesses going? This
Very
is like
active.
An investor update here. This is like a live investor. So what are you doing?
Well, not to leak too much alpha because we're obviously under NDA with all these businesses. I can tell you that I am working 100+ hour weeks, and I'm like grinding till 4 a.m. doing models and Excel junkie. It's like going back deja vu, like as if I were an analyst at JP Morgan, the investment bank, doing like leverage buyout models.
So how many like companies are you analyzing on a weekly basis? Would you say?
We have the interesting thing is we know what we want to buy. Okay. We don't know exactly the company. We have a list of companies that we like. But we've pressure tested the thesis so much that it allows us to do diligence very quickly in a particular company. Because we'll go in there and be like, we're looking for these very specific things. Yeah. And so it's very focused, and that allows us to, we're not a team of 100 people and consultants that like back in my day, like in private equity, like a large private equity fund has a massive army and consultants and advisors and all that. And look, we'll use them, but we are very focused and we know what we want to buy. Again, this crypto-enabled business transformation that allows us to very quickly spin up and go and like find the answer. Yeah. So we've looked at a number. We're very focused on Latin America, just because stablecoins are all the rage these days.
Yeah, I was gonna say the stablecoins must be enabling a lot of like the possibility here.
Exactly. Yeah. And so for us, like we have narrowed down the sector, the region. Now it's a question of negotiating terms, price, specific like company-specific elements, but we're busy.
Yeah. Okay, so a bit more broadly, Santi, how are you seeing the, like, let's just call it the non-Bitcoin Ethereum market right now, kind of like the token market? What are you seeing in the market from a investor perspective? From like, I keep kind of memeing around this revenue meta, but it's really just like this like idea of it feels like a lot of these assets are kind of moving towards like show me the money, productive. Like there's just a big shift in the mentality of investors, I think, in this space that has happened as a result of Hyperliquid or as a result of the new administration. Yeah. What are you seeing from your investors' lens in the market now? And it's quite a broad question, so feel free to kind of take it wherever.
Yeah, I touched on it a little bit in the roundup that we did live. Yeah. Look, you have Circle, and Circle's done a 10x since it IPO'd.
Yeah.
Mind you, this was right before the IPO. People were saying it's not going to go public. The IPO is bought. It's going to get acquired by less than $6 billion. It's going to get acquired by 3. It's going to trade down. And here we are in a state of the world where Circle is at 300.
Yeah.
It's done a 10x.
Yeah.
And I think that's very indicative of like people outside of crypto traditionally have been wanting to express a long thesis on crypto and then particularly stablecoin adoption. They haven't been able to do that, and a lot of these allocators don't want to touch a token. So when Circle comes along, it's an easy buy for them. It's an easy way to go to their PM or go to their CEO and say, hey, listen, if you're sitting at a hedge fund, you're like, this is the cleanest way to express a view in the public markets. And of course, Coinbase has caught a bid. You now have 10 other probably companies that are private and are going to go public. Chain analysis of the world. Yeah. So it's an interesting game because like it's a liquidity flow. It's like we've been in a position where, to your point, very few assets have really performed. In this cycle, if you weren't allocated to Hyperliquid, Solana, Fartcoin, and some derivatives, like and Bitcoin primarily, you would have vastly underperformed.
Yeah.
And it all comes down to where the flow is going, right? Hyperliquid, very clear. They've really positioned themselves as capturing like on-chain perps. And they've actually done a phenomenal job, and they have the burn mechanism. Like, people get that very clear. It's an easy, clean story. So the question is, like, where do the next, if 100 billion, 500 billion of flows are going to come into crypto, where is that going to get allocated? I think different than other cycles, now you have more and more instruments that investors can express a long crypto view.
Yeah,
you have ETFs.
Bitcoin treasury companies.
You have
as
Bitcoin
well.
treasury companies.
Yeah.
You have Coinbase, Circle, Robinhood, Nubanks.
Yeah.
So does that mean that tokens are not going to catch a bid? I don't know. I mean, I think there's a time and a place for people at some point in the cycle, they express and go farther and farther out in the risk curve. But you guys know this game better than anyone. It's like human psychology at the end of the day does not change.
Yeah.
People that miss Bitcoin are going to buy Hyperliquid. People that miss Hyperliquid are going to do something else. People that miss Circle are going to buy something else. And so markets are incredibly psychological environments. And so that dynamic never changes. Yeah. So I'm not here to tell you that Bitcoin dominance is going to go above 70%. At some point, these things do catch a bid.
Yeah.
The thing is the nuance, right? And also, I think, like, if you've been in crypto for more than a couple of years, and you're now bearish or thinking that like tokens are dead, well, you have, to your point, regulatory environment clearing up.
Yep.
You have the ability to now like truly call perhaps these tokens as they are. You have the token transparency thing, which I think is going to be important.
Yep.
And so this gap that you've had of like governance tokens dancing around securities laws, I think that largely goes away. And like, again, draw a comparison. Circle, Maker, Coinbase, Uniswap, Hyperliquid, Binance, and all the other exchanges. At some point, the market wakes up and says, oh, wait a minute, there's this thing called Circle, and then there's a thing called Maker that is pound for pound a better business model, has 1/100th of the employees. Like, you know how many engineers Hyperliquid has?
I think they have like less than 20.
Like 10 or 12.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And to that same point, Tether is now the most efficient bank in the world.
Correct.
They have a number of employees. It's much less because they don't have to adhere to some regulation that requires them to hire 300,000 employees like JP Morgan. And yet, by deposits and reserves, all reserves, right? But the 8th or 9th largest bank in the world.
Yeah, no, it's wild. Crypto-enabled businesses. You're going to hear more of that.
Yeah. Yeah, and just thinking about it as businesses, actually, right? And less so about just kind of like token creation companies or something like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, people are still caught up in the meta of like Bitcoin and wrapping their head around what this is. But, Robinhood has caught a very interesting bid.
Yeah.
Vlad, the CEO, keeps talking about like how his business is structurally more efficient on the crypto side than the traditional brokerage side. I think the market now is increasingly understanding that crypto is, Bitcoin is interesting social experiment, but this space offers so much more that I'll go as far as saying that more value will be created by companies that come into crypto because they see an opportunity to leverage this technology to cut some costs in their P&L. You know, if you're a Google or if you're a company that is paying some service provider, Web 2 company for data, and you can say, oh, I can use HiveMapper for location data, or GeoNet, or I can use Helium as a network to buy spectrum costs.
The problem with these DeepIn things, though, is that their tokenomics have been just really bad, and that's like the biggest criticism.
Correct. I don't disagree with you that. But again, it all comes down to if a network catches a lot of demand,
you can then turn something around, right?
Yeah. Look at something like Helium, right?
And they have 1 million daily active users.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And so that token model clearly works. I think it's not just DeepIn projects that have faulty tokenomics. It's most token projects that have faulty tokenomics.
I'd be curious to get your guys' perspective, but like, there are a lot of tokenomics that were codified in a world where there is a very different regulatory environment, and so it warrants like, if it's a good product, then you could probably restructure the tokenomics to some degree. But again, it all is, do you believe that this project actually is real demand? And I think some of these projects are actually getting real demand from real companies that are saying, hey, listen, this is a good network, it produces data that is reliable and it's a fraction of the cost. Tell me why, reasonably speaking, you wouldn't adopt it. And HiveMapper has mapped a third of the world roads. The data is reliable, is up to date. It's community-owned network. It is landing Fortune 500, Fortune 50 companies every other week.
One kind of more investing question here, and then we'll let you go in a sec, is that we've focused a ton on like angel and kind of like private stuff for the last like 2-ish years, allocated a lot through our fund. Now we've been really just kind of like really picky on the private side, and like very focused on maximizing the liquid side, as we feel that we're like beyond mid-cycle per se, whether you agree we're in a cycle for multiple years or not. I'm curious, like through your investing journey through different cycles, how you've like managed the thought process of allocating between like liquid markets and private markets, and like if there's like a model that you've had to like slow down or ramp up, or if it's really just like project and founder based. Just kind of like maybe help us understand a bit how you think about those two parts of your portfolio, and like kind of how the timing of basically where we are in different speculative periods affects how you allocate.
I don't change my investing framework based on market conditions. I do. It is some of it is informed, but like if I see public like liquid stuff be totally neglected, then I think the risk trade-off at some point you're like, oh well, I like this project. Why wouldn't I like allocate it to it? I mean, at the end of the day, all of these are early stage projects. So I just come at it from that standpoint. Some have marginally more liquidity than others, which again, I invert and say, okay, as an investor, where I've made the most amount of mistakes is where I've over allocated or don't have cash flow or don't have the opportunity to invest. And so when you go too far in the spectrum of investing only in privates, and if you invest the $100 that you have into privates, you should be prepared to like hold that position for the next 10 years as is traditional venture. Now, crypto is one of those liquid venture asset classes where you can have a token and whatnot. But I think going into an investment, if you're going to do privates, it's like probably isn't 100%. For me, it's always been a disproportionately high percentage of my portfolio because I feel that's where I have an edge. I've cultivated relationships with founders. I like to be one of the first investors in projects, and I go in there saying, probabilistically, it will likely not work out, but if it works out, it has sort of a power law distribution. But managing cash flow is super important. Why? Because the worst mistakes I've done are when I feel the crunch. Everything goes down, and look, no one has ever complained that they've had excess liquidity to deploy when everyone is scared. And I think the best investors, like categorically, throughout the history of finance, have been ones where have been incredibly patient and have waited for the market to come to them. The problem is, like, everyone has anxiety holding cash. You want to deploy it.
You feel unproductive, right?
But now that's been the biggest upgrade that I've done, which is I still very much love meeting early founders, being one of the first believers. It's just I like it. It's inspiring. If I can be a part of the journey of like believing them early on, all the better. But I guess I've been in a position where I've now optimized for like having a very good set of my portfolio totally uncorrelated. And so most people always think about, is the thesis correct? Less so, is this the right structure? Is this the right liquidity? Is this the composition of the overall portfolio? And so I think like that's where I spend more and more time around like, I want to always have uncorrelated assets because that then allows me to be really way more aggressive in stepping in. Because look, in the next 5-6 years, are we going to see Bitcoin less than 100,000?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think I mean, it's possible to get it under, yes, but like I think it's more likely it goes higher.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I do think that we will see it definitely sub 100,000.
Yeah.
And you want to be there with cash when everyone else.
I thought you meant like in 5 years.
Not in a binary moment, but I'm saying
the period,
there are very discrete moments. The velocity of markets and the movement of money is like it's just at an accelerating pace. Like most investors don't hold on. Like in 1980, 1990, most investors were holding on to stocks for multiple year periods because most of that relationship was brokers, and your investment advisor would like call you every 6 months and say, hey, by the way, here's how you're doing. Like, now you have Robinhood where people can express views on the daily, real time. And so the velocity, the market is just mimetically trading these things, not just in crypto. But I do think like if you can allow yourself to break away from that for a minute and say, this is what I believe in, I'm going to focus on these particular areas, and I have this thesis, I think it serves you well to like, as much as you are bullish on a particular opportunity, to have uncorrelated assets where you can draw from in moments where the rest of the market is saying, God, go study Howard Marks. He is the person that I draw a lot of inspiration from because investing is a very psychological sport. And he says one thing that has always stuck with me, which is the market pendulum swings from extreme euphoria to despair. And fundamentals never deviate from like a tighter middle range. And so if you have a good understanding and appreciation for what this technology offers, the real fundamentals, like from your position, you get to talk to a lot of founders, you get to understand where the puck is going probably better than others. Then you have a pretty good, like that's your edge, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to be like levered long 10x and be liquidated? Absolutely not.
No, that's not the point.
But when you see the market, like if you're in this conference and everyone's like bearish Project X, Celestia or whatever. But you know the team, you've been paying attention. You're like, okay, well, clearly the market is not being efficient. And I'm willing to hold this bag for the next 5 years. Yeah, you step up with big conviction. And the other thing is like there's a lot of insight that you can gather by on-chain activity.
Right.
You know the vesting schedules, you know who's selling. And so that is just an added piece of information where you always want to appreciate the dynamics of, because I'm always like second guessing. It's like, when I come across as something really good, I'm like, surely I'm not the first person to look at this. What am I missing?
How do you manage your own psychology amongst the general market psychology, where the general market psychology may be wrong and you may have a contradicting opinion? How do you reconcile the two?
It's like that meme of like the guy staring at the, it's like the market's wrong. How do I reconcile it? It's given me, again, I think when I was in the pod, insulate your lifestyle to a point where you can absorb all the irrationality. And if you hold the position, it's like, listen, I'm always willing to change my mind and quickly. But I never want to be forced into doing anything. Because that sucks. Everyone's been in a position where imagine that you're bullish in the space and you get forced to sell because you have obligations, you have to pay your bills, you have to. And so if you can insulate that, it gives you mental clarity to say, I'm going to dedicate as much of my time to continuously absorb information on this particular thesis that I have, which is the modular thesis is correct. And you're constantly like paying attention to everything that's going on in other ecosystems, and you keep like processing information, but you never want to be forced into doing anything. Because that sucks, man. You can have the thesis right, but if you don't express it correctly, none of it matters at the end of the day.
It also supports your point about patience. And insulating your mindset and your lifestyle will help prevent decisions out of necessity.
Correct. Yeah.
and therefore maintain patience.
Yeah. Like the ideal state is you don't have to think about anything other than doing research, doing the roll-up, bringing on smart people that you're going to absorb as much information from, and then you package all that and you express a view.
Yeah.
Why would you ever put yourself in a position where you have to think about, am I getting liquidated? Do I have enough money to pay bills for the next couple of months? Like, you want to be almost like, I guess the way to do it is inverting and saying, in an extreme scenario where this asset were to fall 90%, I'd be extremely excited to step in. I need to have the capital to do it.
How often do you think about inversion from a philosophical view? Is it part of your belief system to sort of look at the thing at its face value and then take one step deeper and invert from a different perspective?
Yeah, I mean, always invert.
Yeah,
and
invert.
I'll summarize
It's
it
a good
in
tagline, to be honest.
I mean, it's a 𝘗𝘬𝘬𝘵 from a German philosopher, and the process of inverting is like, I would summarize it as, if you focus on the downside, the upside takes care of itself. So like, clearly you guys are here and are dedicating your career, because time is the most valuable commodity. Now, you've decided that crypto is one of those generational categories, industries that has captured the zeitgeist and is going to transform every industry.
Yeah.
You either believe it or you don't. And I think you see most people come to that conclusion. Because discovering crypto, I almost wish that I go back in the first days that I did it, because it's like you open a door in the future and you see ways of doing things that can transform the fabric of society and businesses writ large. But then being patient enough to saying, this might take actually 10 years. And so what you want to do is be in a position where you can be very patient. I don't think it takes another 12 years for companies to start using this technology. I think it actually will accelerate, because crypto sits on top of the internet and you have distribution, and the world discovers these things faster. But again, if you focus on the downside, and what is the worst thing that can go wrong? Well, the space can go down, regulation can change. It doesn't mean, like, back in 2012 when I first discovered this thing, there was a very material risk that the industry would go to zero. There's only Bitcoin. Now,
It's not the case
I think
anymore.
that existential risk has gone away. So now you're in a really interesting position where it's like, okay, this is in the next 20 years, crypto will go from what is still a very drop in the bucket of an asset class that is still discounted. You walk around, outside this venue, you just appreciate that no one is actually using crypto in the way that it will be used. Like, this technology is not relatable to anyone, other than, this is another way to express risk and maybe like make a 100x bagger, like it's a casino. That is going to change faster than most people think. But I also, part of my brain just always goes to, am I willing to wait? And if this were to take 12 years, will I be here? And will I continue to express this view and maybe increase my allocation to it? And so I get comfort around that. Maybe it's a coping mechanism, but I think, like, we're at I've said it time and time again, I do believe it, like, there's something just so powerful of the arc of this industry where you see it fitting into so many different industries and and exponentiating what AI can do, from a data verification, immutability, model training, inference, whatever you want to do or call it. But like, crypto sits at the core of a lot of our, like, super generational transformations. Like, you best believe this asset class is going to grow at least an order of magnitude. Don't do dumb shit. Survive. Stick around.
It's the name of the game.
Like, you can't even be lucky if you're dead.
Right.
Don't die.
Right.
Quite literally, don't die.
Do you have any esoteric or out of the box thoughts around AI?
AI.
Yeah, or about like this, like the way that the space is, transforming and just growing. Like, do you have any?
Yeah.
Have you had any kind of like?
I'm not an AI expert. I do use it now. So two insights. One, I've felt less of a need to hire for analysts, for instance, because what I can do with Perplexity or ChatGPT, even mock-up designs. I'm not an engineer, but I've been able to mock up certain designs for how I want to build and transform the company. So, like, I've like, what would have taken me a team of 10 people and like an order of magnitude in cost, now we're a lean and mean team, but we use a lot of AI in our workflow. So it's allowed me to do things that I would have required to have a team of 3 analysts and taken a month to produce a mock-up or an MVP. Now I can do it quite literally in less than a day. Anything that is repeatable, we're cutting out of the equation. So like we can be vastly more efficient as a startup that we are because we just raised a round. We can leverage these tools for a fraction of the cost, and they're super powerful. So that's like insight number one. I think that's I just have observed it firsthand, building inversion. The other one, perhaps more controversial, is that I think the impact that crypto will have on the making companies more efficient. You know, when people talk about AI, it's like companies are going to be able to use AI and fire like a big part of their workforce, and they're going to be more efficient. Any repeatable process, like AI, will truly make these businesses very, very efficient.
Yeah.
I do believe that. But I think everyone like is focused on that. What I believe that perhaps others don't is that the impact that crypto as a piece of technology is going to have to businesses is going to be more material in the near term and probably medium term than AI. Why? Because AI, like, you have these companies investing hundreds and billions of dollars in CapEx, in H100s, to train data and models and whatnot. And look, it's okay. I think it's overhyped. I think the market, when DeepSeek came out, everyone freaked out because it's like, wait a minute, you have companies that are spending hundreds, quite literally, massive amounts of capital to pay ChatGPT or whatever. And then DeepSeek says, oh, with 5 million, we're able to build a model that is like pound for pound good. And so I'm cautious of investing in anything AI because I think the pace of innovation there is really chaotic and fast. I think the companies that really reap the benefit of AI are like large companies that have data. So the S&P 500, like go along the S&P 500. I wouldn't invest in an AI startup. Yeah. But I will say like crypto is a piece of technology, and we're seeing it in inversion. This quarter, our thesis is, sure, can I buy a company, make it 10% more efficient with AI? Absolutely, and we'll do that. But I can cut costs 60-70% with crypto rails. And I think like that's something that like no one in the public markets like appreciates. I'll tell you who appreciates it, Stripe.
Yeah.
They bought Bridge, they bought Privy.
Yeah.
But if you go talk to the analysts that are covering these companies or talking about AI, you tell them, hey, what do you think about crypto as a piece of technology that can allow companies to cut costs or go to markets or expand their top line because they can, from a unit economic standpoint, they all of a sudden stable coins has allowed them to do so-and-so. Like, oh, what are you talking about? Yeah. Like, no, it's not, no idea. It's totally not in their, in the language of markets, of analysts, like everyone's talking about AI. What I'm so excited about what I'm doing is that I hope that I can deliver that moment for analysts that covers telco at JP Morgan. Yeah. I buy a company and the entire telco universe has like shitty margins, and I took this company and like double margins. And the analyst was like, oh, you probably did AI to do that. And you're like, to some extent, but it was quite literally using crypto rails. And I think once we do that, I think the focus and how people perceive this industry is vastly different. These conferences are not going to be people with t-shirts. It's going to be people with suits coming in saying, how can we use the modular, thesis, or how can we implement crypto in our workflow? So I guess that would be probably the controversial take.
So are you going to wear suits to the crypto conferences now?
I'm dusting off my suits because I'm hiring mostly from people outside of crypto.
Yeah, you are.
Like in finance and also conversations. Like you go talk to a management team, I want to buy their business. I can't show up in a t-shirt.
No. Yeah. Sanjay, I think it's been a great conversation. Just one last thing for you.
Sure.
What are you bullish on, and what are you bearish or cautious about today?
Just in general? Mm-hmm. Crypto, life, anything.
Let's do one for life and one for crypto.
Probably crypto is easiest. What am I bullish on? I'm bullish. As I said, I think this we're at a pivotal moment in crypto. I think I'm earlier now. It fits into so many things, and I think we're truly at an inflection point. And a large part of it is because the regulatory environment has changed, and I'm excited to see a lot of things that we wish we could have tried as an industry maybe a couple of years ago, but we couldn't because of these constraints. The nice thing about it is so much infra has been built that we're at a really interesting time to execute and deploy on these things. So token design, tokenized stocks on chain, all of that I'm super bullish on. I'm bearish on, what am I bearish on? I guess I'm marginally bearish on how people express the view on crypto, because I think that probably changes. Like I think like there's a version of this world where like public companies that use crypto outperform crypto tokens. Yeah. Why? Because distribution's king. Yeah. If you don't have distribution, it's tough.
Yeah.
Robinhood.
Yeah.
has distribution.
Yeah.
Maybe a question for you guys. What do you think outperforms, Robinhood or Coinbase? Or Robinhood and maybe not Hyperliquid, but
Yeah.
it's just something I think about a lot, and this cycle is different than others.
Yeah. It's been the public equities this cycle, though.
Yeah.
At least in the.
Yeah.
At least so far.
I guess I am bearish on public companies like bootstrapping like the token, like the warehousing tokens, like the MicroStrategy.
Yeah.
The 100th MicroStrategy is
Yeah.
not going to work.
No.
So I'm bearish that. So that would be for crypto. I don't know if there's anything specific.
I am curious about for life.
For life.
Bullish
Yeah, like
and
what-
cautious about.
As we rumble into this world of AI, of brain rot, of social media, of the change in the way that the world works, what are some things that you think are going to be prioritized more, or the puck will go to that direction? For example, one thing would be human-to-human interaction experiences,
Yeah.
right? Or
You're bullish on patience.
genuine authenticity, but.
Virtue.
And
So,
then what are you bearish on it in that?
I'm very bullish on. I think the middle ground kind of disappears. The extremes proliferate. So you remember when the Apple Watch came about, everyone was saying that traditional watches were going to die.
Yeah.
It's been nothing but the opposite. Why? Because in a world where you're totally digital, you crave the other extreme more.
Yes.
The human interaction, the analog. Yeah. I love collecting watches. To me, there's something so nostalgic and just remarkable about the watchmaking as a craft.
Yeah.
So I'd be very bullish on craft, like something that is the total opposite from, as much as we were talking about technology and we love technology, there's things, Morgan Housel has a great book, which is Always the Same, I think. I think it's Always the Same. It's phenomenal because, yeah, we're at a point of like the pace of innovation is like, there's never been a moment in the history of humanity where we've innovated across multiple dimensions, and it's compounding. But at the same time, a lot of things don't change, and so I think there are certain pockets like entertainment as a category, or human interactions, or watchmaking as an industry. Like, I think those continue to see rising demand because humans will always crave one thing, which is differentiation and the signaling of things. So like, I think those experiences, like sports, they're all the rage, right? The Lakers just sold for like 10 billion or so. Like, these are things that never change because humans at the end of the day don't change. And so I'd be very bullish on understanding like in which areas, whether it's watchmaking or whether it's sports as franchises, like really like that I think never goes away. And I think in this world it's so tempting to say, no, that disappears because we're totally going to be digital. And, but I think, and what I'm bearish on is, I mean, I think when I first discovered crypto and Bitcoin was around, I think like I'm bearish on governments that don't serve their citizens to the best way possible, because I think we're moving more towards a world where when money transcends local barriers and moves easily, it places more, I think there is a power shift more towards society, that if you're in a place where the government doesn't treat you fairly, you can pick up your shit and leave. Meaning you can buy Bitcoin and leave. And you saw this in Venezuela, you saw these in these places. So if I'm a government and you're not holding up the other end of the bargain, which is providing core services, tax a bit. I think this whole construct of nationalism and like governments and like the separation of power, I think you have now this thing called crypto, which truly transfers power more to people. That's not to say the governments are going to cease to exist. It's not to say it will always be a thing, but I think that it is. I'm bearish on governments that are regimes that don't treat people fairly or don't hold up their other end of the bargain. And that could be the case of like how easily people move from New York to Miami. But that extends further at a global scale.
One of my favorite YouTubers is Nomad Capital. He talks a lot about like living in different places, how to do it, optimizing structures, and his saying is go where they treat you best.
Correct.
And that's like the world that we're headed to, like more and more.
Montesquieu talked about three separations of power, like legislative, executive, and judicial.
Yeah.
Now you have a fourth tool, which is this thing called like non-sovereign stores of value and
Yeah.
digital rails that transcend local borders.
Yeah.
Now, are you still going to affiliate as an American?
Right, of
Like,
course.
I'm not American, but I identify with the values of this country, which is extreme innovation,
Yeah.
and people care more about your ideas than your background, old money, new money, all that crap. And I think that's powerful. That is a philosophy, is not so much a country. And I would argue, if you're in like someone in San Francisco, like San Francisco is this collection of people that come there because it's a mecca of innovation. But there's people from all walks of life, all different countries.
Yeah.
I think they have more affiliation to their company values than their country per se. If you're a Googler or like a so anyways, Balaji talks about the
Network state.
the network state. I really ascribe to that.
Santi, man, appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank
today.
you guys. I appreciate it. Yeah.
was fun.
Always appreciate the conversation.
Always
just
a good
like-
combo.
Feels
Yeah.
bigger.
Yeah.
Bigger conversation.
In person's
bigger
always
topic.
better.
That in person's always
We'll
better.
have to do it again
Yeah, let's
if
do
you
it.
guys are not bored of me by now.
Thanks, Santi.
Thank you guys. Take care.
Enjoy your week here.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Yep, take it easy.
You too.
Alrighty, Rob, we got a couple more before a little break here. The boys are the boys are cooking. Look at Broderick. The
Yeah,
boys
the
cooking.
boys are cooking.
Looks like we got Hasib up next,
Very cool.
and then rolling into Hirsch.
Oh.
I don't know if Hasib is here or Hirsch.
Santi's great, man. He's getting his drawing right now. He seems to like it. Brendan's doing a great job. It's our resident artist for the week.
Yep.
And always, it feels like the conversation with Santi is always, it starts off with crypto and then maybe it goes into AI, but it always ends up into a bigger conversation about the bigger things in life.
It does. It was
I
good.
appreciate that.
I think we're going to go on standby for a quick break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Real quick, just check out the link below. Sign up for the EtherFi cash card, $50 off, $1,000 spend. We got to hit a quota here. Help us out. We'll help you out. We'll take care.
you know, and yeah, like France, Spain, Italy, bad shape, very bad shape.
The reason I asked, we're doing a kind of setup like this, but from a poker tournament. That's serotonin.
I feel like they overinvested in these fans.
We have a lot of.
Yeah.
Today's much cooler than it was yesterday. Yesterday they were very, very clutch.
I'm like, these fans are not necessary anymore.
Where are you based most of the time?
So I split my time between SF, Seattle, and Singapore.
In Singapore, okay.
Yeah, I kind of rotate around throughout the year.
I didn't realize, but Seattle is quite the innovative hub. Maybe just as a result of some flight from San Fran. But there's a bunch of teams that are based there. We've got some deep, like, cypherpunk roots, too.
Is there?
Well, I know, like, 𝘰𝘮𝘬𝘀's based there.
Yeah.
𝘗𝘂𝘃's based there.
Yep.
And I think, like, one or two other teams.
Yeah. 𝘰𝘮𝘬 and Zero are the main ones.
Yeah.
There's not that
many
many
other
more.
ones.
There's not that many more. There used to be pre-COVID. There was a lot more going on. Or sorry, not pre-COVID. Right when COVID hit, there was a lot more. But things kind of scattered. So not as much these days. A lot of people have hubs. So like the big companies have like some people, you know, Anchorage had some people, Coinbase has some people, but it's not like a center.
What is it that you like about it, that you enjoy staying there?
Well, I mean, at the time that I left, SF was pretty on the downturn.
Right.
Because I left during the middle of COVID, and SF was just like collapsing.
Yeah.
You know, it was like really bad. Now I feel like SF is on the come up again. I mean, now apparently New York is turning socialist, and like SF just got out of their socialist era.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of reversal going on. It's interesting. Seattle is kind of it's like the summers in Seattle are great. The springs and the winters are fucking awful. So if you travel all the time, then it's actually a good arbitrage. Cost of living is much cheaper. You know, taxes are lower, and like it's got a good tech scene. It's got like good food, good culture.
Sure.
But
I'll take
you
one
know,
too.
it's chill.
Yeah.
It's a chill place.
Nice.
So I kind of feel like I'm on the road half the year, like fucking doing crypto stuff like this.
Yeah.
And then everything's frenetic and super high energy.
And you need to get back
And then when I go home, I just like I eat, I work out, I work, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
You know, so that's my life.
Well, let's talk crypto. See, we
Yeah.
had Tarun on here yesterday, and I asked him what he's bullish and bearish about.
Yeah.
And kind of like what we did at the dinner, and he said he was bearish on the fact, like he was bearish on staking yields and staking and proof of stake in the sense that the peak of staking businesses could be behind us from where we are today.
Yeah.
And that, you know, the proposal from Near and Celestia kind of moving that forward towards these different models, and that he's bullish on a lot of that capital moving to actually wanting to be used for stablecoin yields and earning yield in that way rather than doing staking yields with, I guess, more volatile proof of stake assets.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? Do you think it's the top of proof of stake is in?
We're probably going downhill from here because staking mania was definitely a little bit of an illusion. Like, I mean, I was at a dinner last night where people were talking about boomers love yields, and like just the idea of like, oh, you can make 8% on this asset, great, without asking what the asset is and whether the asset will go down more than 8% this year.
Yeah, of course.
So like these are nominal yields, right? They're not real yields. They're nominal yields, and nominal yields sound good if you don't actually understand what it's doing to the underlying, right? Which is like if you're inflating 8% a year, but you're getting 8% a year in inflation, then basically you're just paying taxes.
Yeah.
Right? You're just paying taxes on 8% a year, which is tax leakage, right? It's inefficient. And the original theory for this was that, oh, you're paying for security. But people have increasingly come to understand that this idea that you're paying for security is kind of a meme, right? Like these layer ones, the thing that makes them secure is not, oh, they have this inflation rate. It's like the robustness of the software, who the validators are. The other thing we realized with most of these proof of stake networks, it's the same 12 companies that are running validators on all of these chains,
all of them.
right? Like we're in a professionalized validator world.
Yeah.
Unless you're talking about Ethereum, which actually has, you know, home stakers. Every other chain, there's no home stakers. They're meaningless. So the security model is just not what we pretended it was 6 years ago, when all this stuff was first getting created, right? And so as a result, it's only rational that we would be fixing this problem and moving away from this world where, like right now, if you're in an ETF and you can't stake the ETF, it's a big problem because you're getting inflated away. And all the staking all the ETFs are like, oh, we want to include staking. Why? Because they understand that staking is basically risk-free. That they understand it's a meme, and they understand it's like, oh, it's like a yield. You're getting nominal yield on this asset, but really it just means you're not getting diluted by the people who are staking, right? And everyone understands that. So this kind of economic fiction, I think, had to go away at some point when we realized the real way that it works. And that's what you're seeing now, is that people are normalizing and saying, hey, you do need some amount of inflation, but that amount of inflation is very low. It's much lower than we were originally claiming that it was. And it's really just diluting people who are either too lazy to stake or who are structurally incapable of staking. And that's kind of it's just not efficient. It's not fair.
So I think that the inflation stuff now is also a result of the price action of a lot of proof of stake chains.
Yeah, and really what that means is that the unit price can go down, but the person who's staking can still be up. Because they're getting 10% a year or 8% a year. Even if the price is down less than 8%, you're fine. The person who otherwise is in an ETF and their price goes down 7-8%, they're like, well, I got screwed, and somebody else got made whole for it. That is kind of a dumb system at the end of the day, if that's all that's really happening. And then everybody's paying taxes on the whole thing. So like that's a bad system. I think at the end of the day, these systems are rationalizing over time. Solana had this big vote about whether or not, I think it was SIMD 228 or something, that was whether or not they were going to bring down the inflation rate very significantly. But it was this very complex mechanism that had a lot of bells and whistles. I think Multicoin was pushing it. That one ended up failing relatively narrowly. But almost certainly there's going to be a second push within Solana to lower the inflation rate, because everybody knows the right answer is. The right answer is much lower than where it currently exists.
Very interesting.
So that was Tarun's answer to like bullish or bearish, right? I'm curious, from your perspective, what are you bullish on, and what are you more bearish or more cautious about?
I mean, I'm bullish on the obvious stuff. I don't think I'm going to blow anyone's mind by saying that I'm bullish on stablecoins continuing to grow and getting more and more integrated into the normal financial flows in the world. One area that I've been spending a lot of time on is stablecoin credit cards. This is one thing that I think people don't spend enough time thinking about.
Cast,
is like
or
how. What's that?
Like Cast?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them that are basically saying. So today, the dominant way that people actually pay each other with stablecoins is using something like Binance Pay. Binance Pay is basically a non-custodial wallet, and these non-custodial wallets, you see them being adopted, but mostly in places where things are really bad. Right. So you see them in places like Venezuela or in places like Iran or in Turkey, where they're borderline failed states where you have very, very high inflation and people are getting there. It's so bad that you're willing to adopt an entirely new application, even at point of sale. Like merchants are saying, look, you can scan this QR code, pay with Binance Pay, right? But most places, even where people want to use stablecoins, it hasn't reached a critical mass such that all the merchants are going to accept this, right? And so where do you actually get stablecoins to come in a place where, you're like in India, right? Where things aren't so bad that everybody's adopting stablecoins, but there's some people using stablecoins and they're like, yeah, I like this because I want dollar exposure. And the only real answer is that you have to be able to piggyback on the existing rails, right? Now, Coinbase has they have a credit card, but their credit card it's not like a stablecoin credit card, right? It's like just a normal credit card. You get Bitcoin rewards. It's kind of like, it's fine, but it's kind of like, okay, it's like different flavor on airline miles. You're just getting your cash back in something else. And, it's a Bitcoin. Oh, maybe Bitcoin will go up more and you'll make your money. Okay, great, fine. That's a good reward. But these stablecoin credit cards, what they're doing is they're literally drawing an on-chain balance in stablecoins the moment that you swipe your credit card, right? That is different.
When you say drawing, like minting the stablecoin or borrowing against the position?
No. They are drawing down against your stablecoin balance, right?
Yes,
so you have stablecoins on chain in a wallet, and when you swipe your card at point of sale, they take the stablecoins out of the wallet, right? And because they're doing it in real time, you actually don't have to have stablecoins. You can have whatever it is, as long as they can sell it instantaneously and swap it out into stablecoins. You can have it in Athena, You could have it, in staked Sol or whatever, right? You could have it in a staking token. You can have it in anything as long as you can swap it instantaneously into stables. And if that's happening at the point of auth, then at the credit card authorization, then you basically can have anything in your wallet. This translation layer, I think it mirrors a lot of things that we've seen about how technologies get adopted, right? Is that if you think about, for example, Apple Pay. Apple Pay now is taking over the world, right? In the US, we went from basically being all on credit cards, and China and many other parts of the world were already on QR code payments. And the US was like, look, credit cards are good enough, right? But we went from basically during COVID, from hunks of plastic to now it's your phone. It's just all your phone. And why is it all your phone now? The answer is because we piggybacked on credit card rails, right? We didn't reinvent the wheel and say, oh, there's a new thing that all merchants integrate, and now you can incorporate Apple Pay and Google Pay and all this stuff. It's like, no, we just piggybacked on credit card rails. And that answer is how actually a lot of technology ends up getting moved forward, is that we're not going to go into a new stablecoin stack. It's that instead, we're going to just use the rails we already have and kind of adapt the systems that we've built. So you get both. You get both on-chain balances in anything, in real time, programmatic, but when you're buying stuff, you just, you tap your thing and it all works.
So if you're MasterCard or Visa and you're looking at the stablecoin adoption that's happening, are you thinking to yourself, oh, these guys could eat my lunch, or are you thinking these guys are going to build on top of my existing stack?
What you're saying is that I better make it that these people can build on top of my stack, because if I don't let them, then they're going to go around me, and then I'm really in trouble, right? They might disrupt my monopoly if they feel like they have to in order to get adoption. But if they feel like the fastest path to getting integrated everywhere, same thing, like imagine that Visa had said, Apple, we're not going to work with you. Screw you. We don't want people moving away from credit cards, right? And you're on your own, okay? If they'd done that, then Apple would have said, all right, we got to build our own system. We got to get merchants on the other side to be willing to accept Apple Pay because Visa and MasterCard are cutting us out, right? What they said they did is they cut a deal. And Apple gets 50% of the interchange on what they get to Visa. Now, Google Pay actually has a much lower split that they get with the credit card providers because they don't have as high value clients, right? Apple is known as being the premium product. There's a lot more spend there, and so they were able to go first and scare them, and say, if you don't cut this deal with us, we're going to go build our own network, right? So the stablecoins are now in a similar position, is that they realize, like, look, right now Bridge is doing this. There's another company called Rain that's doing this. There's a lot more players, as you mentioned. Even Marqeta, which is a kind of traditional payments company, is getting into this game of issuing these stablecoin credit cards. And increasingly, I believe that it's going to look more like Apple Pay and Google Pay.
Interesting.
Is that it's going to ride on the same rails because it's just the fastest way to get to global adoption. And at the end of the day, that's all we really care about, right? It's very likely that, again, this stuff is going to introduce more competition, but like the reality is that last mile of how do you actually get this onto the merchant? How do you actually get, Old Navy to take payments in this thing, or like everybody in the world? It might be that, okay, they all integrate Coinbase Commerce or whatever. But an even easier way is that you just have a stablecoin balance. That's connected to a credit card.
You know what's kind of weird though is I was talking to Robbie from your team, and he was quite bearish on domestic U.S. payments.
So I'm largely in agreement with that. I think domestic U.S. payments getting on these rails is going to be very, very slow because, I mean, look, you guys are American, I'm American. Like, I'm not going to use these cards, right? Why? Because I have money in a bank account anyway, right?
Use that.
And like, I can use that, and I'm getting credit, right? Most of these things, actually, there's no credit extension at all. Right, you're not actually getting credit.
That's the.
It's basically like a credit card is the form factor, but really it's more like a debit card, right? It's basically like more of a charge card type, like actual mechanic, right? So now the reality is that if you're using stablecoins in emerging economies around the world, that's alone is great. Like I'm totally fine with that. Credit extension is not where these things are going to shine because I don't actually know if you're creditworthy by looking at your balance on chain. But I do know how much money you have, and I can let you spend that money in real time, right? That mechanism, and a lot of what credit cards do is, of course, there's more than that. There's chargebacks and all this other stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that credit cards do. That they solve this payments problem, but they don't solve the credit extension problem, which that has to get solved in another layer, and we're not there yet. With respect to actually getting crypto payments incorporated with credit.
One more reason I've seen, at least from a narrative perspective, that these companies are starting to think about either issuing their own stablecoins or adopting stablecoins for themselves is to lower their cost of settlement. But again, if they're just doing the settlement on top of existing credit card rails, are they not still do they not still need to pay those fees even if it's using a stable coin, or is this sort of setting the scene for some sort of deal where they're able to start to split some of those costs and earn back some of those 3% credit card processing fees?
So first of all, I'll say I'm not an expert on exactly how the fees break down with respect to stablecoin settlement versus dollar settlement. A lot of the big question is, can you settle directly with Visa or MasterCard in stables versus having to do that last leg of getting the stables out and back into fiat? Visa is starting to do these pilots where they're allowing people to settle directly with VisaNet in stables. Most people are not on this yet, so most people are still settling with fiat, which is actually much less capital efficient because you have to go and ping Circle, turn the USDC back, pay the 30 bips that you have to actually get. There's some latency there and actually getting that thing to get out and then go settle with Visa. So that's actually a much worse flow if you have to do that. But if the credit card systems are willing to take settlement in stables, then all of a sudden settlement is basically instantaneous.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
They're starting to get there. Visa is probably a step ahead relative to MasterCard on that, but they both see the writing on the wall is that they have to get there, given what the noises this administration is making, right? About wanting to allow stablecoins to be treated on par with other forms of payments. At the end of the day, like the Visa system of charging 30 bips, they charge those 30 bips to the merchant, right? Not 30 bips, obviously more than 30 bips. They charge to the merchant. That's going to continue to happen, right? Because at the end of the day, the merchant is the one. If you're Visa, you have the merchant by the balls, right? Yeah. I don't know if you're allowed to say that on this podcast, but
you can say whatever you want.
So. Okay, great. And that doesn't change whether it's stablecoins or not, right? If you have a supply side or merchant side monopoly, you're going to be able to squeeze them and say, look, these people are not going to trust you unless they have the ability to do chargebacks.
Yes.
A stablecoin credit card still has the ability to do chargebacks,
It does.
right? Because you can say, look, this guy defrauded me. I want my money back. And Visa will say, okay, this guy defrauded you. They do the dispute window, the whole thing happens, and you can still do a chargeback. So at the end of the day, that is what you are, like, look, if you want to take a Visa credit card, the thing that you are guaranteed as a merchant is that Visa, like, you will get paid, right? As long as you provide your goods and services. And that policing job is the job that Visa is getting paid for. Everything becomes more capital efficient, and the FX costs go down if you can get stuff in stablecoins directly. And the card programs, the people who are actually making these cards, they don't have to have as much cash up front if everything is being settled instantaneously. And that gets passed on to the customers as well.
Still not credit, but it's a better system.
Exactly.
So I have this ever-growing thesis that this type of matter that we're discussing here, very intricate financial conversation with regards to intersecting with the real world or traditional assets, stablecoins, dollars, credit cards, RWAs, that's like increasingly going to be a very, very hot investable category from VC, from liquid, etc. And then I'm ever growing that on the other side, completely on the other side, $10 million FDV rounds, the latest spin on prediction markets with like a degen twist, or like this application with like a little bit of extra sauce, and like very, very early stuff are like increasingly going to be more and more in demand and like wanting to be like invested in by most VCs. And a lot of like the middle stuff, like the L1s, the L2s, the infra, the next DeFi app, these things are kind of like are almost not really that appealing from an investing perspective. If this is the case, I'm curious if you think I'm just full of it, or if this is what you're seeing. Like, there's going to be two camps of investors that go in and win these two categories in a big way, and I think it's going to leave a lot of investors kind of in the middle, not able to like really capitalize on either that well, because they're just not that far on that end of the spectrum. So I don't know if this is,
Let me make sure I understand your question. So you're saying on one pole, there's the fintechy stuff.
Super fintechy,
Super fintechy. And then on the other side, there's the applications that are more consumer facing.
Super consumer
And then the sort of the lonely middle is the infra stuff. Infra's just been abandoned.
Traditional apps, traditional ideas. It's like very novel, interesting consumer stuff. And then like very like giga-brain fintech. Like you got to understand how payment networks work in the real world, and like everything else is just kind of like
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think this is a little bit too strong
Okay.
of a claim. So here's why I think that. First and foremost, it's always been true that with every passing year, there's been fewer and fewer infra investments. I think most people don't perceive this. They think that like infra somehow has been accelerating, but it's the opposite. Infra has been decelerating. In that, if you look at Dragonfly vintages, in our Fund 1, we probably did like, 11, 12 layer 1s. That was like 2018 vintage. In our Fund 2, we probably did like 6. In our Fund 3, I think we did 3.
Yeah.
And this fund, we haven't done any so far. Maybe we did 1. Yeah. And the reality is that with every passing vintage, that's not surprising, is that the infrastructure stabilizes over time. And we're seeing that stabilization start to happen. Now, that being said, infra is still unequivocally the biggest category. It is the biggest category, right? What are the biggest outcomes in crypto? Bigger than Circle, bigger than Coinbase is Solana, is Ethereum. These are the biggest games that there are to play, period. That being said, it's really fucking hard to play this game. And you have to be really, really good, and you have to have a unique idea and unique angle of attack, and very few people have that.
Yeah.
But what I also believe is that we're not done, right? It's not true that in the year 2020, we figured out everything we would ever need to figure out about how blockchains would need to get built, right? There will be more. Now, will there be, 50 of these? No. Will there be 5? Maybe not even 5. Maybe there's only 1 or 2 more that are going to matter, that are ever going to get built. But as VCs, we're on the lookout for those 1 or 2 things that will matter, because when they do matter, they will be absolutely enormous. Okay. At the end of the day, scaling blockchains is fundamentally one of the biggest problems in the industry, period.
Yeah.
It's true for Solana, it's true for Ethereum, it's true for Rollup, it's true for everything, right? We still do not have enough block space to do this stuff at scale.
Yeah.
I don't care whether you're Solana, whether you're anybody, everybody knows that we don't have enough block space, and everybody needs more scale.
Yeah.
So that's why I say infrastructure still matters.
Yeah.
Second, there's a lot of stuff I think that falls within the infrastructure sphere. Now, look, there was an overbuild of things like, MEV infra or all this kind of like really high dimensional ZK something.
Yeah.
That stuff people realize now, demand isn't there, and the problems that they're solving are too esoteric or just not important enough to really warrant a lot more investment. But there's still going to be a lot more that happens as we see what happens, especially in the field of AI, that starts to intersect with crypto. And you and I have talked about this previously, both offline and on the Rollup, is that when that tech is ready, when the AI side is actually strong enough, there's going to be an absolute explosion in what gets built at the infrastructure layer, in retooling how everything in blockchain works.
Yeah.
But that's going to take some time. And that investment is not going to happen right now, necessarily, because the prerequisites for it aren't necessarily here yet. But when that happens, there's going to be a lot of infrastructure investment to be done in that space.
I recall this mental image of the dog wagging the tail or the tail wagging the dog, and I think you put this into perspective when it comes to crypto and AI. I think this might have been the last time you were on the Rollup. At least I heard you on the Rollup, and that was maybe a few months ago, maybe even 6 months ago. And so I'm curious, with recent developments in both crypto and AI, has your perspective changed? Do you think, back then it was very much so that, it was sort of an open question, right?
Yeah.
Which one is wagging the other? Do we have a definitive answer now?
Nope.
No, it's still just too early to tell.
Yeah, the reality is that everybody wants the space to move really fast. ChatGPT was now, what is that, two and a half years ago?
Yeah.
2.5 years ago was the ChatGPT moment. Everybody at that time, and I was among them, was like, humanity is cooked. Unemployment is going to rise to like 15%. The entire economy is going to be transformed and unrecognizable.
Yeah.
Here we are, record low unemployment.
Yep.
Nothing has really happened.
Nope.
Right? AI writes my emails.
That's it.
Few people have AI girlfriends.
Yep.
But beyond that, like, the world is kind of the same. I mean, I'm looking around, like, the world's kind of the same.
Yeah.
So things, the thing that they say over and over again in Silicon Valley, and like, especially being in crypto, like, I used to laugh at this, and now I believe it more and more every single passing year. The old saying in Silicon Valley is people overestimate what can happen in 2 years and underestimate what happens in 10.
Yeah.
And with AI, I was extremely guilty of this.
Yeah.
And I think probably most of us were.
Yeah.
Is that it's really hard to change the fundamentals of how the world is operating.
Yeah.
And that's true in crypto too.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I was telling a big story about stablecoins in 2018.
Yeah, man.
I was talking about how stablecoins are going to change the world, going to change international payments, the world's going to be unrecognizable, currencies are going to collapse, blah, blah, blah.
It's 2025.
It took a long time. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. And look, it will happen.
The time frame.
That's true.
The 2 to 10.
That's true.
It does, yeah.
That's true. So it will happen, but it takes time.
Yeah.
It takes time. And as an investor, I mean, one of the lessons that I've had internalized is shut the fuck up. Learn to be patient.
Yeah, man.
Because, look, everything, Mark Andreessen used to say this about the dot-com bubble. Is that, when they were taking pitches during the dot-com bubble and everybody was super excited, and people were so convinced the internet was going to change everything. And what he says was that, almost every single pitch that we got, almost all those companies failed. But the other thing he says is that almost every single thing that they told us in those pitches that the internet was going to do eventually happened. Almost everything they said was going to happen did happen. But it took a lot longer than they thought it would.
So these companies were they were right, but they were too early.
They were too early.
So
they weren't the ones to make it happen. So whether it's, Chewy, which became Pets.com, or, Webvan, which became Instacart, almost every single idea eventually happened.
Yeah.
But, people saying, oh, you're going to buy everything online. It's like, well, fucking here we are.
Yeah.
So the lesson to draw here is stay patient and survive.
Yep.
That's right.
I'd like to go through some of your predictions from this year, actually.
Okay.
We got a couple of them pulled up here.
Oh, okay, good. Well, it's only half the way through the year. You can't call me on these yet.
But we need like a little bit of an update.
Okay, all right, we'll do the update. We'll do the update.
How you think
the halfway
you're
mark
doing here?
Okay, all right.
About halfway mark. It's actually pretty much perfectly halfway through the year. First one, L1s, L2s. The distinction between them is collapsing. Your prediction was effectively that that they will kind of they will continue to collapse, and they'll just kind of be known as like chains. But the blockchain landscape, L1s, L2s combined, is overcrowded and due for a shakeout. The consolidation will be less about technical superiority, be more about having a unique niche and building stickiness through GTM.
How do you think that's
pretty
aged?
fucking good?
Okay, I feel like that's aged pretty well.
Like you look at, Base, Hyperliquid, Solana. You've got Monad and Berachain on here. Monad hasn't launched. Berachain's kind of struggling. But otherwise, name me a chain that is Aptos, Sui, couple of these other kind of L1 story came about.
Yeah.
But like, tell me a chain that is like that,
So I think the other thing about it that I think has also aged well is that there are all these new chains that are launching, and people don't ask, are they L1s or L2s anymore?
No, it's just
right. They just know they're chains.
Right. Yeah.
Right. So like, is Hyperliquid an L1 or an L2?
Converge.
Nobody really
example,
cares.
Right? Yeah.
Converge.
Yeah.
Does anyone know? Like, do you know, at the top of your head, is Plasma an L1 or L2?
Yeah, I know it's an L1 because we invested, but like.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, if somebody didn't know, they'd be like, oh, it's a chain. I don't know if it's an L1 or L2.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter.
Right. Doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter. And I think
it's part of like the L1 premium thing that people have been discussing with regards to that kind of losing its value.
Yeah, I think that is going away, and there's a premium on chains that people care about and that matter.
Yeah. We'll see how that pans out. All right.
With a unique niche and go to market.
Yeah.
Next one is token launches. Everyone doing huge airdrops via points programs is over. Moving to 2-track. Track 1, KPIs, North Star metric, farm it, be transparent about it. Track 2, smaller airdrops to reward social contributions, but the majority will get distributed via crowdfunding. Meme coins will continue to lose market share to AI agent coins. Migration from nihilism to over-optimism. You're coining that one. That was quite wrong, I would say.
It looked really good in January, and then it went straight downhill. But hey, there's still time. There's still time.
There's
still time.
As far as token launches go, I feel like you may have underestimated the amount of InfoFi, Kaido, things that were going to happen. But I think that maybe is with like, it's kind of a KPI. It's kind of a social. It's kind of in the middle of your two predictions. It's like yapping, talking about the project, allocating, 0.5 bips or 0.5% or whatever it is. So you're I'd say
Yeah, I mean,
like,
I
general
think I acknowledge the
directionally-
social airdrops,
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
think they're becoming bigger than I originally anticipated they would.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, 𝘬𝘳𝘠 is just completely taking over every pre-TGE project.
That's right.
More or less.
Yeah. So I just feel like 𝘬𝘠 is running away with it in the airdrop meta. But the thing about the airdrop meta is that it never stands still. It always keeps evolving.
But
so.
I think you're right about huge points programs and distributing out a ton of supply. It's like, tell me one token that has launched in the last 3 months that has had this massive points program leading to an airdrop.
Yeah.
I can't think of one.
Yeah.
Can you guys?
I mean, Pump Fund is gonna launch. We don't know exactly.
But that's
how
like
much
this
supply.
crowdfunding thing that.
Right. That is more the crowdfunding. So that might have a large airdrop, but not via a points program.
Right.
Yeah, points
Right.
are.
I'm curious because you mentioned on the meme coins one, right? Like the shift from meme coins to AI agent coins hasn't, right? But you said there's still time, and so
Yeah.
I'm curious. Like if
But Virtuals has made a little bit of a comeback.
Yeah.
With,
So-
with
Yeah.
the Genesis things.
It's sort of winking back into page one.
So for this to come true over the next 6 months, what would have to happen? What do you think that could look like?
Look, I don't know. I mean, the latter part of my predictions is all that AI agent coins are cooked anyway, but I think it's like a short-term mania.
Yeah.
And I think in many ways I was surprised at how quickly it receded.
Okay.
But it does seem to be getting back in the limelight. And look, I think the main thing, once AI agents really start to work, right? Not just chatbots and like a chatbot with a meme coin attached.
2-year, 10-year thing.
Maybe, but I think once you start to see AI agents doing things
Right.
and really taking on more agency
Right.
in a more meaningful way, people will find a way to attach meme coins to that.
Yeah.
Right? At the end of the day, what people find captivating is things that are new and surprising.
Right.
Once AI agents are able to start surprising people again, to the extent that they're not today, I think you will see a meme coin resurgence around those.
Yeah, you're completely right. Like they tweeted, like they started tweeting, and that was like surprising. It was like, wow, it's kind of like a sentient Twitter bot. It's like not just like a normal bot. It's but that was shocking.
Yeah.
And then so like whatever's the next thing that people are like, wow, that's exciting.
Exactly.
Then the
surprise
speculation
factor.
just follows that.
That's
basically.
right. That's right.
Next one is regulation. Stablecoin legislation passes.
Has passed in the Senate, right?
Yep.
It has.
Halfway there.
Under Trump, Fortune 100 companies would be more willing to offer crypto to consumers, more risk appetite, aggressive expansion of crypto integration into Web 2 platforms. Pretty good. Number 4 is pretty good. AI agent craze. These things are not really agents, of course. I actually quote tweeted this one like a screenshot recently, and I was like, yeah, this is spot on. Like I think it was this novelty just dies out.
Yeah.
People are pissed off. You put out a tweet, you've got 30 people commenting, and it's bots, 30 accounts.
Yep.
It's no fun.
Yeah.
This is a long one, so but we'll see how that goes out. Actual crypto times AI. Autonomous agents will use crypto to pay each other.
AI agents will start to fall deeper into this category, right? As the surprise factor comes back and the more legitimate ones continue to rise.
Yep.
We'll move the AI agent category into this actual crypto AI category.
I'd say you're looking like 50-50 right now.
Okay.
Nah, give them credit.
50-50. Wait, what?
5 out of 6.
All right.
Yeah, I was at 50-50. Hold on. Ref. I think we need to
flag
review
on
the
the
video.
flag.
Review the video.
L1's L2's token launches, got it, stablecoin. All right, yeah.
All right, 50-50. Can you believe this guy?
And we're like 6 months through the year.
So,
Yeah, come
so
on.
what are your, give us 2 or 3 predictions for now to the end of the
Oh,
year.
you're going to make me do this?
Do you have any?
No, not really.
Okay.
Like I
No
look,
stress,
I
right?
think it's weird that we've seen so much malaise in the crypto native market
Okay.
and all this mania in public equities.
Yeah, man.
Right? I've never seen this before in my
They're
career.
so dislocated.
It's very weird, right? It's like all the craziness that was buying Celestia before is now buying Circle stock.
Yeah, it's
right?
weird.
And I think what we will see is that at some point it's going to reverse. But I don't know when. I don't know if it happens this year. I don't know if it happens in a year and a half. But like, there will be something that just like kicks the fire off, and things start to move again on the crypto side. But I don't know when it is. Like when I talk to people, I don't think it's just lower rates.
Yeah.
Right? It's never just one thing.
Right.
Yeah.
It's always like there's some story. Rates aren't a story. Rates are a mechanical thing, right? But like there has to be some I don't know, some Fortune 50 company decides to do a thing and it like just goes crazy, or some
And then boom,
Taylor
right.
Swift is like, hey, I love fucking meme coins or
Yeah.
something,
Yeah.
and it just like reanimates the culture
Yeah.
around something.
The culture does feel like tired. It feels
Yeah.
just like it feels exhausting.
Yeah, and to be clear, like that's important.
Yeah, that's
it's important that
logical.
happens,
Right.
because you have to shake people out first.
Yeah.
Right before you have to like kind of burn, the dead wood
Yeah.
on the floor of the forest before you can actually start to rebuild something
Yeah.
of real energy and excitement.
Yeah.
Right. So, but one thing. So actually, I remember that I talked about this on my panel.
Yeah.
So you posted a while back, like, hey. How long do you guys think the revenue meta is going to go?
I
And
started
everybody
the
was
revenue
dunking
meta.
on you. And everybody
They
was
were
dunking on you.
destroying me,
Yeah, they
dude.
were destroying you in the
I
comments
know.
of like, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, I know.
Obviously forever. It's never, the revenue meta is never going away. And I think that it's a cute answer.
Yeah.
But I think this is wrong.
Okay.
I think it's actually wrong. I don't think the revenue meta is never going away. Like obviously revenue will always matter in some obvious sense.
Yeah.
But like it's obviously true for many assets.
Yeah.
Circle being one of them.
Right.
That people do not focus so much on revenue as they focus on stories, right? Why? What makes a difference? The answer is optimism. If you are optimistic about what is coming in the future, about the growth of this asset, then you're going to focus more on growth
Yeah.
and less on
the-
revenue.
on the here and now,
And less
right.
on revenue,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
If your focus is entirely on revenue, what that means is that I don't think you're going to grow.
Yeah.
It means that I think basically you've topped out. These are all the people who are going to be on chain.
Yeah.
These are all the things you're going to do on chain.
100%.
Right? Like that's
Yes.
what people believe when they say the only thing that matters is revenue.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
I think that will change. But we're not ready for it right now because nobody believes any of that.
Yeah.
Nobody believes that there's going to be more
Well,
stuff on
nobody
chain.
believes anything
They basically
anymore.
believe that on chain is cooked.
It's cooked.
This is
Everything's
it.
over.
It's just a big casino.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, yeah.
I don't believe that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but the market doesn't agree with me, and like the answer is like, look, I think I can outlast the market.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at any asset, right, especially like equities, you're looking at future projected cash flows. Always,
Exactly.
you're always looking ahead.
Exactly.
And,
Exactly.
And yeah, like the revenue stuff makes it feel like you're just looking at, all right, what did you do last month? It's like looking backwards more so.
Right. OpenAI
yeah,
right now is making a few $1 billion. Their market cap is in what 350 billion or whatever their
Yeah,
last
yeah.
round was.
Yeah, yeah.
And why is it so high? This is because people believe that they're going to make a lot more money in the future.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
So they believe in growth.
Yeah. Let's see, man. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting, man.
Always.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
It's
Always a pleasure.
It's a good day here. A little cooler, isn't it, boys?
Yeah.
It's nice. All right, guys. We'll go stand by, grab some lunch, and we got a couple more.
Be right back. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Asib.
All right. It was fun.
Yeah, good talk.
Wow, that's amazing. Fuck. I got to take a picture of this.
Courtesy.
Thank you so much.
we just didn't talk then. We were just like started from again.
Production crew, here we go.
Production crew.
The guy's getting fired next year. These guys aren't going to make it back.
Yeah.
Alton, how are you, man?
Good, very good. How about yourself?
All right. All right. You are the co-founder of More Markets. Disclosure, we invested in Alton's companies. You're building money Legos, DeFi, vertical infrastructure, More Markets. What's the deal?
Yeah, so the deal is like there's a lot of idle assets in crypto. So when you look at Bitcoin, XRP, XLM, they just sit there, don't earn anything, right? And they're usually sitting with exchanges. So, Binance holds like a bunch of Bitcoin from customer funds. XRP is the same, right? Like Uphold holds like $5-6 billion of XRP. So when we started looking, we said, when you look at top 10, these assets should be earning something. And exchanges do something with it. Like exchanges have some ways to earn, but they're very minimal. They're 0.5, 1%, and likely they're owning the most. Like they're earning the most of it and don't give to the users. And we said, look, there's a lot of things happening. People don't have to bridge anymore. There's a lot of chain abstraction. Good things are happening on chain abstraction. And we said, how can we like take these assets and use them in DeFi and pay yield on them through what we know in Ethereum and Solana? But why don't we just open up to everybody? So that's what More Markets is. It's a very simple app that you can come in. We're launching in 2 weeks to be able to. Just like an exchange, you come and deposit. In the background, you can actually see it's very transparent where the yields are coming from, and you can earn yield on your XRP, starting with XRP, but through going to be XLM, Bitcoin, Near, all the assets that are not actively used in DeFi.
Yeah. Okay, cool. How has the team and your investors and people that you have talked to, how have they adjusted to this new idea?
Yeah. Pivots are hard, and I think they're harder in crypto. And I think we talked about it before, right? Like a lot of people should set that ego aside and say, hey, I need to pivot because the product I'm working on might not just end up as $1 billion company. That's what venture returns are. Electric Capital led our round, and they have been super supportive just because Avitrol has the understanding of, Silicon Valley, understanding how like people pivot a lot to figure out where their niche is. And Ilya has been super supportive. Like he's been a supporter since day one. So it's been going really well. A lot of people like it on the investor team.
Would you say that the trend of like verticalizing these applications from like the owning the chain or owning the execution, the wallet, the DeFi app, like it's like this full ownership of the stack. Is that what you're trying to like accomplish here?
Yeah, we want to start with the app, right? Because that's where the distribution is. And Hyperliquid did this nicely. Obviously, you can't compare yourself to Hyperliquid. They've been building this for the last 3 years. They're just expert market makers, and they understand the market. But that's a trend you're seeing. Like it started with Hyperliquid. You're seeing with Ethena. You're seeing with Uniswap. You have the distribution obviously, but then you want to launch a chain to own all the value accrual to the project. And we'll see a lot more. Like it's not the first time.
So you're not going to launch a chain, right?
Not yet. We want to make sure that first, like we have users, but definitely something in like we can go down and after we have users, just like to consider basically.
Yeah. So in the next couple of weeks, you're going to be rolling out the app then.
Correct.
Cool.
Correct. Yeah.
Cool. Just zooming out of More Markets. What are you bullish about in the space, and what are you bearish or fearful about?
I don't want to say stablecoins because everybody's saying stablecoins recently.
Of course.
I think the next wave after stablecoins are RWA, right? Like if you have institutions are coming which want stablecoins, they also would want real yield.
Right.
So the real yields are usually some on chain, like collateral. So I'm excited about lending markets. I think there's going to be more and more lending markets, and there's a lot of iterations that Morpho is doing. So I'm excited about that. Bearish about like there's an oversupply of tokens. So like we need to solve that as an industry and think through how like everybody's playing the same books, but like how do we kind of go back and look back at the tokenomics and build better token structures?
Yeah,
is something that we can learn as an industry. Yeah, so those are the two things.
What is it like working with Ilya in the past and
Yeah.
at Near? Like, what's been that experience been like?
Ilya is great. Ilya is one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life, and I say that from heart. Like he's technically brilliant, and one of the things that Ilya does well is to, when he recognizes founders, he gives them the space, right? Like we did Near DA back in Near. It was a project that we probably wanted to start in a week, and then Ilya allowed us to do it and gave us the space. So that is very important in a company like Near. It's been amazing, and also it's been amazing to get supported by Near throughout the whole, spin-out process and everything.
Yeah. Who do you think are the best founders in the space?
I would say Jeff is one currently that everybody would say. Ilya is one of the best technical founders I've ever seen. I really like Robinson. He's been very supportive for us. I appreciate you guys in media. Like media is something that is hard to do and hard to crack, and really appreciate you guys putting a lot of content, and especially grassroots, which is very important, which a lot of people don't do. Those are the ones that come into mind. And really good storytellers. Like I still really like 𝘱𝘭𝘷𝘦𝘴𝘂𝑚's storytelling abilities. Like he's amazing at that. So yeah, there's a lot of good founders coming in to crypto.
Do you think that narrative is more important, or actually like having, like not like having users, but like, do you think like distribution, storytelling, and narrative is more important than like having a killer app or a killer product, or like just any sort of like how do you think about the balance there?
It's hard, like especially for crypto. Like if you're in Silicon Valley, you can just launch a product. You do you market in your own ways, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
For crypto, it's pretty hard. So I think it's a delicate dance between the narrative and the product.
Yeah.
I think it's changing in such a way that you obviously need to have a product with a narrative, right? Like you need something that people can come in and actually see, which 𝘁𝘳𝘧 was able to do pretty well, right? Like there was the Info9 narrative, but you also have a really good product in the back. I think we're converging into that meta. Like Hyperliquid has a great product, but has also a great narrative that people want to stick to. So if I was to start again, obviously stick with the narrative, but have a product that backs that narrative. With all the numbers and revenue and rev that people discuss about. So that's how I see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're in like a show me the money era of the space. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And we did that mistake. Like, look, I mean, I take the mistakes personally. Like, DA was a great narrative, but it's hard to make money off of DA.
Yeah.
So we've realized that very early. We're like, we need to figure something out. So we moved on from that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think a lot of like infrastructure projects are realizing that it's going to be hard to monetize and make money consistently.
And it's hard. Like if you launch a token on that narrative too, like very hard to pivot from there, right? Like so, yeah. And pre-token projects have that still
have the advantage, right?
Yeah, have the advantage to be able to like nimble, have a small team.
It's crazy how like the pre-token vibe is like so different than like post-token vibe.
Yeah. And sometimes you talk to founders, they're like, well, this token is dumping, and I'm like, I have no idea why it's dumping. It's just market. Like I have no control over it. Which is tough. Yeah.
So, what's the next couple of months look like for you guys at More Markets? What are you most focused on? What are you prioritizing?
So we focus on XRP just to start. I think we might be in the next weeks. We might be the biggest XRP wrapped in like Ethereum. So that's exciting. And then we're gonna roll out other assets. So been thinking about Near, because Near is reducing inflation now.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
Yeah, pretty bullish. Like I think.
Do you think L1s are just cooked and they're just gonna like reduce inflation because the token's dumping and like it's just
it's nice to reduce inflation.
But it's just like this coming back to reality moment. But it's also like proof of stake maybe wasn't as important as we thought.
Yeah, it is like it is important in such a sense, but I think it's like you already know the validators. Like if you have 100 validators, you've KYB'd them, their businesses. Yeah. They're not gonna go like rug you in a sense. Like it's pretty hard for them to rug. So excited about that, and with that in mind, like Near token, for example, needs to have more DeFi or like more utility. So working towards with the Near team to be able to find a utility for Near, which is exciting. I've been looking at XLM, which is a big token. XRP is the main start, but like we're not going to stop there. The vision is to become almost like an on-chain earning app that everyone can see. Like you, Andy, can come in and see that you're earning let's say 4% through 𝘰𝘬𝘴 or like some combination of, 𝘮𝘪𝘴𝘬, whatever. And that's exciting. Like it's not something that people had before. And the next month's like launching the product, getting the first users, getting the first deposits in, which is doing a lot of audits still, so making sure that everything is secure is something that we're working towards.
What would you say to all the XRP haters out there? People who think XRP is garbage and they don't like it.
Ethereum. The way I kind of phrase this is like, I also have it on my pinned on my Twitter account, is like I see Ethereum and Solana as like demand centers, and all these assets doesn't really matter where they come from. Like if it's XRP, if it's a Bitcoin, it's a collateral that you can use. So I invite everyone to get excited about getting alternative assets onto Ethereum and Solana rather than fight it. But at the same time, XRP has done an amazing job in marketing. Like Ripple has done a phenomenal job creating an amazing narrative that sticks for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
And it's not going anywhere. Like it's going to get more and stronger even with institutions coming in. And guess what? Like they're in fintech magazines. My brother is a fintech, like he's a trader.
Yeah.
Second asset he thinks about after Bitcoin is XRP.
Of course.
So it has a different, user base, and excited to kind of get them yield a little bit through Ethereum. That's what we're working on now.
What's your message to the XRP community here?
Yeah, they should just join the waitlist and earn. XRP, ETH has been earning for a while. Like 3-4%. Solana had more, more earning opportunities. I think it's time for XRP to earn. Let's say 3-4% like sustainable yield. But it's the time that XRP gets yield too. So if you're watching this, just join our waitlist. We have a lot of people that joined within the 48 hours, and people keep joining to be a user. And excited to be launching that soon.
One last thing for you: how's your journey through founder-led marketing going? What are you really focused on for your personal brand to lead more markets?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of like XRP. I've been in a bunch of XRP KOL channels on YouTube, and that's been quite interesting. Like, it's very different than Ethereum and how you talk. So we've been leading that. We actually went to XRP Las Vegas, and BTC Las Vegas was there talking to literally community members of like, why do you hold XRP? Like, just literally doing user research. And people think it's like going to 10,000, and if you're going to 10,000 and you're not earning yield. Like that's how you kind of talk to them,
that is not going
which
to
is amazing. It's the belief in the community that at some point it will.
Which XRP is not going to $10,000.
Can't comment on that, but
it's not even going to 100, bro.
Yeah, but anyway,
10 is a stretch.
Well, the belief is, it's like if Bitcoin went to 100K, so why not? XRP can go to 10,000, which is again, right? Like there's people that almost believe it like a religion, right? Like it's
I know.
It's an amazing marketing machine.
That like movement ability of a community is extremely strong.
Yeah. The community is like, I have never seen something like this in my life. XRPM is such a strong community. Like if you're just like go to them and say, hey, like I'm part of the XRP army. They're like, wow, yeah, I'm too. Like, when did you buy the asset? When did you like?
You're a big part of the XRP army now.
Yeah, we talk to them quite often. We do a bunch of marketing with the XRP KOLs, but just to give you guys idea, like XRP is a strategy. We start with XRP because there's no yield on it. We'll go to other assets like XLM, Near, and others that don't have that much DeFi activity. Like, how can we bring them off chain, on chain, and earn through those. Earn through more markets, so that's what we're focusing on right now.
How's your personal life going, man? Are you
good?
Are you happy? You staying healthy?
Yeah, trying to be. Founder life is pretty tough. You
long nights, right?
Yeah, long nights.
Early mornings.
Early mornings, you can't exercise as much as you used to do, which is annoying. But I play football a lot. Like people in crypto community, I've been playing like soccer because we're in the US, right. Which has been fun. Been going well.
Good, man. Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, Andy.
What's on your docket here for the rest of the day, for the rest of the week here in the city?
Going back to the city to do some meetings with prime brokerages because they hold a lot of XRP. They have customers that hold XRP, so getting them to deposit onto more markets, introducing them like DeFi, which is an interesting.
Is that a challenge?
Yeah, it is. It is definitely a challenge. It's not like ETH and Sol where you can just tell people it's DeFi and then people come to you.
Yeah.
But if it's not a challenge, like there wouldn't be
right?
there wouldn't be a large price at the end. So been motivating the team with that mindset, which has been going really well. And then going back to London in Saturday. So
cool.
Yeah.
Safe travels. Thanks for joining.
Thanks,
Wish you the
man.
best on the launch.
Thanks, man.
Hopefully you get some good traction.
Yeah, thanks.
Some big deposits. Get some of those prime brokerages in there.
Yes.
And look forward to seeing it, man.
Likewise. Thanks for having me.
Cheers, buddy. Welcome back.
Nice.
My message to the XRP army:
Right.
participate in more markets.
Join the waitlist. Yeah.
There you go.
Awesome. Cool.
We'll
Thanks,
see you later, man. All right, guys. Up next, we've got 𝘱𝘭𝘵𝗫𝗏 coming, but he's done. Up next, we've got 𝘱𝘭𝘵𝗫𝗏. We'll see where he's at. He's come through. Wanted to shout out to EtherFi. Click the link below this tweet. You get $50 off on your first $1,000 spent cash back. One of the best crypto cards in the space. I have it on my phone. Apple Pay, Tap to Pay. It's the second card under my American Express business. I come in here, pull it up. There it is. You can see your history. Use it for anything, expenditure, and all of that. We are gonna have our next guest come up, 𝘱𝘭𝘵𝗫𝗏, and let's see what he's doing. Let's go stand by for a sec. All right, John. What's going on, man? How are you?
Good, man.
Welcome to the day 3. Yeah, I'm enjoying. That panel was pretty funny. We had some funny people on our panel, that's for sure.
Doing anything with Max and Tarun is always going to be fun for me.
Yeah.
That's always sure to be a good time. It was fun.
You know, that Sol ETH debate that we had in Bangkok together with Tarun at the studio?
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun stuff. Well, okay, so I've been talking to Haseeb and then Alton earlier today about this state of the proof of stake landscape with these L1s, and I had Tarun yesterday say that he thinks that staking businesses, the top is behind us for staking businesses. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do. I'm curious.
Like validators.
Well, so I'm curious what the other guys' takes on this were, because I was at a dinner with Haseeb the other day too, and he was like sort of on the same side that I've talked about before. Like most of this economic security stuff is like a lot of this is a meme.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of it is topped a lot of the staking businesses, at least in some sense, where I think a lot of it is just unsustainably profitable right now. Like if you look at the breakdown of particularly on Solana. the amount of money that validators in the past year have made on Solana is just like absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
So there in particular, I would say just as like a margins business, I would say it's probably topped. Because it's just been like a super inefficient market where, for example, it was just like the norm for a super long time that the validators have just been like keeping all the priority fees on Solana. Which was the thing that like no one paid attention to early on when this was a small market and people weren't making money. But as these markets have gotten really big, and just the options for you to stake with different providers has gotten so much easier to move capital around, like you just start negotiating with people. I mean, like we did that with our stake, where early on with our Sol stake, we didn't really care where it was staked as much because it didn't make a difference. The provider that we were staking with did not give priority fees, so we moved our stake once it started moving up. And then you start negotiating with people, margins compress. So that's going to happen industry-wide. Just as the industry will get bigger, proof of stake assets will get bigger, the dollars amount staked will get bigger. But a lot of the businesses today are definitely going to get squeezed on margins where, I mean, Coinbase taking 25% on like retail staking and stuff like that. Like you just can't keep doing that long term. It's not sustainable as you get better options and you lose your moat.
Even on on like the Keplr dashboard for Tendermint chains, you had validators that would take 10-15%, some would 5 and some would have 0. And I guess for some perceived uptime or some perceived lack of slashing or security reasons, but it always baffled me how much capital would be parked into like these validators that are taking 10% commission.
Exactly.
I was like, why? Like how? Like, they're all running the same hardware and software. Like it's like there's no difference here.
Yeah, we're going to see compression from both sides where just from a user perspective as just staking options get better in general where there's more options to stake, there's more competitive market, and more people will get rational over time. I think as the field institutionalizes, more people will just, actually care about what are the margins and stake elsewhere. And then we're also going to see pressure, I think, from the chain side where this is in practice part of why chains are starting to make an aggressive push finally of, hey, we don't need 10% staking rewards. Like, this doesn't make any sense. Hyperliquid has, I think it's
2%.
It's like a 2% staking yield. It's like 1% inflation. Like,
I've been staking for like 7 months, and I'm like, dude, I barely heard anything.
Exactly. Like, it works fine. No one's gonna like attack the chain. You don't need 100% staking. Like, most of that stuff is a meme. So people are just gonna keep bringing their staking rewards down. I mean, you saw the push on Solana for the same reason. There was the push there. That didn't pass in part because I think they tried to get a little too cute and complicated with the mechanism. But there's very clear appetite for, hey, what if we just like cut the issuance rate in half? And then Celestio's proposal now
is all the way down
for the extreme version of what I had talked about a couple years ago of maybe just get rid of this thing and just proof of governance, just slash the staking issuance all the way down to effectively what is 100% commission of we need to pay enough to the validators to service the chain and just like make it very transparent that these are the economics. Because in practice, that's also where validators have been able to make a lot of money is when all the numbers are just complicated to users. There's a bunch of issuance, there's a bunch of priority fees, there's MEV. When the more complicated things are, usually the easier it is as one of these businesses to sort of skim off larger pieces. When you make it really transparent of, hey, here's the amount of issuance that we are coming out of the chain, and this is exactly what's going to pay for validators. It's very transparent. You negotiate that very clearly, and you're not going to get these crazy margins anymore. Because most chains are realizing, like, this is just a waste of money. Like, we're paying out a bunch of inflation where it makes it easier for validators to take an unduly large cut. And then most of the rest is inflation. We don't actually need to send back to stakers. It's excessive. It's inefficient on like all the tax inefficiencies and stuff like that. So I definitely think we're going to see this push going forward of like a compression of margins there and a lot of reduction in staking rates.
So hypothetical, if you were 𝘬𝘪𝘴 and you were like running the Solana Foundation, Lily, 𝘬𝘪𝘴, etc., what would you do immediately to address the application versus validator profit maximization imbalance with regard to the actual MEV situation and applications really giving a lot of value back to the chain? What would you immediately do?
So part of the validator profitability thing is separate from the app profitability of like a lot of. Currently, most of the value that the validators are taking now, at least the way that things are currently constructed today, should be going to validators. In that, like a lot of these priority fees where they're taking crazy margins, those should be going to those should be going to stakers today, as opposed to like P2P or whoever, or Coinbase, like taking those, that should be going to me as like a sole staker.
Right.
So I think that's the first step, is improving that, and that's a lot of just reduce the inflation, just make better options for people to stake, make it easier for people to stake, and then like the margins will compress there. What you really need to do though is also start to squeeze out the sole stakers to that point of helping the applications where, okay, but these, a lot of these excessive fees, the MEV and stuff like that, we don't even want that to leak to the sole holders or the validators. We want that to go return to the applications. And that's part of what we were talking about on the panel yesterday, like with Max. And this is where a lot of the application-specific sequencing type of talk comes in. Because I do think that is going to matter a lot. That's the more probably like existential risk of, if applications are saying, hey, half of the value that I create as an application is just leaking out to the sole stakers and validators because there's just like an inefficient market structure here and I can't capture it well. Like I'm going to leave at some point. Like, why run a 50% margin business on Solana if I can go make my own app chain and get 100%? That obviously won't make sense for small ones, but at a certain point, I mean, this is the conversation that everyone has always with Pump Fund, for example, where I don't think it makes sense for them today, but is there a breaking point in the future where if they're saying like, hey, we're leaking out, just making up a number, 30, 40%, whatever of the value is, if we own the users, at a certain point it does become rational to go do your own thing. I don't think it makes sense today. There's a lot of value to the distribution and the infrastructure, and it's expensive to build it. But yeah, at a certain point you're going to need to expose better mechanisms for these applications to re-internalize that value. And so that's where the application-specific sequencing comes from, which is kind of at least the way that they want to implement it downstream of multiple concurrent leaders. So that's concretely the thing at a protocol level that people like Max and 𝘗𝘬𝘃 have obviously been talking about for a long time, because that is particularly now really a path to getting that, which would be super, super helpful.
So that's Solana. That's kind of this entire staking ecosystem. The other phenomenon that's been happening is that over the last 18 months, there's been an abundance of new chains, and we've had a ton of different specialized chains. Hyperliquid obviously is dominating in a lot of ways in that specific use case. New general purpose L1s, but like what's happening more than ever is like a consolidation process, kind of like monolithic, modular. Oh, maybe we got to go back closer to like just a couple chains. How are you seeing the multi-chain, let's just put it that way, landscape now? Like, how are you seeing the power law play out from a mind share, transactions, users, etc.? And then like, how do you think that that's going to keep playing out in the future? Are we going to have this continue to kind of like crunch and just have a couple big winners? Are the breakout chains not yet launched? Like, we've seen this kind of go and kind of ebb and flow. Where are we at now?
I think what we're seeing right now is probably going to hold for at least quite a while, where you have this power law of general purpose chains, where I think the vast majority of applications that are launching today are best served by launching on top of some existing general purpose chain. And then depending on what your need is, that will tell you which chain it is. So a lot of simple old school DeFi protocols that aren't like super trading oriented and low latency trading and just need access to a lot of capital, some of them do still make sense to launch first on Ethereum. Like I was talking to a protocol today that was like their early stage, they're going to launch on Ethereum first because it's not a trading oriented thing. They just need access to a certain large pool of capital. Same thing with like Athena was a perfect example of the last cycle. Makes sense if you're building something like that, you're going to go launch on Ethereum. You don't need your own chain, at least to start. You just want access to a lot of capital and infrastructure that works. For most trading and consumer-oriented stuff, again, where you don't really need your own chain for the vast majority of it, just go launch it on Solana. And that's where, in practice, we're seeing most of that stuff today. So, like, most interesting new consumer-oriented applications, early stage, just go launch on Solana. It works. And then you're going to get a tail that will disperse to other places for a variety of needs, whether that's monad, like if you want, EVM compatibility. If certain will complete on like even lower latency for like certain niche use cases. The vast majority just don't need their own chain though, at least to start. There are like obvious exceptions with Hyperliquid and stuff like that. But most applications just starting off, it's a high lift to make and run your own chain. That's just like usually unnecessary where you lose out on the distribution. I think for most of them that will be like a later stage conversation for most of the really successful ones, unless you like really need certain customizations to start. Like Hyperliquid obviously benefited from having their own chain from the start. But I don't think that's indicative of most things that we're seeing, at least.
All right, last one for you. I put out a tweet several weeks back, kind of a meme, and I got absolutely just clobbered for it, which was how long do you think the revenue meta is going to last? And I actually had Hasib on like 2 people prior, and he was actually like, look, man, I think you got clobbered, but unfairly so. Here's why. Because
I think your point was right.
The people that were...
Depending on how you meant it.
Yeah, the people who are focusing right now on revenue, everything, are effectively saying that the current amount of adoption that we have today is the end, and that you need to be fully maximizing for what that is now, and that you're not even thinking about projecting into the future, and so that's all that matters. And so that the people that were angry were kind of we're thinking too closely into like the here and now and not forward. Now, I may or may not have meant that. It may have just been pure troll rage bait, but
it was very good.
I'm curious what you think. Like, do you agree with Hasib? Do you think that like he has a point? What's your thoughts? Like there's been such an emphasis on revenue for the last like month or two. Where do we go from here into the future?
Yeah, so I guess I would broadly bucket it into like 3 camps where people are right now. One is, I would say, there's a group of people who don't think that you need to make money for a lot of projects in a long-term state, where they will make the argument that for assets, particularly large L1 platforms like ETH, Sol, whatever, that you don't need to be, charging a bunch of fees, REV in the long run. Like, it's totally fine. The value of this thing will come as it's a commodity money-like thing. That's like one camp, and that's one that I've like largely argued against. I think there's like rare exceptions to that, like Bitcoin obviously is. I don't think that applies to most other assets. So that's like one camp that I would say is anti the revenue meta, in the sense that a lot of people like me will say, hey, this is important like for Sol to generate a bunch of REV. So that's like one to argue against. And then that middle camp is where I think most people actually are today, which is like what I would describe as really the revenue meta of it's just now an over fixation on like go to DeFi Llama and sort by like what is the revenue number today, and like okay, so we put like a multiple on this, and that's just completely wrong.
I agree.
Like that literally just doesn't make any sense for multiple reasons. One being that simple fact of most people just aren't like doing the like even one step further analysis of okay, but like literally a snapshot today doesn't mean anything. What actually matters is in any kind of like DCF valuation, it's like what money am I going to make in the future? And so if you just have shit revenue quality and it's just going to go down, well, that is not a better thing to hold than the thing which has 0 revenue today, but I think is going to 1000x tomorrow. Well, then the thing that actually has no revenue today is the better like cash flow bet. And so people like just have a really hard time grasping, I think, particularly these kind of just exponential leaps in crypto, where it can be very rational as a cash flow and based investor to prefer an asset which has absolutely no cash flow today, because I think that it's going to 1,000, 10,000x in the amount of cash flows that it's going to get in the future. And that's how like all early stage investing works.
How all equity investing works.
Exactly. And like people just have a really hard time getting their heads around that. I think particularly because crypto people we haven't thought about revenue and cash flows for a long time. But I mean, the very simple, once you dig one level deeper onto it, is like most of the tokens that people are valuing is like, oh, this is value because of cash flows, revenue today. Like, look at the numbers. They don't actually like make sense on any reasonable valuation basis.
I know.
Like one of the like I would say one of the most emblematic ones of it today is like Syrup. Maple, which I think is like a great protocol. I think it's like a really cool idea. I think there's like future growth, but everyone is basing it off of like, everyone was like, oh, they're making so much revenue today, like compared to all these other applications. That's why it should be valuable. If you just like look at what the multiple valuations on these things are today, it's like, all right, the thing is making like 10 mil in revenue and spending like a little under 10 mil a year. It's like maybe like making $1 million a year in profit. So like a 600 PE multiple is like it's not a reasonable valuation. Even there, you're doing this, like, okay, the bet is that we think this thing is going to grow 100x in the future. Like, sure, it makes sense. But yeah, way too many people are just taking this simplistic look of like, what is the number today, and then project this forward.
It's really like looking backwards instead of looking forwards, which all investing is really always looking forward.
Exactly. And so that's what I think is going to die out at some point as the like revenue meta right now,
I agree.
Where we're going to just get past this overfixation where it's like crypto people just discovered revenue
again,
and they're like, wow, this is like an amazing thing. How did we like not look at this before? And they're like, this is all we need to look at now. And then we're going to go back to this middle ground where it's like, no, a lot of the infrastructure stuff will, for example, make sense. It's just that for some of it, it may not generate cash flows today. What you need to be making a reasonable argument for all these is what are the cash flows that it's going to generate in the future? Because like that's what's actually going to matter. And for a lot of it won't matter. For a lot of it, like it won't capture value. Like I think the future that we're going to head towards is 95% or whatever the value is going to go to applications. Like I do think that is going to be the general trend. But that doesn't mean that you can't have like any infrastructure winners, for example. Like if Solana is the platform that just most stuff is built on top of, even if it's just squeezing out 5% margins at the end of the day on a huge pie, like that could be many billions of dollars per year.
Exactly.
And that could be a super valuable thing. So,
last thing for you actually that crypto Twitter has recently discovered is 𝘗𝘓𝘁. We've recently realized that 𝘗𝘓𝘁 exists. So shout out to crypto Twitter. And my question to you is, do you think that there is a specific infrastructure architecture that is ideal for 𝘗𝘓𝘁? I think there's like 4 options, more or less. You got like a Hyperliquid, like an L1, basically that's an app chain L1, app L1. You got a general purpose L1, like a monad with like a 𝘬𝑂 or something. You've got like a general purpose L2, like a mega ETH, super high throughput. Again, these all converge in some ways. And then like a custom specific L2 app chain for a 𝘗𝘓𝘁. Like, is there a infrastructure that you find to be ideal, somewhere in the middle? Like, what's your thoughts here?
I don't think there's any ideal one. I do think there are trade-offs to all of them. I think a lot of it comes down to what is the best in practice today. Because I think there's a good argument that if you take the Solana end vision, which is we're doing 1 million TPS, and we have like effectively instant blocks, instant finality, we have multiple current leaders, we have app-specific sequencing, we have like all these fancy things. There's no reason for you to need your own chain. That like might be true in the ideal state. But we obviously don't live there today, and that's like probably years away. So in practice, in the real world, if you want to launch the best thing today, you need your own chain to do it. And right now, that's Hyperliquid. I'd say like without a doubt, that is obviously just like the best application and just implementation of this today that people just like love using. It works really well. In general, the way that it is easiest to launch a thing is going to be just what's the most centralized version of it.
Exactly. Like what's the fastest, most centralized version?
Exactly. And so, I mean, Hyperliquid basically just went max centralized.
I looked at Solana, I was like, nah, fuck you, man. I'm going to do way better than that.
Exactly. And like, they basically just went max centralized, particularly at the start. And they're like progressively decentralizing now. I mean, when they started, it was 4 nodes all ran by the team. Obviously. And like now it's, it's 16, but they're all co-located. One, still
for each region, right?
Yeah, still the foundation has supermajority stake, but like, okay, like this will hopefully broaden out over time.
Right.
In general, the easiest way to do things today is just start super centralized. And so in practice, like usually the easiest way to do that today is just by launching some sort of L2. There's like a lot of frameworks and stuff to build that. And I mean, the other part of it is that obviously just like with launching if you actually have real decentralization and proofs along with the thing, that allows you to keep the thing super centralized while having actual like security fallbacks.
Exactly.
Where people hand wave it away, but I do think the bridge security risks on Hyperliquid like actually matter today. I would put a different amount of money on the chain if I had 0 security risks with it.
It's scary, actually.
They can clearly overcome it because it's the best product that there is today, but I don't think it's reasonable to say that like this wouldn't be a better product if people had like 0 security risks about the bridge. If I had 100% certainty that like, hey, I could just withdraw all my money, there's nothing that they could do to censor or shut down the bridge or like anything like that, like I would put more money on it. And I think that like on the margin that does matter, and
100% does.
And so that is the way that if you're going to have like completely centralized operations with a Rollup, that's the way you're going to get that. The tough part is that this again is like what exists in practice versus today. In practice, most of the rollups today don't actually give you those guarantees that I just described.
And they're slower or whatever it is, right?
Exactly.
And less efficient.
And so I think Hyperliquid took the correct route of saying like, hey, in practice, most of this rollup stuff is also an ideal end state that's going to give you perfect security guarantees. Today in practice, most of them are still, it's a security council, you're taking security questions with them, you're taking some trust. And so they said, all right, we're just going to ship an L1 with a few validators and like it'll work. I think that was the right trade-off today. But I think that what the right trade-off is, just it will evolve over time. it may be implementing more of like a ZK bridge kind of thing. If that tech just becomes commoditized, then Hyperliquid should just like slap it on there. That's what they should use. If it becomes a general purpose chain and Solana is like the thing in 5 years once it's an ideal end state, then like sure, you should just launch there. So the infrastructure is just going to keep evolving, and applications just need to, at any given time, to say like what's the infrastructure that's going to give me the best experience for my users right now. Right now it's Hyperliquid. Tomorrow it might be something else.
John, I appreciate your time. I know it's been a busy week for you.
Yeah.
Thanks for the chat, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, it's fun, man.
All right, buddy.
We'll see you around.
Cheers, man. Alrighty, guys. Up next, we've got good friend Wei. I'm gonna bring him up here. Hello, Kate. How are you? Good to see you. We're live running around. We've got Wei on. What's up, Wei? How are you, man?
Good.
Have you been in the trenches this week in meetings and calls and doing investing?
Always.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I maybe not as much as you guys, right? You've been here for like this is our second day doing
pods.
What, 15, 20 podcasts.
Yeah, but very short
tests.
ones. Yeah, but fun ones though. This new format's been a bit more. I think it's a bit less dense conversations. Like it's hard to get into really, really deep, but you get more kind of breadth of topics.
Vibe check.
Yeah, exactly.
Pulse check.
Pulse check. All right, so let's do a little pulse check then. I got quite a few of your tweets pulled up that I'd like to talk to you about. Okay, so this one is actually yesterday about what apps and infra should take away from the rise of application-specific L1s, which I was just talking to John about. Product specs of apps determine the required infrastructure.
Let's unpack.
Yeah.
So traditionally, we have been building infrastructure that use tech to unlock something, but we don't know what that something is. If you look at, Ethereum, Solana, just generalized infrastructure, right? And I think Hyperliquid taught us that you had to have a list of product requirements that you're actually building towards. Is what type of decentralization, what's the latency, how many TPS, what's the semantics of the transactions of your application. So if we're building for end users, if we're building something real, with real revenue, real users, we'll have to come up with a list of product spec, right? And connect that with a technology that can give us those product spec.
Okay.
And so for apps, this is, you should come up with a list of product spec to best build your products and think about what's the infrastructure that unlock that list of features. And sometimes you might not be able to find that. And I think for Hyperliquid, the situation was, okay, we need something that's minimally decentralized, and that gives us like 200 kTPS, and we can tune down the latency to like 80 milliseconds that they have right now. And what they found was that, okay, we can't actually build this on any L1. We had to build our own. And so that's, I think, what apps should take away. Just don't be afraid to build your own infra if it doesn't exist. And for infra, you have to understand the product spec of your targeted apps. You can't just build into infrastructure anymore. You have to understand your exact target apps and understand the product spec, build your infrastructure to unlock the product spec.
So could you maybe then give us a couple examples of like, okay, so obviously like high throughput trading is what Hyperliquid's doing, perps, right? But maybe a couple other examples of like teams either you guys have backed or what you've seen out there in the wild that is like, okay, this product spec clearly makes sense for this use case. Yeah,
so let's talk about, let's say latency, right? Latency for trading is the most important thing. When you're talking about like liquidity market makers, and if you're building a DEX, it's clear that's something you should minimize. But if you're talking about something like NFT projects, or like, a social app, right? Maybe like, for those applications, latency doesn't matter as much.
Right.
And if you talk about fees, sometimes fees actually, congestion fee doesn't matter. Like for example, if you have a really congested market, people will pay to get in front of the line, and that's okay. That's just the structure of the application, right? And people will pay to get in front. And so you can build like these priority fee markets. But for something like for example, like a block fee market, where it's more like commodity, it's more about inclusion, then it's more about the base fee. So maybe the kind of priority fee market doesn't matter as much, and it's all about kind of can I get my transaction through. So for payments, for example, it doesn't really matter whether my payment goes in at the top of the block or what was literally the first thing that's processed, right? And so like understanding kind of what are the priorities for each application. It's going to be different depending on application.
I mean, yeah, like payments is a good example of there's even applications out there and use cases that have like a commutative property where like 2 + 3 is 5 or 3 + 2 is 5. Like sometimes ordering doesn't matter.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it does matter though. Like
exactly.
Right. And so that was the idea behind that. Thanks for the heads up there, Wei. Next one that I got for you is a separate tweet, which is being slow to pull up, but I think you said, okay, here we go. You recently imagined a 2026 where Bitcoin has DeFi, Ethereum has full rollup interop, Solana becomes a decentralized NASDAQ. My question is, which one of these bets do you think will happen first and why?
Oh, good question. So, yeah, so let's say some one by one, right? So Bitcoin shipping trust minimized bridges and unlocking Bitcoin DeFi. So lending, yield, restaking, things like that. Ethereum unlocking interop, right?
Yeah.
We're finally we're getting network effects, and Solana becoming, literatively or figuratively the decentralized NASDAQ. I think
yes.
Clearly, Solana ships the fastest so far. So perhaps that's there's a good reason why they'll keep shipping, and I think based on recent data points, they already have designs. They're, some of it is already in testnet. I know OpenGlow is on internal testnet. Ethereum is trying to ship faster, so I'll rank that as the second most likely.
Yeah.
And Bitcoin, I think, we don't actually need Bitcoin core to change for trust minimized bridges, right? We'll have all these construction to get around it, but nevertheless, I think it's just so complex right now. There's all these competing solutions. The technical approach is getting better and better, right? So people are talking about gobble circuits now as a way to minimize the on-chain part of the BVM bridge construction, and that's like completely new within the past 3 months. And so there's still a very fast pace of research innovation. It's just going to take a while to get to practical implementation. So I'll rank maybe Solana, most likely, Ethereum, and then Bitcoin.
Yeah, although I did hear from Jeremy Rubin, a core developer, that was actually at a dinner the other night, that covenants are closer than they ever have been for Bitcoin, like in the next month or two. But then I had Jeff Garzik on, like a core OG guy, and he made a claim that he would make a prediction market and put 0.1 Bitcoin on it, that there's no covenants in the next 60 days. So.
Yeah, Bitcoiners, man.
Yeah.
Very decentralized. No, and that's what makes Bitcoin strong, right?
Oh man! All right, so I'm curious, what you can tell us about some of the coolest ideas you've seen in the consumer app space recently. I know that you guys have been doing investing and work there. What are some of the ideas that have been cool that you can share, that are public, that you find compelling? Tell us about some of the teams. Yeah,
so I think Rodeo is the most recent app that we invested in, and I'll try my best to speak to Rodeo, but keep in mind this actually Peter, who's on the 1KS team, led the deal. But anyway, so Rodeo is this app to collect. It's effectively kind of like an NFT collection app, right? But there's a social experience behind it, and so it's almost like Instagram, for collecting art. Okay. And it's clear that the NFT cycle, where we had a lot of, crypto native users, that type of dynamic is only scalable within like a core community, I think, and to really expand a consumer experience to the broad audience, we need to actually think about how the broader consumer base consume and share and have social experiences, and I think it's I think we'll see more and more of these customized experiences in the form of apps that's not really it's not really a crypto app, right? It's like you're creating new experiences.
So it's a social based application.
Yeah, it's a social based NFT collection.
Cool. Last time we spoke with Tarun, we talked a lot about A, quantum, but B, AI and kind of like the agent side of things. Have you been having any esoteric or deep reflections about AI in the last couple months or weeks since we last spoke?
Yeah, let's see. What did we talk about? So
we spoke about MCP. We spoke about that, agents, why agents kind of didn't catch on. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, let's see. So MCP allowed, all these different open source or closed source AI language models to connect with data sources, and A2A or agent to agent communication allowed different LLMs to communicate. But really, I think we still don't really have a way for them to discover each other. I think when we have these intra protocols, it's like the internet, right? Like before Google, it's really hard to actually discover the best thing for your need. But with Google, it's Google search, and I think something like that would need to exist. And currently, it seems that it's pretty ad hoc. When you use like Cloud Code or other type of tools, the type of the best type of MCP servers for a particular use case.
Yes.
But when we think about like actually developing a product for end users, where your agent can discover many things for you. Like, yes. Okay, it's late night in at a conference. I haven't had real food yet. Like, my agent is gonna order me DoorDash, right? Yeah. That type of and then what type of like data sources we need to find, like what type of food I like, that type of experience. I think the idea is there, but the concrete infrastructure is still lacking, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, like the whole crypto AI space feels like it's like 2 to 3 years out.
Yeah, and I would say it's not even crypto, right? I think it's like how would crypto insert itself into the broader AI paradigm shift instead of how do we really force crypto and AI to go together?
Yeah.
I think decentralized trading is interesting, but really using crypto to solve like discovery, coordination, and like reputation is potentially more interesting. So we're seeing builders building in that direction, but it's so very early.
Kind of more broad question for you. What are you bullish and excited about, and what are you bearish on or fearful about?
I think looping back to my first tweet, right? We want full stack infrastructure applications, and we increasingly we're seeing teams. You need to get good at all three things, right? Which is the technical unlock, the product experience in terms of what do we prioritize? Is it latency? Is it fees? Or not? And how do we get distribution? How do we actually get this into the hands of people that needs it, and build a network effects and build a platform? And that's what I'm bullish on. It's really teams that can understand and be the top 1 percentile at all three. It's really hard to be top 1 percentile on a single one of them, but I think it's required, right, over time, over the life cycle of the project to do that. I'm going to bearish on is, if you're still kind of focused on the existing very saturated market, or if you're really focusing on just one thing, but it's unable to expand to, like, I think it's...
Give us an example here.
Yeah, example is I think a lot of times you focus just on distribution, and you don't focus on like a technical unlock, then I think, there's limited upsides to the outcome of that, of that project, because of the saturation of the amount of people that would be able to do the same thing. Right. So if you don't have a fundamental innovation, then a lot of times you're not in the business of market creation, right? So like that's really truly what creates venture style outcomes is if you actually have the tech that can change the world.
Yes.
But if you're just building another another chain or another prediction market app, it's yes, there's already a market for that, and you're there to disrupt the existing players, right? But if you're in the business of market creation, you have to think about what actually creates that market.
Okay, well then if I push back and said, if I told you that I believe moats in open source crypto don't exist, what would you respond?
let's unpack that. Most open source crypto don't exist. What do you mean by that?
It's a silly one-liner, but in a world of open source code, in a world of the ability to spin up infrastructure, the ability to create ideas, fork easily, and basically undercut all competition with raising venture. Moats don't exist because there's always somebody who can come out and do what you're doing in either cheaper or for a different audience or better in some trade-off way. And so we get a lot of the same ideas fighting for a closed amount of resources, and moats don't exist because you can optimize for something based on the nature of the entire industry.
Yeah, I think this is true for one category of projects.
Okay.
And so I think there's two categories of products and the projects, right? And actually, this is another tweet of mine recently.
Okay.
And it's the idea you're either a product business or you're a platform business.
Okay.
So if you're a product business, meaning you're in the, I'm selling this specific software or specific hardware, and if you open source that and allow anyone to make it at cost, obviously you don't have a moat.
Yes.
If anyone can make an iPhone and sell it at cheaper than Apple's cost and run all the same software, why would you pay Apple, right?
I don't know.
So I think for product, exactly. So I agree with you, right? So for product businesses, there's very little moats outside of your IP, like your exclusiveness in producing that product, right? So if you open source it up, obviously for software, you no longer have that moat. On the other hand, for platform businesses, the moat is not the process to produce the product, is that canonical network, that canonical platform. So, there's
like a chain is a platform.
Yeah,
business?
so a chain is a platform for decentralized applications.
Right.
A marketplace is a platform, right, for that for a particular product category. Like Amazon is a platform. An app store is a platform. Uber is a platform for ride-hailing services. So platforms are oftentimes winner take all because of the network effects. And so this is what kind of what Web2 VCs have been investing in. This is why Uber is valuable, right? They can effectively take over the market and ramp up the fees, and people will pay that because it's the one place where you get really quick services to rise, and upstarts are really hard, have really hard time disrupting that, right? And so for network, platform businesses or platform networks, there is a moat even if you open source it because it's really hard to disrupt, right? So there's distinct two categories, and in that tweet of mine, I actually mentioned every technology can be built in two different ways. You can build a product business with a piece of technology, or you can build a platform business. Yeah. And so I think I wrote that as response to Mert's tweets, which is, he said, don't invest in infrastructure, but invest in platforms and things with natural effects. And my point is, look, you can build around technology and build a product first and then expand into a platform, right? And then open source that it's not really, it doesn't remove your moats.
So what are the best platform businesses in crypto today then? Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana?
I would say all
like the big chains.
Yeah, exactly. And I think all the big chains are platforms, right? Even Hyperliquid, we're seeing applications being on Hyperliquid today. Yeah. And why do people build on Hyperliquid? It's because there's already users there, right? So they have that network effects because of the mindshare of traders, and so I think so chains are platform for launching these applications. Yeah. In a way, Bitcoin is also a platform for store of value, right? The more people that holds Bitcoin, the more valuable it is. Yeah. And so, so in a way, like even in the past 2 decades in venture, it's like everyone just investing in platform businesses, right? Yeah. But yeah.
Infra platform businesses. Yeah. Interesting. So when it comes to the monetization of block space of some of these platforms, do you believe that a lot of the block space will trend to zero across platforms that don't have that much value, and there will be some platforms or chains that have a lot of value that are able to charge for their block space? So is that a pretty consensus view?
Yeah, really good question. I think, so first of all, why do we even have the idea of a block space? And so currently what happens with EVM or Solana chains is we try to have an upper bound on the amount of data that we can push through the network per unit of time, right? And if there's more data that want to get in, what happens is that we will increase the fees. So this is EIP 1559.
Yeah.
We increase the fee so that we price out certain transactions, right? So we're working under the assumption that there's a limit to block space,
Right.
and that we'll just raise fees. But think from the product perspective. Why do we actually want that? Why do we actually want to raise the fees? What if you do a Google search and Google says, "Oh, pay me $1," and because I'm congested right now, right? We're like, "Oh, you're watching Netflix." And so, wait a second, everybody else is watching, therefore I'm gonna charge you more money, right? Yeah. Businesses don't usually operate like that. If there's enough capacity, if there's a way to add more capacity. So I think the other way to look at this question is how do we increase block space as in response to demand? And I call that dynamic scalability, right? Our tools can already do this. If you look at Base, Base has been increasing their gas limits. So in a way, they understand this dynamic. Let's just produce more block space.
Just raise the gas limit.
Exactly. So I think current chains are still kind of thinking, let's have a bound and raise fees. But the next generation of chains will think, let's just create more and more of these, right? Yeah. And we'll charge a bare minimum base fee for inclusion, so that there's enough fees to go around. But right, it's more about creating more and charging less per unit.
Why does raising the gas limit help scalability, like directly? Like why does that? I'm sorry, it's a noob question, but
yeah, okay. So there's actually two things in a block, right? Yeah. One is how big the block is, and one is how much computation is in that block. A lot of times, when Ethereum was designed, these two things were super intertwined. That you can put a lot of data in a block, or you can just have like a lot of computation in a block, like computing a lot of hash functions. And it's really hard to kind of, price these two different resources. But nowadays, right, you look at Celestia, it's all about posting data. And if you look at kind of what an L2 sequencer is doing, or what these fraud-proof watchtowers are doing, they're just getting the data and re-executing, right? So we're increasingly breaking down these resources separately, so that gas limits, when people say gas limit, it's so oftentimes refer to the combined two things, which is data and execution. But I personally like to think of it as data and computation. How much do you charge to get that data through to DA layer like Celestia? Yeah. And how much does it cost to actually do a computation on chain?
Okay, so you can expand the amount of data by increasing the gas limit, and then that allows you to have more transactions per block, basically.
Yeah, so this is what Celestia is doing.
Yes. And then on the computation side, could you just close that up one more time?
Yeah. So it turns out, right? Let's look at the Celestia ZK Rollup design. If you decouple posting of the data and execution of the computation,
right,
then as you increase the data throughput, you can increase the execution of it in a different manner. So for data, you only need one out of n. So and Celestia shard the data. And for execution, it turns out you only need one prover, right, to prove the entire thing. And
ZK Sync. You're talking about Base though, so I was confused.
Base will be a ZK Rollup at some point. That's my prediction.
Okay, cool. Last thing, Wei, what are you degenning on chain these days? If the answer is nothing, you're gonna get roasted.
So Rodeo.
There we go.
Yeah. I think we're gonna dog food our own portfolio projects, and it's what two products are. The Web2-like experience is what we need in crypto. I think these days I don't really bridge around and to get this new tokens anymore, like DeFi farming and things like that. But easy to use Web2 products. Yeah. It's just easy to use.
Wei, I appreciate your time, man. Have a great rest of your week here. It's always a pleasure. You're welcome on whenever, man.
All right, it's been fun.
Cheers, man.
Okay.
See you soon. Alrighty, guys. Just on the final stretch here, a couple more people. Robbie may be coming back. I think we've got Ivan up next. Yeah, guys, 312 here. Nice day. Up next, we'll get Ivan up. Hey, Ivan.
How you doing? Nice to meet you.
Welcome
Ivan,
on, man. Nice to meet you.
Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Well, welcome to the studio. How's your week been?
It's been great. You know, never a dull moment in crypto.
Yeah, it's busy, right?
Always busy, but
It's
good
busy.
busy.
Well, all right, so let's just get right into it. I've got an idea, and many people have this idea, I think, and it's something that we've prioritized building media and just, building a personal brand, is that distribution is king. And so when you look at what you guys are doing with MoonPay, it feels like being very closest to the user and having maximum distribution through the App Store, etc., has been what has basically driven a lot of your success. Talk to me about your thesis on distribution for crypto apps and why you guys have done so well on that front.
Well, I appreciate it. Well, first, I totally agree with distribution is king.
Yeah.
It's something that you learn as an entrepreneur. This is my first rodeo.
Yeah, in your first one, what's it saying? In the first time founders
stars in your eyes, exactly.
And then the second time focus on distribution.
You realize, you build it and then they don't come, and then you're like, oh no. And so then you start to realize that distribution is really important. I really see wallets as the future of your bank. I think they will ultimately replace your bank account. It's built on fundamentally better rails. And so when we started MoonPay, it was really around the focus of how do we make these wallets more usable? And if you think about it, there's people with a Visa or a MasterCard in their pocket. And so how do we make people that have that in their pocket able to come into the crypto ecosystem easily? That's where we started. It was really cards directly into crypto.
On-ramp, off-ramp,
Exactly. And when we started, it was let's not build our own consumer experience, but let's focus on enabling this capability for the biggest wallets in the world. So when we started, we went live. It was March of 2019, our very first transaction on Bitcoin.com.
Nice,
I remember it. I remember the day that it actually happened. And it's crazy to fast forward to today. I think we have 500 partners across the crypto ecosystem inside of MoonPay. And really the goal is every single day making the experience better, adding more payment methods. We want to localize the MoonPay experience for every single part of the world. I reflect on last year, this partnership with PayPal was a really big deal for us. I think we're now the only player that you can use Venmo inside of a crypto app to top up your wallet. And we look forward to announcing more partnerships like that over the coming year, and really thinking how do we add more and more payment methods into MoonPay. So no matter where you are in the world, your favorite payment method can be used on the platform. And then really when we talk about distribution, we really think about how do we reduce that friction for the user. It's not a good experience if every customer that comes into your platform has to go through KYC to onboard across every single wallet. And so one of the benefits of the MoonPay infrastructure, the MoonPay account, we want to ultimately be seen as like a payment method, like a new payment method, where you have your KYC on file, you have your card credentials on file, you have your linked bank accounts on file, you have any of your linked payment methods on file, you have your crypto on file, and you can use that to spend anywhere. And our goal is, being the trusted partner to pretty much everywhere that you want to enter the ecosystem. You see MoonPay, and we make it easy for you to start.
Yeah. You guys recently did a larger partnership announcement with MasterCard. They've been getting into the space in a big way. What is it about MoonPay and about crypto rails that MasterCard is particularly interested in? Is it the speed? Is it the cost? Is it the stablecoin yield? Is it new user base? What is it that they are excited about that you guys are providing?
So MasterCard's been a phenomenal partner. We've been working with them not just now, but really over the last couple of years. First, it was really thinking around how could they take loyalty and rewards. Most people know MasterCard for the slogan priceless. So a lot of the work that we did was how do we take that priceless initiative and put it on chain. And so we did a lot of really cool activations over the last couple of years where from a marketing perspective, you could start to earn NFTs for doing things within the MasterCard network. Really now, this recent amount of activity that we've been doing with MasterCard has really been focused around stablecoins. and really how do we leverage our infrastructure to make it easy for people to take a stablecoin that's sitting in their non-custodial crypto wallet and be able to spend it anywhere that MasterCard's accepted. Virtual accounts has been a big initiative for MoonPay. We just acquired a company called Iron that really helps us supercharge our developer capability where any non-custodial wallet can now spin up a virtual account. You could receive salary deposits into it. You can receive third-party payments into it. We can automatically convert that into a stable coin. And then the next step is, okay, if we actually want this wallet to replace your bank account, you're going to want a card attached to it. And so who should that card be attached to? We'll say MasterCard. We love MasterCard. And so really, they saw an opportunity to work with us, work with our existing distribution to put more people on the MasterCard network. But I think for them, being close to stable coins, being close to innovation, this is essentially a new form of payment that it's growing rapidly. US dollars, 1.1% of the US dollar supply has been put on stablecoins. That's an incredible stat, just thinking about how early we are in the relative grand scheme of things. My view is it doesn't change overnight. It's not like you're going to stop using your MasterCard to pay for things, but over time, you might start to use stablecoins. And so I think MoonPay and MasterCard was a natural partnership to think, okay, how do we stay ahead of that trend? How do we make sure that people can use both formats? And I think we're going to continue to see more and more innovation. I think more and more merchants are going to start to accept stablecoins. More and more businesses are going to recognize that this is a new form of money that they need to, have the rails, have the infrastructure, and we really see our role at MoonPay as playing the role of enabler. How do we make it easy for them to come into the crypto economy in the same way that we've helped a lot of these non-custodial wallets in the ecosystem do it as well?
So when I have a virtual account on MoonPay, and I use a MasterCard, which is effectively like a credit card, but it more so operates like a debit card in the sense that it'll take my stablecoin balance directly from my non-custodial account, and when I pay, there's no like credit.
It's a debit card.
It's a debit card, but like they frame it as a credit card in a sense, or no?
No, well, I think there's a bunch of different card offerings coming for crypto. There's some that are credit cards that just act like a normal credit card, except pay you crypto awards. We've seen a couple of those offerings come to market, like Coinbase and Gemini. I think what we're really focused on is, okay, well, there's this new thing like a crypto wallet where, especially the younger generation, you're finding if you ask someone, sometimes they're holding more money in their Phantom wallet or their Bitcoin.com wallet or their MetaMask than they're holding their actual bank account. And if that's the case, well, it should be equipped with the same functionality that you have in your bank account. And so you want to be able to receive your salary into it. That's where a virtual account comes in. Okay, now you've got stablecoins there. How do you make that spendable any merchant anywhere in the world? That's where issuance is a really important next step, and that's where we're focused next.
You guys are going to launch your own stablecoin?
We're not launching our own stablecoin per se. We're not going to announce it yet, but we're obviously thinking in that direction. We see ourselves as partnering with pretty much every major stablecoin out there today. We want to make our infrastructure compatible. When we think about MoonPay, we've never taken a particular view on a particular blockchain or a particular asset. We ultimately, going back to what you said about distribution is king, we want to go to where the points of distribution, where's the activity happening?
Who's killing it in the distribution game in the stablecoin arena? Like the stablecoin sandwich, right? Like
well, you obviously have the biggest issuers in the world, both Tether and Circle. I do think that there will be more stablecoins that come to market. We're starting to see new competitive entrants. But I think what also is interesting is just on-chain. If we think about putting stablecoins on different blockchains, we've been seeing an incredible amount of activity in the Solana ecosystem. We're biased a little bit because we've been helping Solana around their Solana Pay offering. But for merchants, we're already seeing huge outcomes for them in the sense that we help Solana with their Solana mobile phone. You can pre-order the Solana mobile phone using crypto in your wallet. So it's integrated via Shopify. It's called Solana Pay. You connect your non-custodial wallet, and rather paying the very expensive fee to settle a card payment, instead you can use your stablecoin at a fraction of the cost. Happens instantly. And so for merchants, I think it's going to be one of those things where, okay, in the traditional system, sometimes it would take days to get settled. They're going to now opt for this new method where they can get settled instantly. And so we're starting to see that take off, where I think you're going to see more and more merchants be willing to accept and receive stablecoins. You're already seeing that get embedded into the biggest technology players. And so I think it's just a matter of time that more and more people are going to start opting into receiving stablecoin payments.
What's your take on some of these stablecoin chains like Plasma, like Stable, and these kind of like newer developments in like the stablecoin specific chain?
Yeah. Well, I think there are a couple of things. A lot of it is around how do you deal with like this cross-chain complexity, because there's just all these different blockchains, and ultimately you want stablecoins to be interoperable across a whole range of different chains. I think some of the solutions that are coming to market are trying to solve some of the fragmentation that you have in some of these ecosystems. Like, it's complex to basically have to bridge one of your assets into another layer 2 so it can get accepted. And I think a lot of the technology has been focused around how do we abstract all that technology. I don't think the user ultimately cares. They just ultimately want to get their stablecoin. They want to get it quickly.
Cheap,
they want to get it cheap. They want to have to think about things like gas and network fees. How can you just abstract that all away, offer an API, and make that easy? And we've been following that really closely. And then as it comes to some of the new blockchains, I feel like it's like the new blockchain every week. And so for us, we're always just trying to stay ahead of those developments and make sure that we can make that infrastructure compatible with our infrastructure here at MoonPay.
How would you describe the cultural difference between Ethereum and Solana?
Well, it's interesting. I think Ethereum obviously was earlier to the market. I still think there's incredible application. For me, I'm most focused on the application layer. Like, what are the application? What are the builders? What are the things that you can do on each of these chains? And I think you can do different things. I particularly love Polymarket on Ethereum. I think that's been a phenomenal application on the platform that actually has real utility. The idea that you can see what people are doing and be able to predict outcomes and results. It's a new form of news, essentially. I'm really excited about all the work that's happening there. On Solana, you're seeing, I think there's a lot of advantages in the sense that less fragmentation. So you're seeing less layer 2s on Solana. The base chain, works. I think, when I survey builders now, I'm starting to see really incredible applications being built on Solana. And a lot of them was they just didn't want to deal with having to bridge your Ethereum into a layer 2 to then interact with that application. I think layer 2 has got into a lot of the speed, a lot of the efficiencies that you're seeing on the layer 1 of Solana. But I'm starting to see a lot of builders in Solana ecosystem. So we're obviously focused on both. But I think we follow where the builders are, and I'm really excited about a lot of the new applications that are getting rolled out on Solana.
Yeah. How much have you had to deal with like regulatory problems with the App Store in the past?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting one. I mean,
it seems all good and well now.
The rules inside the Apple App Store, they are constantly being modified and adapted. I think for many reasons, it makes sense to be slower to change. You can remember the Epic Games lawsuit just got resolved recently, where you can now link to external apps for payment, which wasn't necessarily possible before, which I think is a good thing. Right before, they were charging their Apple tax on digital goods like NFTs, and even if you had a book, right, you couldn't. You had to go to an external link. You couldn't do it inside the app. I think it's one of those things where each app has their own set of nuances around getting accepted on the App Store. I think that's why the Solana ecosystem, one of the things that they've been focused on is building their own phones so they can control that experience and let more applications through, right? But I think Apple will have to adapt. It's where they're ultimately going to want distribution of these incredible apps, but it's one of those really challenging issues. And a lot of the stuff that we work through with a lot of the companies that work with MoonPay is how do we make sure that their apps get approved in the App Store. So some of our time is actually being spent on making sure that their apps can actually go live with MoonPay installed inside of them.
What are the most either used or successful apps that have integrated MoonPay? Like, what are the applications that are driving the most amount of users and transaction flow?
Yeah, I think right now wallets are kind of our bread and butter, where we see the most activities. So all the usual suspect names you'd imagine, the MetaMasks of this world, the Phantoms of this world, the Bitcoin.coms of this world, the Exoduses of this world. And so obviously really important part of our user base, offering them really swift, slick on-ramps in for them. I think for a lot of the companies that we work with, it's quite unique. When we think about MoonPay's journey, a lot of people compare us to PayPal. If you remember early days of PayPal, it was hard to interact with e-commerce, right? It was scary to put your debit card or credit card online. You were scared to get phished. PayPal built this passport that is embedded, embedded platform inside things like eBay, where you could have this one-click checkout experience. The difference with crypto is sometimes we're not just even interacting with companies, we're interacting with software layers, and we're interacting with companies that are fully decentralized. And I think from our perspective, how do we offer developers having them spend less time on getting regulatory licenses, less time on being PCI compliant.
Right.
How do we offer that as a service? How do we make that really easy so people can get started relatively quickly? And so that was, I think a lot of the reason the advantage of MoonPay is we have this, large user base now, 30 million customers and counting with KYC on file that can start to interact with this whole range of applications where they can quickly get in. So if they've used one experience before, they're not going to have to go through a whole new onboarding experience and a new platform. And some of those platforms just don't want to be regulated. They don't want, in some cases, to hold any form of user data, for various reasons, because they're software layers, they're smart contracts. And so I think that's where MoonPay can provide a lot of value.
Very, very cool. Man, the rise of stablecoins is just changing the business model of so many teams and just injecting such a acceleration into the space. It's been wild.
Well, more money has been settled on stablecoins than Visa and MasterCard combined in the last year in terms of the amount of money movement that you're seeing through. I think it was 36 trillion.
Yeah.
If you think about, the U.S. dollar supply, 1.1%. That's a huge number, as I mentioned before. I mean, it's really staggering when you really start to think about that. I think every company is now thinking, can stablecoins be used in my business to make settlements cheaper, faster? And so I think we're just going to continue to see the rise. And I think the good news is, for the United States specifically, it's in our national interest to see stablecoins persist, especially U.S. dollar-denominated stablecoins.
Yep.
So many different parts of the world have huge problems with inflation. We also have a problem where we don't want too much concentration of debt in some foreign countries. We don't want China to hold all the U.S. Treasury debt. This is a good way to diversify the mix to a retail audience. And so I think it's definitely in the United States' interest for stablecoins to continue to propagate, to continue to see U.S. dollar dominance across the financial ecosystem.
I appreciate your time. I hope it's been a good week, a busy one, I'm sure. And thanks for joining us on the Rollup. Congrats on the success. Used MoonPay in 2019, 2020.
Oh, great.
When I was onboarding into crypto on-chain directly. I've seen you guys grow, and it's been a pleasure to watch, man. So,
I appreciate it.
Thanks
for using us.
Cheers,
Awesome.
man. Cheers. Alrighty, guys. 3:30. Just one or two more. We got the next guest coming on. We're going to get Rob up here. Rob's coming in, taking over.
Good to see you, brother. How you been doing?
Hanging
We're on
out.
day 2.
We got two more. Diego.
Everyone listening, we've got a
and
happy
Robinson.
hour in about 2 hours. If you're in the city, head out to the happy hour. Us and our good friends Magic Newton. We're gonna be hosting it at their office.
I don't know where Diego is.
We've got Diego coming up next. He, we're starting to wind down here at Permissionless. We're taking it all the way through. We're running through the finish line. And so we're going to see you on the other side. We're over the hill now. This is the home stretch. I think we've got 2 or so guests still to go. It's been an absolute ride. We've had 2 days of 6-hour streams. We've had our man Brendan drawing every guest. We've had our whole team back at home clipping. We've been doing panels. We've been moderating. We've been chopping it up with the best VCs in the business. An absolute blast. And this is something that we intend on continuing. If you host a conference, if you're throwing a conference, hit us up. We may broadcast live from your venue. Andy?
I'm out of it. It's been a long day. Been a long 2 days.
Long couple days.
How you doing?
Your facial hair has grown since we've started streaming today.
I know. It's crazy.
You didn't start with a mustache, now you
Standby.
have. We're going
Let's
on
get-
standby.
Let's get Rob fired up.
Hey, I'm fired up. Let's go.
Let's get Rob fired up.
Standby? Cool.
All right.
We are locked.
All right, we're on. Diego Gutierrez, co-founder of Rootstock. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing great. Has been some busy days.
Yeah.
But I think the hot is like, slowing down a little bit, like going a little bit down, easing up. So
It's a lot more comfortable.
yeah, much more comfortable.
Oh yeah.
We're on the home stretch.
¿De dónde eres, amigo?
De Buenos Aires,
Buenos
de
Aires.
Argentina. Así que
Okay, brother, that's good shot.
¿Tú hablas español?
del país más al sur de Latinoamérica.
Sí. Me amo Patagonia.
Patagonia.
Sí, Bariloche, el mejor.
Patagonia for me, is paradise.
Oh yeah.
So it's like it's one of the places that every time I go there, I say, this is paradise. It's like very few places in the world have that quality. I don't know what it is, but it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Así que muy bien tu español.
Sí,
Yo hablo un poquito, pero no. Yo entiendo más mejor
de lo que puedes
hablo,
hablar.
sí.
Sí.
DevConnect is in Buenos Aires.
It's in Buenos Aires at the end of November.
Yeah. Are you looking forward?
Yeah, and on the same month is La BitConf. That is the biggest and longest running Bitcoin conference in the world.
Oh.
It's the longest running Bitcoin conference in the world. It's not the biggest because I think the one here in the US
Vegas
is bigger.
Yeah.
But the La BitConf is still very big. It's 11,000 people every year, and it happens on the first week of November. 2 weeks later, you have DevCon. So I think it will be like a month for crypto and Bitcoin. It will be a very interesting month in Buenos Aires.
So what are you actually seeing as far as adoption in Buenos Aires? Like, I remember being there, being on Florida Street, people trying to get me to buy pesos for Bitcoin or Ripple or for dollars. But like, what other adoption, are you seeing on the ground in Argentina and in Latin America? What are the main venues of adoption?
I think Argentina has like a huge Bitcoiner community because we started building the communities in 2013, so as early as 2013. And with my two partners, we created La BitConf in 2013, in December 2013, and helped create Bitcoin communities in all Latin America. But also, like, some of the top developer teams of Ethereum are there in Argentina. So you have a combination where you have like developers that are building like top technology, from Argentina for the main networks. Cardano had one of the first developer teams in Argentina when Charles came to Buenos Aires. He visited the Espacio Bitcoin, that is another place that we created with my co-founders of the Bitcoin NGO, Bitcoin Latin American NGO. Most of EOS has some of the top developers of EOS there, BitShare. So it's very interesting because you have like some of the people with most knowledge in terms of building the deep tech, building the protocols, plus a community that understands crypto natively. It's like, but why? Because in Argentina we had every crisis. That people willing you to give the dollars in exchange for pesos.
Oh yeah.
Basically, those pesos go under the mattress of the families, and that's how people save and hedge against the misbehavior of the governments. Mm-hmm. Because we had every financial crisis you can imagine. It's like we had hyperinflation, devaluation, bail-ins. So everything you can think of, we had it in Argentina. So what happens is like people is always seeing how the governments will trick them into losing their money. So they are always hedging. And they hedge in ways that are not rational anywhere else in the world. Like they buy things, they buy cars as a way of protecting their wealth. So things that you, in a regular economy, that's losing value. But in our economy, it's a way to preserve value against the... Until this year, Argentina had like 25% inflation for 15 years. And in the last year, it almost got to 200% per year. So that's the level of instability we live. That's why people is hedging naturally into dollars. When Bitcoin came, you know, it was clear. It was another way of hedging out, like bailing out of the traditional financial system and protecting your wealth. But then what happened is like people come when the Bitcoin or the crypto price like goes up.
Of course.
But a portion of that people stays because they understand there's much more than this. So they understand the true value because we had all these crises. So, and then when the next crisis comes, then you know that idea they had is like cemented.
Right.
So they say, okay, you know, I stood because I had the feeling this was escape hatch from a financial system that is completely broken. But now that I passed through my first crisis, thanks to Bitcoin, thanks to cryptocurrencies, then I say, you know, I'm here to stay. It's like I'm no longer going back to the other things. No? And one thing that is very interesting is like Bitcoin was the first thing, but stable assets became like a big thing in Latin America for the same reason. But also because if you add the concept of like, it's not only like protecting wealth from, you know, the local currencies that were losing value all the time and inflation and so on, but also to do cross-border payments, to do remittances, to send money abroad. So people started using USDT mainly. And the interesting thing is like, it was USDT on Tron, not because they understood the security of Tron or anything, it's like, but because it was the cheapest way back in the day. And now there are other options. People is like rebalancing and moving, you know, to other networks that are like Arbitrum or ones that are like more efficient in terms of cost. But for transactionality, people don't care much about technology. It's like because they are exposed to the thing like for a very short term. No? It's like, you know, as long as I can do what I want to do, if the network is here in 2-3 years, I don't care. But I want it to be running properly today.
Yeah, so is it like just, so outside of storing value, what other use cases are happening? Like payments, remittances, stuff like
I think what I say, but it's mostly the driver is a store of value.
Okay.
Whether if you have a short-term time horizon, like financial horizon, if let's say you can store value 6 to 9 months, then you will go for the dollar. But if you have the ability to store value for 2-3 years, you will go for Bitcoin. No, so it depends on your savings capabilities that you will go for one asset or the other. But conceptually, store of value is the main driver. And on top of that, yield generation for some people. But they want something that is safe. It's not about like it's not degen mindset. It's more like I had the dollars, and if you can give me 6-7%, that's great. It's like that's what I want. Like preserve my value and make some.
What companies are doing the best work at like blockchain adoption in Latin America? Like which teams are doing the best work?
I think you know the if you look in terms of amount of accounts, it's not necessarily one blockchain. It's more the wallets, the crypto wallets that created the bridge. So there you have Ripio, Lemon, 𝘠𝘠𝑚 are the ones who are like over 1 million users, no, in different. And at the end, what they ended up is like bridging the tradition, like the legacy financial system with the crypto financial system, and that's what they are doing. Some of them are offering like investment opportunities, like deploy your capital here and you will get some yield, but it doesn't go much further than that. It's like manage your assets, get some yield, transform your assets into the traditional banking system for payments, for your everyday needs, and that's what is tractioning the most. No, well, Binance is also big in Latin America, so I would say those are the players that are moving. Mexico in particular is a little bit different, so you have Bitso there, huge. They are like the ones leading the industry. Brazil is another case that is different. Those are economies that have a weight by themselves. It's like, you know, Brazil is twice Mexico, Mexico is twice Argentina. No, it's double. So basically, because the economies are so big, they have like their own ecosystem. So maybe in Brazil is Mercado Bitcoin. So you have some players in the major economies that are like the dominant players, and in the rest of Latin America you have, in Chile, Peru, you have Buddha. So it's more fragmented everywhere else, you know? So
I feel I'm curious about the situation with 𝗏𝘬.
Yes.
Like, did you see any like people were using stable coins and Bitcoin and using it for payments and store of value before that happened, right? For years, right?
Yes.
Did you see any less after it happened? Did people start to say, "Oh, this thing because of the did it go away?"
I think people went there because in Argentina in particular we had capital controls, so it was almost impossible for regular people to operate in dollars. It's like you had to have the connections, know who you could do the arbitrage of the dollars in Argentina with dollars abroad. So people went to USDT because it was, or USDC or stablecoins, because it was a way to like jump this fence that the government artificially created, no? These capital controls that the government created. But I think there's no way, there's no going back. So the people who move there, it's like there's no reason to go back to cash. It's like the people who move there stays there and tries everybody to move there because it's so much more convenient than using cash that they will move there. In terms of 𝗏𝘬 is anarcho-capitalist.
Anarcho-capitalist.
Yes,
Yeah.
and people sometimes like compare, they think he's right-wing, but he's not right-wing. He's anti-state conceptually. So what he's doing is trying to reduce the state, but also he's not pro-crypto or pro-Bitcoin. It's like, because in his mindset, it's like, Bitcoin, crypto is one more, medium of exchange, one more store of value. And in his mindset, it's like, it's about allowing everything to exist and
let the market figure it out.
Exactly. So it's a more Hayekian approach. It's like it's not that he's pro something. He's saying, I remove all the controls of the state. I remove like the friction that the state, and then let the people do whatever they want. Unless there is a crime involved or anything, we don't care.
Yeah.
So it's not that necessarily he's pro Bitcoin or pro crypto. He's pro freedom of trading and commerce. So.
Got it. I'm excited for Buenos Aires. I'm excited for DevConnect. I think, to see everything in action.
Are you coming?
I think so,
sure.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely. You will have a blast. Buenos Aires for me is one of the best cities in the world. It's like a mixture of Europe with Latin America. It still has the Latin American spirit. So
My friend calls it his favorite Latin American country.
City.
European city.
Europe, yes, yeah.
So,
and then we'll have like these huge crypto communities that have been growing in Latin America, plus people coming from abroad, from all over the place. So that will be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And
we'll see you there, huh?
Absolutely. With Roostalk, we will be like hosting some side events. It's like a Roostalk in a way, like when we were born, like 𝘗𝘳𝘠𝘏, where we shared the white paper with 𝘗𝘳𝘠𝘏 in 2015. In October 2015, he got excited and tweeted, it's like, Roostalk is the best of Bitcoin and Ethereum under one roof. And so for us, it's like we are like connecting the two worlds. It's like, it's smart contracts, EVM smart contracts, the Ethereum way, so you can port any Ethereum protocol into Roostalk, but secured by Bitcoin and with Bitcoin as a native asset. So in that sense, this situation where you have La BitConf, the longest running Bitcoin conference, and DevCon in the same city with two weeks apart, I think we will be right in the middle, like working on both sides, like joining because for us it's always about like the real challenge is how we create this new financial infrastructure and we bring it for the people, and it's not about like the fight between like the Ethereum camp and the Bitcoin camp. It's
the best of both together.
The best of both together and bringing it to the people so we can change people's life. And when I say people, it's not only individuals, it's SMEs. For SMEs, getting capital, lending is almost impossible in Latin America. So when you go to the emerging market, it's helping business, helping individuals, helping everybody, live better and prosper through the technologies we all have been building, like the Bitcoin and crypto community as a whole has been building. No?
Yeah. Diego, thank you for your time, man. I hope you have a great rest of your time here. Good flight home, and we'll see you.
See you in Buenos Aires.
Yeah.
See you in Buenos Aires.
Cheers, man. Thank you. Good to meet you.
See ya.
Alrighty, sir.
Pleasure.
See ya.
Alrighty, guys. 354.
Do we
One
have
last one.
You have the last one?
I think we have one more, yeah.
Good.
We're going to see Robinson come up here very,
Rest
very
well,
soon.
guys, after.
It's been a good one. We have a happy hour tonight.
Yes.
Cheers.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for coming. See ya.
Alrighty, boys.
What are we thinking? I saw Robinson walking around. Yeah.
Alright, let's just call it.
Yeah.
It's been a good day.
Final thoughts. It has been a good day.
Robinson's not going to make it. We'll have to catch him virtually. Final thoughts. What a 2-day sprint. Great experiment.
Let's reflect.
Didn't cost us. Wasn't cheap. Had a ton of great conversations, and yeah, it was fun.
Follow the Rollup. If you're not already following, follow. If you're not already subscribing, subscribe. Follow all of our partners, and I think we must give one final shout out to the Amex of crypto. Get your EtherFi cash card.
Yes.
Sign up.
Link below. Sign up now. $50 cash back. First $1,000 spent. You don't have one. You need to get one. I don't know how you don't have one. I got one. Where's your card?
Let's see yours one more time.
This card is amazing.
Just tap.
Just tap to pay.
Tap to
right
pay.
there on the phone.
Easy.
I've got my own. I'm borrowing against my wrapped ETH, right? My WETH, using stable coins to pay for it. Shout out to EtherFi. Shout out to Mike. Guys, thank you
That's
for
a wrap.
tuning in.
What a permissionless. What a conference. We'll see you in Cannes. We'll see you at the happy hour tonight. We'll see you in Buenos Aires. And we'll see you around the timeline. Feels good to be back.